shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind drawn is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second Charlie of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church to bring the fed. Mortals, no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second Charlie of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I became the chaos of found to every consume the world cracks open, ushering down. So with the command, come deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed more the overlord.
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome to the party. We got an interesting one tonight. Perhaps you are familiar. We have done what's it called, bar fight before. And our boy, the one-eyed man, Dan Crenshaw, is on this one, along with Michael Knowles and the Beta Luke Beasley. Now, unfortunately, of course, the Daily Wire are going to start putting everything behind a paywall. So we only get a part of this episode, but I got something else for you. Let's shout out to the Speaker of Purity. Welcome to the party. We also got Sam. Welcome. Said oil prices back down to $94 a barrel today. Looks like the Panicons are going to be pissed. Gas prices will be going down and crying about the war for Israel. Yeah, we're going to get all into that. Welcome. Let's dive right in. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
It is part of a broader strategy to deter China, ultimately.
They gutted social programs to funnel money.
Iran is an agent of chaos.
No one denies that, including the Iranians.
We're not planning on occupying Iran.
How do we know that? President Trump campaigned on this kind of strike explicitly. I love the enthusiasm. Gentlemen, the first topic. It's a claim going around social media at the moment. I think at most one of us on this panel agrees with it. President Trump's strike on Iran is a betrayal of America first.
Well, like I said, we getting right into it.
Yeah,
You agree? All right.
100%. And everyone in this audience.
So again, just in case you missed it, the question is...
And I think at most one of us on this panel agrees with it. President Trump's strike on Iran is a betrayal of America first.
So the strike on Iran is a betrayal of America first. Let's see.
Yeah,
You agree? All right.
100%. And everyone in this audience knows that. Trump ran explicitly on getting us out of these exact type of regime change wars. He flipped around for some reason. He's literally doing the model that all of the people who supported him said was the opposite of what he was going to do. And this is not surprising. He's done, I know Dan supports Trump a lot. You do too.
And so do I, but also you're just wrong on two ends. So it was very clear that Trump said we will not let Iran get a nuke, but he also was the no new wars president. So there is a little bit of conflict there, but that's why there's nuance. And you don't have to love it or hate it. You can be like, okay, I understand why we got to do X, Y, and Z, but, you know, I wish we could go about it another way. But definitely not a betrayal to America first. A lot of people I'm seeing understand America first to be America only. That like we should never, ever, 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 ever use any kind of military force unless there is another country stepping on our soil. And I just that's silly and naive in my opinion. Since Knowles is correct, Trump has always said he would hit Iran. Anyone saying otherwise wasn't paying attention. Yep. Luke has the male Karen haircut, voice, and ideology, so it fits. Let's see what he's got.
And this is not surprising. He's done, I know Dan supports Trump a lot. You do too. Yikes, given his record.
Yikes.
He's failed over and over on his own campaign promises. I didn't like what he ran on, so it's not surprising I don't like what he's doing. But anyone in this audience or the two next to me, the fact that you still support him after he's lied about his affordability agenda, he literally
And there again is the prompt.
said specifically, by the way, I'll loop this back, but that energy prices would be cut in half in his first year. It's been a year. That didn't happen. Household electricity bills have been increasing significantly.
Well, but didn't Sam just tell us that oil prices are back down to $94 a barrel? What was it recently when they were complaining?
Health insurance premiums skyrocketing. You voted for a bill that
We're
Trump
getting a little
introduced.
off topic.
That
I thought we were talking about
wait.
I
They
don't
gutted
know.
The liberal gish gallop. It's the only weapon they have because not one of their points actually makes sense.
Hold on. They gutted social programs to funnel money to the wealthy. The point,
talk about that.
the point illustrating that is
So the question was about Iran.
to explain it's obvious that the character of this man would be that of someone who would violate his own campaign promises on Iran and anything else. And
So it's not, well, it was a betrayal because he said this, but he did that. It's a betrayal because, well, Orange Man bad. So, of course, Orange Man would betray because that's what Orange Man does. This is Luke Beasley. This is the best you're going to get out of
man
it.
would be that of someone who would violate his own campaign promises on Iran and anything else. And a regime change war in Iran that you can't even exactly articulate what it's for is the epitome of a contradiction from his promises.
All right, Dan, is the Iran strike a betrayal of President Trump's promises of America first?
Well, no.
How do you? Ooh, let's put up a poll. Shout out to the landscapers, guys. If you are on the vertical stream and you don't want to be, always check the description. That the link to the landscape will be in the description right there, and that is where we do all of the good polls. So I'm going to say Dan Crenshaw, good or bad? Let's see.
Strike a betrayal of President Trump's promises of America first?
Well, no, I mean, no, because sure, first of all, people need to define America first. And look, even in our own party, some
Speak
are saying
up,
it's a
bro.
betrayal of America first. Because some people, I think, define America first as pretending there's no outside world and saying, like, well, if we don't solve every single problem here at home, then there's no way that we can do anything abroad. But that's a contradiction in itself. It's like saying you can't walk and chew bubble gum.
All right, this is your free one. I'm nobody's dancing monkey. You're going to have to pay for it next time. Beans.
At the same time.
Shout out to Ass Kisser. Welcome to the party. I need some more ass kissers around here. Y'all be fighting me too much. Welcome.
That's a contradiction in itself. It's like saying you can't walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. America first means America leading and remaining prosperous and maintaining our prosperity through that security umbrella that we have created since D-Day. D-Day is, I think, one of the most important days in history because it's the day that we decided that we would lead the world. And when we started leading...
Is that a good thing, though? I mean, at the time it was good, but do we still want to be in that? I don't.
The world, I mean, things got a little bit better. You know, if you look at pre-World War II history and post-World War II history, we don't really have a lot of gratitude, I think, for what has been created since then and the amount of prosperity and luck that we've had since then. And so America First is about maintaining that. If you're going to, if I were to summarize foreign policy in one word, it's pretty easy. It's stability. And so we want stability. And Iran is an agent of chaos, has been for 47 years, ever since since the Islamic Revolution, and taking our people hostage, Beirut embassy bombings, killing hundreds and hundreds of soldiers in Iraq, training Taliban to build IEDs that take out people's eyes, and leaving me with so much scar tissue that I have to get nerve surgery like 2.5 weeks ago.
That doesn't happen. I honestly missed the whole. I don't know what happened. It just. I must have just missed it, because one day Dan Crenshaw was all over, getting retweeted by everybody. He was on Timcast doing this and that, and all of a sudden everybody just flipped on him. And I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but I don't know what it is. So if you guys know, enlighten me, please.
So, I mean, Iran is responsible for all of it. And of course, their peaceful nuclear program that can only be done under 500 feet of bunkered, protected territory. Look, they're creating surrogate warfare via Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Iraqi militias. I mean, it's just constant and never ending. And so, there's a debate over whether this decision is America First or constitutional or legal or whatever. I think the proper way to even address it is to say that it was somewhat inevitable, because
that's something that I've come to understand is a strong word, but come to the fact that there was no way that we were going to avoid some type of conflict with these people, whether it was the Ayatollah himself or some other aspect of the Islamic world trying to come in. This does seem to be inevitable. Sam said, Dan Crenshaw isn't bad on everything. He's just not the type of guy that should be in government. Debating someone like Luke is more of his thing. All right, fair enough. The bigger ego than Trump, if you can believe it. I don't think I do, but point it out for me. Point it out. Because again, as far as following individual politicians to see what their policy on this and that, that's not really something that I'm spending my time doing. Like, obviously, I'm keeping up and paying attention to stuff in general. But he voted no on this, he voted yes on that. But point it out. Point it out. See, ego.
A way to even address it is to say that it was somewhat inevitable. Because, I mean, it was the natural escalation of things. It was the geopolitics almost gave us no choice in this matter.
Yeah, you agree that Trump specifically ran against stuff like this, though?
No, I would.
Nope.
I would have to point out,
we're not going to go to war with Iran.
That's obvious, and
we're going to have a great relationship with Iran.
I would.
Okay, well, so let's do the side quest, because I specifically remember him saying that one of his promises. Trump, Iran, no nukes. Pre-election. 2 weeks ago. Let's see. That one's gonna be. So let's say campaign trail. All right. Let's see what this is. I'm sure it's going to be bullshit because it's from MS Now.
More breaking news. Today, President Trump said if he didn't attack Iran, they would have had a nuclear bombing, quote, within 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says the U.S. will not occupy Iran, and it will be up to the people to choose their new leader.
There will be no American boots on the ground. This is not Iraq. This is not Germany. This is not Japan. We're going to free the people up from a terrorist regime. And the goal is not only to help the Iranian people to chart a new destiny, but make sure no matter who takes over in Iran, no matter who it is, no matter who the people pick, they cannot become the largest state sponsor of terrorism.
So this isn't specifically that. Let's try, if we can find it on X. Trump will not have Trump. Iran, no nukes. Let's see. Give me something good here. 9 hours ago. 1 hour ago. I don't know if we're going to find anything that old. You'd think everybody would be like, hey, remember this?
They were ready. They had all, within a week, they were going to attack us 100%. They were ready. They had all these missiles, far more than anyone thought. And they were going to attack us. But they were going to attack all of the Middle East and Israel And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it on Israel. And this was going to be a major attack. And they had all of those missile sites and all those launchers that we got rid of within a week.
All right. If anybody could find something from the campaign trail when he was actually talking about it, because he definitely did say that. So I don't know what it is, but that's just wrong that he didn't campaign on this. The problem is that he campaigned on both things: that Iran will not get nukes, and also that he was the peaceful president. Shout out to equality and deference because of vagina over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Said like and shared. My goodness, thank you so very, very much. You guys know how much that stuff is free. It's easy. It helps out so very, very much. It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you shared. Just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome. So we're going to free Israel of their own terrorist leaders. The prior leader of Iran was elected. Yeah, but elected by who? At what? At the edge of a gun, or what are we talking about? Shout out to voters are cult members. Interesting name. Welcome to the party. So yeah, I mean, I didn't find it right here, but he very clearly has said that over and over in the campaign.
We're not going to go to war with Iran.
That's obvious, and
we're going to have a great relationship with Iran.
I didn't run Trump's campaigns. I don't really care whether he ran.
Well, that's
I didn't run Trump's campaign, but I did.
So, Colin, I guess you're not in favor of any of this military activity. Is that what I'm getting?
Hey, very close.
Medicaid a second.
I'm talking about. I was talking about his history of lying about his agenda.
I didn't run Trump's campaign. I paid very close attention to it, and so this didn't surprise me at all. Not only was the strike on Iran, whether you like it, whether you don't like it, not only was it not a betrayal of his vision of American first. I support the president with some reservation on Iran, but I support the strategy. Well, I'm happy to tell you why if you let me finish.
Yeah,
first, though,
Luke doesn't know how to do that.
I have a gift for you, gentlemen. Do you know that?
All right.
I have one for you.
Look, you can advertise if you're going to give us the whole show. But if you're just going to give us a quarter of it, then you ain't getting any advertising.
.com.
Drink your fucking
at night. You'll feel a lot better, President. With Zbiotics.com. Code bar fight. Okay. I support the president with some reservation on Iran, but I support the strategy. Well, I'm happy to tell you why if you let me finish.
Yeah,
President Trump ran on these kinds of strikes. President Trump in 2016 ran not on isolation, as Dan rightly points out. He ran on destroying ISIS. So going into the Middle East, intervention to strike down a caliphate.
God said, so their elections are fake, just like ours? Well, I would say, yes, all elections are fake to some level, but in America, you weren't at the sword to vote for Trump or Kamala. So it's just not really the same thing.
When it comes to Iran, President Trump has campaigned for 10 years. He said it some 74 times that he will not allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon.
They weren't even close.
He exhausted.
Show a clip. Please show a clip.
He exhausted the diplomatic means. He also, during the 2024 campaign, not only he, but J.D. Vance went out there and said they would specifically back an Israeli preemptive strike on Iran. So whether you like it or not, hold on, look, I'll just make this point. Whether you like this or not, President Trump campaigned on this kind of strike explicitly for 10 years. I just gave you all the examples of how he did.
You didn't give any specific examples of him running.
I agree. He campaigned on
and that's what he
no occupations, because I think look, he points out whether right or wrong. I mean, because I even disagree with this point, but he says no occupations. Americans are sick of occupations, which is true. That's a political fact, and that's what he did campaign on. So I don't think this, and we're not planning on occupying Iran.
Yep.
Planning on it. We're not planning on it. We certainly are not planning on it, but how often does government operations go to plan? 14 days to slow the spread. Remember that? Quality said what Knowles is saying is absolute bullshit. Jimmy Dore had a montage of Trump ripping the crap out of our foreign war disasters. Total flip-flop. And so that's where I think the nuance comes in, that I don't like. Yes, the tearing apart the way the wars were done, not that there was military action. And I'm not super in favor of, getting I'm happy for the Iranian people that they're not under this regime anymore, but I don't see that as my responsibility or our responsibility. That being said, I don't get a vote on this particular thing. I voted for the commander in chief, and he made it very clear that he didn't want Iran to have nukes. So I just disagree that that's flip-flopping. You said a thing, and now you're sticking with that thing.
How do we know that?
Now, if we get into a regime change war with boots on the ground, then you are absolutely right. But we got to wait and see.
Well, because he's told us.
He's talked
I'm
about.
just telling you what he's been saying for years, which is not a betrayal.
He's talked about regime change. Just striking and killing some of the top leadership obviously doesn't fundamentally transform the government of Iran. And so the way you would,
so that's the conflation that's happening, that everybody is seeing that there is military action. And Trump said, we don't like a regime change, but those are not inherently the same thing.
The way that you would he's still negotiating with the current regime. It's not like they got a pro-U.S. regime in power.
They're pro-U.S. now.
Yeah, they got a pro-U.S. leader.
The tankers landed in Texas, with their oil. Like, we got them to do what we wanted.
Either in Iran.
Actually, we learned the lessons and we did it the right way. We did it precision.
Trump has specifically indicated that he's looking for regime change. Then sometimes he waffles on that, which is a part of this. But I do want to get y'all on this. He's talked about it as a war, not a limited strike. This is different than like Midnight Hammer, for example. And would you not agree that if it was just a limited
Not yet. Luke, I'm willing to be like, yeah, Luke was right about the whole thing when it becomes the case. But if it's not the case, then you can't take the win yet.
Strike, Midnight Hammer fashion, then number one, it would be over by now. And number two, it would require the nuclear program to have been recreated, or that they're trying to build it up.
No, I think that's
right. It doesn't seem like anybody who is saying, okay, it is good what happened in Iran is also saying, okay, so now let's get boots on the ground and all-out invasion and regime change. Those aren't necessarily the same thing. I understand why the Dave Smiths of the world are worried that this may turn into that. And I can't say that they are wrong. I'm just saying at this point, we have enough from looking back that we can see that Trump doesn't like war, that Trump prefers to do these surgical strikes, that he is not for boots on the ground and all that stuff. So if he changes and he flip-flops and we have boots on the ground, then I'll be mad. But we ain't there yet.
When he said it was obliterated.
I think that's a total non sequitur.
That's what you just brought up with the nuclear program.
That was one cause of Shelley among many. But no, you wouldn't need the nuclear program to be rebuilt in order to justify the strike. In fact, the State Department came out. Okay. If you'll stop interrupting, I'm happy to explain the point you asked about.
The main reason is nuclear program.
That's what one of the causes Shelley was that they were rebuilding the nuclear program. No one really denies that. No one denies that, including the Iranians. But what they had gotten
absolutely were rebuilding.
They were obviously rebuilding it.
I would also add they were building so many more missiles that it was becoming a problem for our own ability to defend against them, which is why the preemptive strike was necessary.
That was the
one thing that I'm very open about the fact that, the global stuff, the war stuff, foreign affairs, that's not my strongest area. And so when we were initially talking about striking them, what was it, last summer or whatever, and people were talking about, oh, the Iranians enriched up to this much and with that much. And I didn't realize that I didn't have a frame of reference for what kind of time, or how quickly rather, it can go from the levels that they say is okay, or the levels that we say is okay, to worrying about them actually having nukes. And that was just a blind spot. And now that I'm listening to people who are smarter than me and understand this a lot better, I'm getting the picture a little bit better. Shout out to Angry Amputee. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. How we doing? How's your son, man?
For our own ability to defend against them, which is why the preemptive strike was necessary.
That was the imminent threat, not the nuclear program. It was the conventional missiles that were protecting the nuclear program.
That were going to strike us.
Strike our bases in the Middle East and the Israelis, yes.
And we know for certain, based on multiple intelligence.
We don't know anything for certain. That's the issue with this type of mentality. Oh, so you don't know for sure. That we don't know anything for sure. That's the whole reason why we put so much emphasis on the office of the commander-in-chief, because you're in real time figuring out what the fuck is going on. So you can't know anything with certainty. You have to go based on limited information in every situation. That is the job. Shout out to Manatron. Welcome to the party. So the uranium enrichment process takes way longer than the weapon development. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't. I mean, I guess that's why they call it a blind spot. But I don't know why I thought, or rather I didn't think, to be like, okay, well, what kind of time are we talking about? Because the argument I was making was like, okay, if they enrich up to the level that we don't want, then we go in. But now, in hindsight, I obviously realize, like, if we wait until they are already on the doorstep of having the weapons, then things can get a lot worse. And again, I wish we could just, I wish we could just stay out of it and not have to worry about it. But I think that would have caused, things to be worse later on. Too late if we wait. Shout out to Glowing Darts at America. Fuck yeah. Welcome. And that is the worry. Here, I'll copy and paste this. That is the worry. Quality and deference is saying, just like we knew that Iraq had WMDs. And I think that is a fair worry. But then you have to say, okay, again, as I'm the one who's always saying that, okay, even though we like Trump or we like J.D. Vance or we like whoever it is, they're still of the politician class. So they're still, shady people no matter what. Within that context, I still think there's a much stronger level of transparency with the Trump administration than there was with the Bush administration. So again, I'm not saying that I know that this won't get worse. I'm pushing back against the liberals saying, well, we don't know for certain that this won't get worse, therefore we should not have done it at all. Anger said, good has to oversee the bad, or the bad will take over real fast. Yep. Let's dive back in here.
Our bases in the Middle East.
Oh, my goodness. Hold on a second. Let's shout out our boy Sam with the big $5. Thank you. Getting us started off. Of course. Oh, where's my... Did I just run over my thing? Just ran over my microphone wire. That's totally fine. But let's get that applause again. Yeah. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Thank you. So very, very much getting us started on that stream goal. Sam said, give my buddy a treat on me. Kind of have to watch my spending right now. Got to pay off my credit card before my score takes a hit. Yes, definitely do that. Pay your credit cards before you pay me, and then pay me. Thank you so very, very much, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated. Let's dive right back in.
Protecting the nuclear
That
program.
we're going to strike us.
Strike our bases in the Middle East and the Israelis, yes.
And
I was waiting for Luke to be like, well, yeah, but not on American soil, as if American lives matter more in America than they do in other places. But he either was smart enough not to go there or too dumb to realize that he could make that argument.
To strike us.
Strike our bases in the Middle East and the Israelis, yes.
And we know for certain, based on multiple intelligence reports, maybe you've been briefed on this, that there wasn't evidence of an imminent threat. You're characterizing one.
You're confusing what we're saying.
We had no evidence that they were actually going to attack us.
You're confusing what we're saying. The threat that we're talking about is the threat from the conventional missiles that they were ramping up tremendously to get to a point of immunity, at which point we would not be able to stop their nuclear program.
Specifically,
that's what Rubio said yesterday.
Regime change.
That's okay.
Right? And don't you agree that would require a little bit more than just strikes across the country?
You want to talk about the legality?
That would require troops on the ground.
The legality of the War Powers Act is pretty clear. You can do limited action, which is this indeed is this is limited action for a term of about 60 days.
At least.
You sound shit-faced. 60 days, like, fucking all this thing. Like, bro, chill out. Or not chill out. Wake up, rather. Angry MBT said, I was driving into Cleveland yesterday and seen an Iranian billboard saying promote Islam and keep World War III from happening. Saying the quiet part out loud. If you don't help promote this, we will promote it at the by the sword. Insane. So Quality's asking MBT, who the fuck are the good people here? Are liar politicians who are responsible for the deaths of millions of Middle Easterners? I mean, yeah. Unfortunately, yes. Because they are not the ones that are trying to kill citizens just for, XYB bullshit. So nobody is saying good. That is specifically why whenever we talk about this, I separated the political class. We're not saying they're good people. Inherently, by being a politician, you are not a good person. You don't find success in politics if you are a good person. Maybe here or there, we have some figures in history. But otherwise, that's not how it works. So where good is relevant. Relevant? Relative. Relevant to who's worse. So perhaps good is the wrong word, but better, absolutely is the case. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. The billboard is absolutely a threat. That's what it is. Metatron said, isn't this the kid that got absolutely annihilated by Tim Pool? Why, yes, it is. And, of course, Crazy Dan, Glow in Dark seems to be, I was going to say the only one that likes him, but 75% of you are saying he's good. It was right next to a Muslim lawyer that has a Guns N' Roses t-shirt. Well, they're trying to blend in. I'm America, just like you. I'm American. Yeah, agreed. Crazy shit.
This is limited action for a term of about 60 days.
At least.
And
Now you're just saying random stuff.
But yeah, so specifically, I mean, at the federal level. But the more local you are, the more likely you are to have somebody legit. If you are somebody legit in local politics and you try to move up, then underhanded, shady people will beat you out because that is the game. That is the game.
No, I mean, that's not random. That's just the law. So that's
I didn't
the War
bring up
Powers
the law
Act.
yet.
You're asking what he means by war, and you're pointing out that the War Powers Act gives you 60 to 90 days, and many presidents go past it.
Exactly, because you said it was a problem that he said the word war.
Not
So I assumed that you were talking about the legality of it. And in any case, regime change, war, of course we want regime change. I mean, he did say that, and that is the point. What would be the point of this other?
And power. I mean, power and money go hand in hand, and they corrupt people. So Carly said that's bullshit. Our politicians have quantifiably killed more innocent people than Iranians have, right? But not their own citizens. There's a big difference there, because if we are the world, I'm sure the average police officer has arrested more people than you have, right? But that doesn't inherently make that police officer a bad person. It makes sense that if we are doing all these things logically, I'm not saying it makes sense practically, but it makes sense that if we're playing world police and helping all these countries. I'm not denying that this happened. You're misconstruing the perspective. At no point am I saying it's okay that innocent people get killed. I'm saying compared to the goals and ideology of American politicians versus the goals and ideology of the Ayatollah, yeah, America good, Ayatollah bad.
Regime change. I mean, he did say that, and that is the point. What would be the point of this other?
That's been U.S. strategy for 47 years.
That, you just nailed on it. Then wouldn't that require troops on the ground? Do you think just us killing a bunch of leaders is somehow going to create?
Okay, fair enough. So you tell me which country is killing more of its own people. How many American citizens has the American government killed in 2026? Now do Iran. Do we get it? I'm not saying, oh my God, the American government is the bastion of everything that I love. No, very clearly not. Very clearly not. It almost feels like you're purposely misunderstanding what I'm saying. You know that I hate the government. You know that I hate war. You know that I'm all about that's my whole shtick. So why would you think that I'm saying that Americans killing innocent citizens is a good thing? That wasn't what we were saying. You were asking if we are talking about a conflict and we have a Muslim jihadist and the American government, which one is worse? The Muslims. I mean, you go hang out in Iran then. Sorry, I prefer America.
Wouldn't that require troops on the ground? Do you think just us killing a bunch of leaders is somehow going to create a less or a more stable Iranian?
Dreamy Cozy 09 is on YouTube asking for help to feed her baby. Maybe she should get off YouTube and get a job.
government.
That's what we did in Venezuela. It took 88 minutes.
Iran's very different than Venezuela.
Yeah, you're right. It might take 88 days in this case, but
you know that for certain.
No, we don't know it for certain.
That's the second time. The second time he has brought up. Oh, so you know it for certain? This is such it's always bad faith. It's always bad faith. So are you saying our government doesn't kill? Wait, no, I missed that one. Sorry. Hold on. We got that one already. How many of the deaths in Iran are really happening versus propaganda? So, I mean, that's a perfectly reasonable question. But are you willing to say that? Let's say one quarter. Let's say they said it's 4 times as many deaths in Iran as there really is. Okay. So then the question stands. Which government has killed more of their citizens if only a quarter of the numbers that we've seen out of Iran are true? Yeah, go. You're saying Iran is better. So why not live there? That was the question. Who's the good guy in the conflict? And you're saying America is not. So by the transitive property, that means you think America is bad or worse in this situation. And exactly. If the numbers are propagandized, it's probably lowered, not raised. Shout out to Sporkwine, said, "What's better, cocaine off a toilet seat of Ajax or Ajax? Definitely the cocaine. Definitely the cocaine." We also got Lee. Welcome. Does anyone care about Iranians? I mean, I care about Iranians as much as I care about human life in general. But I mean, do I care about people in Iran more than I care about my dog or my family? Absolutely not. Do I care about the people of Iran more than I care about the people of America? Absolutely not. There's levels. And that's the literal playbook. Oh, you don't care? You don't care about them? So you must be horrible. Like, I mean, I care in a certain context. Exactly. Not as much. Connie said, I never said Iran is better in a general sense. I'm talking specifically about foreign policy specifically. And so again, I mean, the question stands there. So if we are talking about Iran and the United States of America, your question came back to, let's see what Equality said that you were actually responding to. Oh, okay. So he said, good has to oversee the bad, or the bad will take over real fast. And so then you asked, who is the good? In that comparison, in that context, the good is the West and the bad is Islam. Where's the disagreement? What is the fact that America has killed plenty of people over the years have to do with the fact that they want to take over the world and force you to be Islamic by the sword? I'm confused at what argument you're trying to make. We all know that America is not perfect, so I don't know what you're trying to get. Shout out to Jeffrey. Welcome to the party. Well, it says, a libertarian, I like Switzerland's foreign policy better than ours. Should I move there? I mean, if you want to, yeah. What? I'm very confused. I am very confused. Does anybody? I'll put this over here. Does anybody else? Am I the stupid one here? Could someone help me out? I don't understand where the disagreement is. What's next? Was supposed to care about India? What the fuck is India? And do you mean India with an I? 2 I's actually. Anyway. I know. I'm just throwing that out. Like what? Like I don't. Just saying. I don't know what we're talking about. I don't understand what we're talking about. Who's the party that we prefer in the U.S.-Iran conflict? What kind of question is that? Very obviously, America. So if I'm misunderstanding, then you can help clear it up. But how can you disagree with America being the better side in America versus Iran? I don't unless you are a jihadist, then it makes perfect sense. But as far as I understand, you're not. Sam said the U.S. must maintain global hegemony. The dollar must remain the standard globally, or we lose superpower status. People who think this strike is about Israel are retards who hate Zedges more than love the U.S. Now, I don't necessarily think that is completely fair. I think there is legitimate ways to say that this should not have been done. I don't necessarily know enough to agree or disagree, but the debate is raging, and it's not just about retards and Jews, but the aspect of who's the good guy. I mean, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? We got Bethy Crazy. Welcome to the party. Okay, so you're responding to the smooth brain take. Okay, so I was just throwing that out there because I said I didn't understand what you meant. So let's go back to the beginning. So you asked, who are the good people here? Are liar politicians? Let's just pull this up. So Ambi, who the fuck are the good guy? The good people here are politicians who are responsible. What the fuck? Oh, because you hit that. God damn it. Are liar politicians who are responsible for the death of millions, or Middle Easterners? The Middle Easterners. Now, are we talking about governments, or are we talking about citizens? Because then you're doing the bait and switch here. Because you're talking about our politicians versus their citizens. So if you're talking about our government versus their government, okay, maybe you got a little bit of a stronger argument. I still disagree. But you told me that was bullshit before I said anything about move there. You said quantifiably killed more innocent people than the Iranians have. So it wasn't until way down here when I said go live there then, because I don't understand what it is that you're trying to say. I don't know.
Days in this case, but
you know that for certain.
No, we don't know it for certain. But
depth of their government.
We do know that if you
still in place.
eliminate like the first, second, third tier of leadership, which is
But again,
continues to be the goal, their entire navy, and their ability to launch missiles, which is increasingly being destroyed as
just as destroyed as Dan is now. Shout out to Trey Williams. Welcome. So the man said no wars, and here we are, and I still don't know why. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why. The question is, are they good reasons? It has to do with Islam spreading, the what is that strait called? The Chinese power, the what's going on with Israel, obviously. So that's why. Are those good reasons? I'm still trying to figure out. But those are the reasons. Okay, simple analogy. If Nazis are fighting Soviets, who are the good guys? Or maybe they both can be bad. So in that case, the Soviets would be better, but yeah, they can both be bad. Is that all you were trying to say? That both America and Iran have done bad things? Yeah, agreed. No argument.
We're seeing less and less of their ability to send those our
Straits of Hormuz. Thank you.
way. Yeah, you're creating at least a situation where the Iranian people can figure it out on their own. Is it going to be perfect? Is it going to be as easy as Venezuela? No, it won't be. But it will take this problem off the map. It's also part of a broader strategy, and they don't mention this in the administration, but if you take a step back, it is part of a broader strategy to deter China ultimately, because you're taking people off the chessboard. Okay, there's hundreds of thousands of Chinese workers in Venezuela working the oil and gas industry down there.
I didn't know that, but it makes a lot of sense.
You know who's not going to be working the oil and gas industry down there anymore? Chinese workers, because our big five oil companies are going to be doing it instead. So, and also about 12%, I think, of Chinese energy comes from Iran through their sanctions, sanctioned oil that they give to the Chinese. Taking that off the map is a big deal for our future problem with the Chinese.
Furthermore,
This is a good point. Angry said he used the Venezuela strike for a practice for Iran, and it worked to perfection so far. Those key words, so far. And so I'm happy with so far, and I'm absolutely willing to if things change, be like, okay, I'm not with this. But we got to take it as we see it. Shout out to DT, said, I never heard Donald Trump lied once.
Come on, man.
We all love Trump, but come on. Come on. Don't tell me you never heard him lie. Second biggest supplier of oil to China is Iran. Russia's number one. Okay, so let's see. Let's hit the chat GPT. So we'll see who are what the fuck? Who are the top suppliers of oil? So what is no. Iran is the top supplier. Oh my god, I can't type. Top supplier to which countries? Give me the top 5. Let's see. If I remember what I read recently, Venezuela was the biggest supplier. What? Oh, Venezuela to China. Right. Well, Trace said, so we're going back to proxy warfare, but with China this time. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. Like I mean, trust me, I shared your frustration. I know you're saying this in a way to try to get me to be like, well, this is actually a totally good thing, and that's not how I feel. But that doesn't mean that we have to just throw the baby out with the bathwater. So let's see what have we got here. So China, Iraq, the UAE, Turkey, and Afghanistan. So and then we'll see where does Russia fall on this list. Shout out to Heimdall. Can you see me? Welcome, China, indeed. Just get ahead. Yep. So Russia is not in the top 5. It falls around the top 10 to 12th place. So again, we just have a lot of shit that they are helping that we don't want them to be helped. And again, I would prefer that there was some diplomatic way to prevent that. But I have to trust that if we are here, as as Trey came in and said, well, here we are. If that's the case, then I have to assume, until I learn differently, that all diplomatic routes were tried and failed. Now, if that's not the case, learn me some. But that's where I'm at. Quality said, I was objecting to the notion that American foreign policy is good in this instance, opposed with our track record in the Middle East. It's not a reference to internal policy in Iran. Yeah, fair enough. Totally agree. I'm just saying we're not there yet. It is at this point in time, it is still a possibility that even though it looks similar to the WMD's situation in Iraq, that it is not the WMD's situation in Iraq. And so until it turns in to the WMD's situation in Iraq, I'm not going to treat it like the WMD situation in Iraq.
Is a big deal for our future problem with the Chinese.
Furthermore, look at what Putin said hours after the strike on Khamenei. He said, hey, by the way, those security guarantees in Ukraine, they look pretty good right now, Trump. How about you just play cool?
I don't really use OF, but take my TikTok away and it's not going to be good.
Yeah, also the Shahad drones. Do you support?
This is like the exact same. This is so eerily similar to the justifications that we've heard before with interventions that ended up. I agree
with that part. Yeah,
I'm
agree.
I'm glad Khamenei's dead and the regime horrible. But if you watch Trump talk about this,
they are always under attack. This is the perfect time for the side quest that I saved for you guys. This is
here is an interesting.
This is why it is extremely important to understand that it's not just about like a different ideology or a different culture or it is, but it's deeper than that. It's significantly deeper than that.
Interesting job opportunity. Zara Rahim, who's a senior advisor to Zohran Mamdani, posted this. And for the right candidate, it sounds like a really great role. In fact, I have someone in mind. I'm going to post her right after this. I hope Zara sees her. I'm looking for a mid-level comms killer with experience shaping narratives around Muslim identity and culture. Someone who thinks beyond standard. How Muslim for the Jewish community. I should.
Tell me this isn't the right one.
Please reach out. Should TikTok, I think she'd be great.
Oh no, is this okay? There we go.
Ex-Muslim, and no, Islam and the West are not compatible, nor will they ever be compatible, despite what you may hear. I went to a Muslim private school for 9 years. I read the Quran every single day for 9 years. I had an Islamic studies class every single school day for 9 years. So I know what I'm talking about. I'm not speaking as an outsider. I'm speaking from lived experience and from proximity. I also lived in the Middle East. My grandfather built a mosque. I know what I'm talking about. Now, I need you to understand when I say that Islam is not defined.
That's why they got to cover these ladies up. That's why they got to cover these ladies up. They look good. So I said, Islamic lunacy will not permit them to stop. That would be sacrilege to their faith. They believe they are supposed to rule the world, and God said so. And if you don't believe them, here we go.
By the Muslims who live peacefully. Islam is defined by its sources, and its sources are the Quran, Hadith, and the legal framework of...
I'm sure this is a filter, but I mean, still.
Fiqh. Now, what I also need you to understand is that Islam started in one place, and that was Saudi Arabia. And now there are 57 Muslim countries. And I wouldn't be surprised if that turns into 65 or 70 in the next 10 years. Look at what's happening in Europe. Look at what has happened in the UK, in France, in Belgium, in Sweden. Most Muslims do not go to a place to assimilate. Islam is a religion of conquest. And they don't live the way that you live. Understand that. Muslims want Sharia law. And if you don't know what Sharia law is and what the rules are in Sharia law.
And so as I say, contextual data, a bridge initiative analysis of similar older data noted that 51% agreed with the, quote, Muslims in America should have the choice of being governed according to Sharia law, with 60% of those respondents agreeing it is compatible with the U.S. Constitution. Of course they would say that. Taqiyya! Anybody not remember what taqiyya is? I mean, they're out there, but the differential. There's no like medium cute Indian girls. They're either like bombshells or they're like Quality said, I think you're being too optimistic on this situation, but being hopeful certainly ain't a crime. I said, fair enough. I don't think I'm being optimistic. I think I'm being more pragmatic, that we just aren't there yet. And if we get there, then I'm not going to say that this is good. I just don't think that we are there yet. I'm not even saying that I think we won't get there. I'm saying I hope we won't get there. You know, she don't look like that in the morning. All right, let me back this up a little bit. It's a little bit harder with the fucking tic tags, but I can't see the fucking thing.
Huh? I don't know what Sharia law is and what the rules are in Sharia law. You need to wake up. All these videos that you're seeing surface of Muslims praying in the middle of the streets of New York, of Canada, of Dearborn, understand that this is not something that they do in Muslim countries. They don't pray in the middle of the street. This is something that they only do in Western countries to assert dominance.
So it's not about, well, we just want to practice our faith, and we're born little Muslims, and why do you hate us so much? We just want to lay on a carpet and pray. Right now, that's what you want. And you take more and more and more and more and more and more as the minority, as the underdog, until you're not. And then you're like, well, might makes right. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? Shout out to 46MD, said, which Islamic law gets your hand cut off for theft? I mean, I don't know specifically, but all of them. But yeah, I mean, that's what people are saying that they want in America. And they are also saying that cutting off your hand for theft is compatible with the U.S. Constitution. What? Make that make sense.
To let you know that they are here. Now, the other day, I was watching Zohran Mamdani give a speech about immigration. And in the speech, he brings up the Prophet Muhammad and talks about the Hijrah. And I'm like, is this guy really talking about the Hijrah like it's some cute, peaceful story?
Like, Like, I don't know what the fuck that is.
This was the beginning of so much war and bloodshed. You know, Muslims love to say, oh, all the wars were in self-defense. It was in self-defense.
Actually, wait a minute. I think I don't even remember the word that she used, but I think what she's referring to is the opposite of jihad, in the sense that again, whatever word it is the more peaceful way to try to convince people. And when that doesn't work, then you go to jihad.
Any historian will tell you that this is not true. All the wars were not in self-defense. Islam is a religion of conquest.
All right, I know you guys are not used to seeing pretty women, but can we pay attention to the words, please? The words.
Okay, Islam started in Saudi Arabia. It colonized all of the Middle East and all of North Africa. And Islam's plan is to take over all of Africa, not just all of Africa, but the entire world. I mean, do you not hear them in their speeches saying that Islam is going to enter every home, Islam is going to reach the ends of the earth?
Yeah, they ain't asking. They ain't saying, well, you're just gonna welcome it in. Well, maybe you will, because if not, we're gonna kill ya. Shout out to Guam Tech. Welcome to the party, sir. Very good, juicy. You said liked and shared. Thank you so very, very much. Again, guys, you know that stuff is free. It's easy. If you're on vertical, just a double tap of the screen or a like. And again, sharing helps out so much. It does not even matter if you think anybody's gonna click on the link. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. We also got Two Mistake Johnson. Definitely a filter. But again, guys, close your eyes and listen to the fucking words. The words are what we're here for.
But the entire world. I mean, do you not hear them in their speeches saying that Islam is going to enter every home, Islam is going to reach the ends of the earth? And you know what? That's not going to be cute, because Islam does not believe in a free society. Okay, go look at Sharia law, go read the hadith, go read Sahih al-Bukhari. Okay, these are rules that they have been following and encoding into law and enforcing for 14 centuries. I mean, you hear so many of them talk about the West and how corrupt the West is. You look at politicians like Ilhan Omar and you're like, these people hate the West. They hate it here. Why are they here? Why?
Power.
Why don't they go back to their countries where everything is done their way and, you know, their rules and blah, blah, blah?
Because they've already done that. Notice how you said they already go by those rules. You don't need to fix it if it ain't broke. And in their minds, the entire West is broke. Shout out to Jay. Go Texas. Welcome. So you can be Muslim in a Christian society, but you cannot be Christian in a Muslim society. Yup. Christianity is a religion of love, not hate and war. Well, at least post Jesus, right? At least post Jesus.
Because they're not here to assimilate. They are here to take over. Understand that. They are here to take over. All you leftists,
I don't know why this is
liberals who are siding with them. It's like, bro, the women who left the Middle East, the people who left the Middle East genuinely because they wanted nothing to do with that way of life are just looking at you like, oh, hell under Sharia law, if a Muslim leaves the religion, they get the death penalty. It is punishable.
So yeah, I don't know all these fucking words, but it's from the Hadith, and whoever changes his religion, kill him. And again, whoever changes his religion, kill him. But also, if you're not a Muslim, kill him.
By death, they give you 3 days. Most give you 3 days to.
True, but I mean, again, why were we there in the first place? I agree. We shouldn't have been, in all these situations. But now, it is what it is. So even if it's a matter of, well, we armed the Kurds and then this happened and this happened and that happened, those mistakes don't change the fact that we're in the situation that we're in.
And if you don't, you are to be executed. Capital punishment.
People like you, little weaklings, who leave their religion and cause corruption in the land by spreading.
I don't know why this is freezing, but yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Post Jesus, that's why Jesus is a huge figure in Christianity.
The capital punishment in Islamic law would be applied to you. We have no doubt.
I'm telling you, right to your face.
And we're proud of that.
It is seen as treason because Islam is not only a religion, it's also a political ideology. That's why they have a legal framework. Think, use your
Come on,
brain.
struggle, stream it.
Look at the Christian population in a lot of these countries, and over the last decade, they have
Yeah, this is just racism.
slowly been
Just
genociding
racism.
Christians. In Nigeria.
Come on, what are we doing?
In Sudan, in
The one-
Somalia, in Egypt. Man, the Coptic Christians in Egypt face so much persecution. In Syria, in Iraq. Just so you know, in Iran, you want to know who brought the IRGC and Khomeini into power? You know who did that? The left did.
All right, we get it. But yeah,
The liberals did. And then when they fully came into power, you want to know who the first people they went after and unalived? The left. Wake up. Wake up.
boom, boom. And so this is not apples to apples. This is not apples to apples. Trey, you know how I feel about Christianity. And yet, here we are saying that very clearly, that is worse. That is an existential crisis. Thanks, Obama. All right, let's dive. There you go. Let's dive right back in.
With interventions that ended up, I agree
with that part. Yeah,
I'm,
I agree.
I'm glad Khomeini's dead.
We all do.
And the regime horrible. But if you watch Trump talk about this, he can't explain what the end goal is.
Can I give you
what? So let me finish. What
Fair. That's a fair criticism.
it looks like for this to have been achieved, whatever it is that we're doing. And Libya, Iraq, we had this same thought of, oh, if we take out some of the leaders in this government, things are going to get better. And we made them worse.
So
and we had obviously American lives lost. That's already happened.
Look, I'll say,
Not according to the chat, Glow in Dark. 60% said Dan Crenshaw is bad. Oh, sorry about that. My bad. Shout out to, where are we? Angry Amputee for the cash app. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Where's that applause? Very much appreciated. Thank you, sir. And yes, guys, if you send a Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, any of those things, please do let me know in the chat because they don't always give me the notifications. But thank you, sir. Very much appreciated. Salarson said the rapture wasn't a thing until the 1880s. Trump is an evil POS. The rapture doesn't happen unless everyone in America dies. I grew up a far-right evangelical fundamental cultist. Maybe you should give that up. Yikes. May as well be. We got David. Welcome to the party. We're doing another bar fight night with Dan Crenshaw and Luke the Beta Beasley.
Iraq, we had this same thought of, oh, if we take out some of the leaders in this government, things are going to get better. And we made them worse.
So
and we had obviously American lives lost. That's already happened.
Look, I'll say probably the only time tonight I'll say I actually agree with you. Look, it's a preemptive war based on, in part at least, on the threat of weapons of mass destruction, aiming at regime change in a country that starts IRA. So I totally grant you there are some similarities here. However, Trump has acknowledged that, and one of the big differences here is one, President Trump's grand strategy is not idealistic. It's not about spreading Madisonian democracy. In fact, if you read the national security strategy from November, he points out it's pragmatic but not pragmatist. It's realistic, but it's not unprincipled.
There you go, Quality. That's what I was saying. I feel like I'm being pragmatic here. That this is far from ideal, but not yet, at least, a repeat of what we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan. If it does, then I'll change my tune to fit the landscape.
He has an unideological foreign grand strategy, and the point of it is, and he's been campaigning for 10 years, is to improve America's position in the world. If he can get Iran firing on every Gulf state, bring the Gulf states together with Israel and other American interests, which he started to do in the first term.
Yeah, and I think Manchon saying Islam has never had a formal reformation like other religions, so the radical jihadis are just adhering to the orthodoxy of their religion, and the not only that, but I think the idea that there even can be a reformation is a little bit. I'm speaking a little out of turn here. I'm parroting other people. From what I understand, the Quran doesn't leave that space for reformation at all. And so it's not even that Islam hasn't had a reformation yet. It's that it cannot have one. So I may be wrong about that. Definitely fact check me on that. But that's what I understand. I said, certainly hope that things can work out. I just know America's track record. I hear you. And I'm not unaware of that or ignoring that. I guess I'm just being hopeful. Just hoping. Hopium. The Trump empire, Angry said, only lasts with a strong America, so he wants to leave it in a better spot than he left it, even if you hate Trump. I do agree there. But the issue is that's from his perspective. And so what Donald Trump thinks, oh, this is going to make me look good. I don't necessarily know that is completely aligned with what we want, especially these days. Oh, you guys want to put that? We can put that to a poll. Shout out to Box. Welcome to the party. We missed you on Friday, brother. We were going over the Tim Walz thing, and I was hoping to see you. How are you? We also got Chronic. Welcome. Said, ask our veterans what they think about Islam. It will tell you everything you need to know. Yeah, they don't play fair, as we might say. What was the question that we're gonna do? Oh, does everybody? So I'll do it. I'll do a little bit, a few more options with Michael Knowles. All right. Actually, wait, hold on. One second.
The Gulf states together with Israel and other American interests, which he started to do in the first term. It's already happened. I mean, it's happened in the last 5 days. That is manifestly different from Bush.
That means our idea of stability too. I mean, again, going back to basics here.
We're just destabilizing the region.
No, we didn't. We just
pulling in all the
stabilized it
countries
in our
to a war.
favor. We said.
All right, new poll. Michael Knowles is awesome, good, bad, or awful. Let me know.
Stabilized it in our favor.
I want to destabilize this panel right now by going to the microphone. That was a great clip. You know what's even better? The full episode.
Grifton. But, of course, since I knew that was going to happen, I've got you guys set up for a little more Michael Knowles. Let's see what's in the chat here. Shout out to Colonel Quail. Said, beef jerky don't exist. It's baby meat? Well, I mean, maybe in the files, but beef jerky definitely does exist. That's what was it? I just saw a clip of the Hillary Clinton deposition, where she's like, Pizzagate was completely made up and da 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 da. Why was the next question not, okay, then what does pizza mean in emails? Okay, what was it, grape soda or something like that? What does that mean? What does beef jerky mean? And of course she would say, I don't know. But then like, okay, so we're using terms that you didn't understand? That should have been the next question. I'm going to assume that Heimdall is agreeing with me. No problem. Yeah, I hear you, brother. I hear you. Yeah, right. That was a little cringe, but they've already got the people paying money. So once you get to that level, like, I mean, you know that like Moist Critical, his videos are very low. Like he just talks and he's like, all right, tip. And there's no branding or anything. Once you made it, then you made it. And Sean said, I would like to Knowles more if he wasn't for establishing a Catholic theocracy. I mean, dilly that. I mean, America's done plenty wrong. Shout out to Jason. Welcome to these crazy assholes. They saw people's heads. They saw people's heads off with enthusiasm and glee. Indeed. Never been to Buc-ee's. Gondark said, Knowles is a Catholic national authoritarian who doesn't agree with the Constitution. Fair enough. Agreeing to ask the veterans. Fair enough. He said, having helped made jerky deer, not beef, it is real. Yeah, but I still wonder what it means in the files. Okay, and so quality, we'll do an add-on. So put a 1 in the chat if you think Michael Knowles is a sycophant. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Michael Knowles is a sycophant. Box said, Knowles and Walsh skate on thin ice around Ben. Everyone has left so far. How long did they have left? And, oh yeah, poor Jordan Peterson. I literally forgot that he was even part of that until you just said that. I wonder why he cries so much. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right. Equality said sycophant. Glow in Dark said sycophant. We are at 40% of you saying good, 60% of you saying bad. Nobody is saying awesome or awful. And we got another Michael Knowles is a sycophant. All right. I'm starting to see where we're at here. This is the most recent AmFest. I think this was 2 months ago. 2 months ago. This was at AmFest. And this is just the Q&A. Let's give a big shout out, RIP and Dilly Dilly to Charlie Kirk. Crying said, my best friend is a gunny. What does that mean? I mean, I'm assuming some military thing with guns, but specifically. 19-year combat vet. Trust me, I've heard some things. I can't even imagine. Islam is still pissed about the Crusades. I'm not kidding. They scream about vengeance for the Crusades while attacking. Yep. And here you have the liberals being like, well, death to America doesn't actually mean death to America. It just means blah, 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 whenever it helps my argument. Insane. Box said he's not a sycophant. He's just getting the bag. It's different. So that would be a grifter. Interesting. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Shout out to TPUSA.
I love your hat, but I hate your microphone because I can't hear you.
So my question is, what is your opinions on private Christian schools versus public education?
I'm sorry, I still hate your microphone, and I can't quite hear you.
Okay.
Public education.
So private schools versus Christian run organizations in college education.
Christian versus public education. And so the first thing we have to all recognize is that education is not merely a private endeavor. So I love that homeschooling is normalized now. I've been homeschooling my children. I think the reason that homeschooling really took off, it's great. We got a lot of homeschoolers.
Spreading the meme. We are all David Gillespie on stolen land. Dilly fucking dilly.
Of course we do. Of course we do here. All of the public school kids are at the BLM rally down the street, but all the homeschoolers are here at TPUSA. So I do it. I really love it. I think it's great. Part of the reason homeschooling really took off in recent years was because during COVID, the students went home. The parents actually got to see what their students were being taught, and they yanked them out as quickly as they possibly could. So that was a great temporary solution.
Inside joke, buddy. Gotta hit that subscribe and never miss an Indian Jesus live party, guys. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So definitely hit that subscribe. And you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus party, and you can understand about stolen land. There you go. All right, what the fuck is he saying?
Yank them out as quickly as they possibly could. So that was a great temporary solution. Christian education is a great alternative to the secular public schools, but it's not the final stop, because education is a public thing. It's a political thing. It creates and shapes whole citizens. It shapes whole souls, and so I think that conservative...
Interesting. So he's saying, as we're all talking about how he's a Christian theocrat, he's saying Christian schools are good, but that's not the end of it. Okay.
Would make a mistake if we merely retreated to the Christian schools, private parochial schools, and homeschooling.
That's just a joke where somebody, we kept hearing the nobody's illegal on stolen land, and so we just started replacing nobody's illegal with whatever people were saying. Everybody's Michael Knowles on stolen land. Everybody wears a freedom hat on stolen land.
That's all good. I'm all for it. But we need to go a step further, and we need to reassert ourselves in the public schools as well. There didn't used to be a difference between Christian schooling and public schooling. It was all the same thing, because until the middle of the 20th century, you were able to, read the Bible in schools, the most important book ever written, without which you can't know anything about anything at all.
I mean, disagree, but I also think that it was a mistake of the left in trying to secularize the schools by forcing religion out. Because especially when that started, Christianity was even more popular than it is right now. And it caused a backlash in the same way that the left fucked up identity politics and didn't anticipate that if we're making everything about black and brown people, then white people are going to be like, what about us? Should we not be sticking together and all that stuff? And it's a direct reaction. We got to do, I mean, come on. It's got to be something that I say or they say. You can't just say random shit. You're gonna kill the meme. Remember back in the day? We said you murdered the joke, bro. You killed it. You'd be riffing with your friends, and then somebody comes in with a stupid thing. It's like, oh, you're having fun. You killed it, man. You killed it. Don't kill the meme. I'm glad I'm some stolen land. I said shit. Me too.
In schools, the most important book ever written, without which you can't know anything about anything at all. You were able to pray in schools. Our friend Yoram Hazony, great philosopher, suggests that taking the Bible out of schools, prayer out of schools, was the most catastrophic event of the 20th century.
And again, I agree with Michael there, but for very different reasons. I'm not said my family's Native American, so let's understand from the horse's mouth. Do we prefer Native American, American Indian, Indian? What label does your family or your tribe or whatever care about? I'm half joking, expecting you to represent all of that, but just making conversation. Yep, great. Like I said, I'm working on stealing some land with some green pieces of paper myself at the moment. I mean, aren't we all, buddy? Aren't we all?
Schools, prayer out of schools.
Why is that funny? What's that funny? They have tribes. Do they not have tribes? Yeah, see, they're Indians. That's why when people come in, they say, oh, you're the Indian Jesus, or you a dot or a feather? Because everybody's Indian, just different Indians. Thanks, Christopher Columbus.
The most catastrophic event of the 20th century in terms of our country. So, look, I encourage everyone, yes, do the homeschooling, do the Christian private schools if you can afford it, if you can find a good one. But let's go further. Let's make more demands of our country. Let's make more demands of the public school system. Let's fight the bad guys. Let's fight the public teacher unions. Let's go in there. Let's overturn ridiculous Supreme Court decisions. And let's restore seriousness to education.
Let's go.
It's about raising up whole people. It's not.
And this is directly in line. I showed you that clip yesterday. I get them on my TikTok feed all the time about teachers complaining about how kids are just, not so many words, and saying they're fucking retarded. That they'll have something on the board that the Boston Tea Party was in Massachusetts, and they'll have the teacher will have them write down that sentence. I'm like, okay, so where did the Boston Tea Party happen? Nothing. It's on the board. You just wrote it down in your notes. Gen Z stare. Not good. Not good. Does he though? I don't know. He might point out the people who ate baby meat, but then again, you never really know. Chronic said, no offense, but there is no such thing as native. American Indians are descendants of Asia that came across the land bridge. Indeed. That's why this whole identity politics thing is just stupid. Like I said, I met both. We have lots of native folks and lots of reservation space here in Minnesota. So whatever they want, I'm fine with. But I will take them down with the who is the real native rabbit hole. Well, sounds like Chronic's on your side. And you said, trust me, kids are so behind these days. The COVID push our kids back 3 to 5 years. And they already, public school already wasn't great. It already wasn't great since the No Child Left Behind. But, god damn. What about Indiana? Shout out to PTS Demon. Welcome. The new sticks. Is that a good thing? Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Am I retarded? Are you fucking with me? There's no way that's true.
For seriousness to education. It's about raising up whole people. It's not just reading, writing, and arithmetic. Great question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's almost like
Thank you, sir, for taking my
question.
I want to preface that I'm a devout Christian as well as not a racist, which feels like something I shouldn't even have to say in America. But my question, or maybe topic for debate for you today, is I do not believe that Islam and those practicing this religion are compatible with institutions of the West, considering their long track record and the fact that their core book, the Quran, most literally says to, for example, kill the unbelievers, and then once again, just the combative nature.
I don't think you're going to get much debate out of me on that particular question. Though there are some who do want to debate that on the right. And I think there's some people who think that we can form some kind of enduring alliance with this.
Fuck taxes. They're all about fuck ICE. I'm all about fuck taxes.
Islam. There can be some synthesis, say, between Islam and the liberalism that came out of Christianity and maybe Christian civilization itself. And to them, I would just say, seems like wishful thinking, because to your point, Christendom, which we now call the West, has been in conflict with Islam for roughly 1,400 years. So this began very shortly after the...
Guys, we're not gonna... we gotta split the poll. We are 50-50 on Michael Knowles is good or bad. Any vote will change it up because we have 4 options. So if you haven't voted, please hit the poll.
Invention of Islam, the first real clash between the Christian West, between Europe and Islam, took place in 732, and it didn't take place in Arabia. It didn't even really take place in the Levant. It took place 150 miles outside of Paris. So Islam has endeavored to conquer the West many times over the course of history. The Battle of Lepanto, 1571, is a good example.
Just watched it 2 nights ago. Forever. It is on Netflix, but won't be for long.
Many times over the course of history. The Battle of Lepanto, 1571, is a good example.
Okay, let's be more specific. What is just wrong?
The West many times over the course of history. The Battle of Lepanto, 1571, is a good example. The Battle of Vienna after that. Now we just sort of welcome them all in and allow them to defraud our welfare system.
So, Colonel Klaus said, didn't Charlie say some inappropriate things about black people? Something about IQ points. Pushed a sort of white supremo talking points. So it really depends on how good faith you're willing to be. I don't know specifically what you're talking about with the IQ stuff. The most famous, oh, there we go. Thank you for hitting the poll. The most famous thing that Charlie said about black people was in relation to DEI, where he was saying with the induction of DEI, now I am forced, a thought is forced into my head that if I see a black pilot, I can't know whether they were hired on merit, as it used to be, or if they were hired to hit a quota. And so it's a lot of people saw that and be like, oh, you see a black pilot and think that he's worse because he's black? No. When we see a white pilot, we know that there was no programs to help him get in there. And so we can deduce that he's there based on merit. When it comes to women or any other race, the LGBTQ+7 community, then we can't fully know. We can't know because they are changing the standards. And go for it. Trust all the pilots you want. And I mean, I don't think they're putting people in there who don't know jack shit about fuck. But the point stands. The point stands is that before, when you saw someone in a position of authority, you could reasonably assume that they got there based on merit. And when you change the way that people get into those positions, it's going to change the way people think about it. Public schools made me a high school equivalent? What does that mean? I got a 98% on G. Yep. If I knew, like, I don't take back my college years for anything. Now, I was lucky enough to be born to a doctor, so I went to a private university and came out with no debt. But even if I did, I don't know that I could ever. I don't know that I could ever regret that. If I had to pay for it, though, I don't know if it would really be worth it. That being said, where did this come from? Yeah, if I could have understand that I could have gone on with my life 2+ years earlier just by taking the test. It's not like I was struggling in high school. I mean, not to brag, but I graduated high school, no problem, bro. Yeah, I wish I could have done that. That would have been awesome. That wouldn't give me a time to understand the world a little bit differently than just high school and college. And again, I don't regret my time at college, but maybe if I had that time, then I could have used that time differently. And college is where I got into drugs, so that fucked up my life for a good while.
Vienna after that. Now we just sort of welcome them all in and allow them to defraud our welfare systems and create their religious rituals and buildings all over the world. No, it's not going to work. What do we do about that? Well, we have to recognize a very important word for conservatives, and the word is no. We've had a lot of trouble with the word no in recent years, haven't we? Even the conservatives have had trouble. We used to say, look, we want endless...
This is a new one. A character from Lord of the Rings. I usually get Moist Critical, Asmongold, Jared Leto. I usually get the voice from Robin of whatever. Well, this is the first one that I got. And just so you guys don't got to type all of that out, my name is Lutch. L-U-T-C-H. Lutch coming in a clutch or T-I-J, whatever works for you.
Even the conservatives have had trouble. We used to say, look, we want endless migration as long as it's legal. Flood the country with totally unassimilable cultures, but make sure they fill out the right paperwork before they come in. And that's ridiculous. It's not just the procedural norms that matter, it's the substantive goods that matter. We have believed that our country is totally open. It's just, some people would say it's just an idea, but
Now that seems to be a good thing, but unfortunately it's not, because it doesn't replace the God with anything else. It just says, oh, God is nothing, so you can do whatever. Now, certain people, like me, we're smart enough to understand that it can't just be like that. And so you've got to understand moral philosophy and stuff to build up a moral foundation if you don't believe in God. And then brought up as a Christian, I had a really good foundation. And even though I don't believe in a lot of the truth claims of Christianity, I do think that as far as an established structure of morality, that's the best that we got. My goal, my long-term goal, is to come up with something better that doesn't prevent people from practicing Christianity, but also includes people who are non-believers without that rift. But I'm still working on it, so that's also another negative. Chronic said, immigration has always come with a caveat of assimilation. Bingo. Yep. And I mean, I've been trying to think of a better way to say this, but essentially, it's not that they're not assimilating. They're just assimilating to a much smaller environment of being an American immigrant. Like, my parents came here. I'm a first-generation American. All three of my siblings were born here, but my parents immigrated in the 80s. And they came here they went to New York and assimilated. But when you have an entire, the Chinatown has always been a thing, but not always, but you know what I mean? It's been around for a while. That's now, quote unquote, part of America. And so the more that gets normalized, technically, that's not assimilation, right? Scary shit. The base is implanted. What? Oh yeah, the basis for morality. Agreed. Now even though I think that Christianity is the best moral structure, I don't think that you need the truth claims, and I don't think that you need all of the tenets of the religion in order to understand the value that Christianity brings. It's obviously going to be easier, but it also blocks off a lot of thinking in the same way that that any other dogma does. Wizard's hat or a kung fu hat. You should have seen my my Halloween costume. Shout out to anybody who was on VK for my Halloween. All right, diving back in,
is totally open. It's just, some people would say it's just an idea, but what's crazy is some people would say it's any idea. It's just anything at all. We can close our eyes and be whatever we want to be. But of course, a country that's everything is a country that's nothing. So we have to circumscribe what we mean. And we need to recognize, when we talk about the migration issue, for instance, we need to recognize that the question is not merely legal versus illegal.
I'm going to split the difference. We're going to go, not 125, 8.15.
Question is not merely even numbers.
There we go.
We'll take 500,000 versus 2 million or something. No. The question is, where's the migration coming from? What cultures have the habits, the institutions, the beliefs?
And who are they individually? Even if you come from a place that we share a lot of cultural elements with, as the liberals love to point out, it's not like Americans don't commit crime. It's not like people from the UK don't commit crime. It's not like so. An individual thing also matters. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Just woke up. Goddamn, I thought I slept late. Oh my god, the fucking daylight savings. I'm so glad. I am so fucking glad I decided to stream on Saturday. I try to do at least one weekend day, and I didn't even think about daylight savings and the clocks changing. So I'm so glad that I got that over with. Not over with, but I did that on Saturday because I slept till like 3 p.m. and then I didn't realize for the first like 4 hours I was just bed rotting doom scrolling, and the clock in my room said like 4 p.m. and I'm like, I looked at my phone and I'm like, wait, it's 5 p.m. already? What the fuck? We also got Lone Wolf and Cub in the building. Said if any politician isn't talking about net negative migration, they aren't talking to me. That's the way to go. Welcome. Quail said, what if assimilation said that Jews, Christians have worshipped Satan and Muslims worship the Dajjal? What if? I don't know. I'm not fully understanding your question. Well, you tell me. What would happen? Yep. You know it, baby. You know it.
Is where's the migration coming from? What cultures have the habits, the institutions, the beliefs that work for us? I go back to John Adams. John Adams wrote to Thomas Jefferson in 1813. A little bit of bad blood between two of our founding fathers, but they both agreed in principle on what won the revolution. John Adams says, the general principles of Christianity, in which all the sects agreed, and the general principles of English and American liberty are the principles upon which independence was won. It is simply an historical fact that we are a Christian nation with a history of tolerating all sorts of deviations, but nevertheless with a norm.
Don't forget, guys, if we hit that goal, which only constitutes $15, if we get 15 $1 super chats, that's the goal. Every $2 is another push-up that I gotta do.
The differences between the Christian and Muslim conceptions of God are manifest. In Christianity, God sends his son as a mediator between man and God. In Islam, God is wholly transcendent. There is no way to reach him. In Christianity, Christ is the divine logic of the universe, the Logos. In Islam, God is pure will. And so, as Pope Benedict XVI quotes Ibn Hazm, we get some shout-outs for Pope Benedict XVI out there. I don't think for Ibn Hazm.
I don't even remember what fucking point he's making. He said, taking the kids to school this morning, I saw 2 wrecks. Look it up, and the Monday after time change, fatal car wrecks increased by 26%. That makes sense, man. That makes sense. And especially, at this time of the year, not when the clocks go back and you get that extra hour of sleep. You're just like, 6 a.m., I should be asleep right now. I get it. Yep. Makes perfect sense.
According to Islam, if Allah wanted his followers to worship idols, he could make them do so. These are radically different conceptions. They've led to radically different civilizations, and we can't just paper over those differences. We can be nice and kind, but we can't be everything to everyone. We have to be a specific civilization. And for us, if our civilization is not animated by the Spirit, which has animated us from the beginning, namely the Holy Spirit, our civilization will be nothing at all.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
He hasn't met me yet. Can
I sign that hat? Yes, sure. Throw it up. There we go. That's a good throw. Now,
guys,
can you throw up a pen?
Look how fucking cute he is. Does he not deserve a treat for 99 cents? Come on.
All right. So, okay, we got to get through these. There we go. All right. Next question.
Can't wait till
hello.
I can't wait till somebody cares about my autograph.
My name is Chelsea, and I'm from New Jersey. And I wanted to ask you, should America implement free healthcare just like Canada and the UK?
Should America have a universal socialized healthcare like
Asked, and answered.
I agree. No, we should not, though I see why some people want us to, because the American healthcare system is really messed up. Worth pointing out that the American healthcare system was created almost entirely by Franklin Roosevelt, Lyndon Johnson, and Barack Obama. So, it doesn't have a great track record on who built it. I'm not surprised it hasn't worked out. And yet it's still preferable to what you see in Canada, because the conclusion of the Canadian healthcare system is death. And I mean that literally. A huge number of Canadians now every single year are killed. I think it's over 5% are killed through government-encouraged physician-assisted suicide, which is contrary.
Now, I think there's a real discussion to be had about the idea of ownership of your body and being able to decide to end your life. We already have some level of this when you talk about hospice, but that obviously has a pretty high threshold. And I see the not like capital L, but the libertarian principle that, like, who are you to tell me that I can't end my own life if I'm not enjoying it? I think that is a legitimate debate. So, but of course, I don't agree with Canadian made. But even before that, Canadians have been complaining about their healthcare system forever, because it takes so long, because anybody can get anything for free, so everybody just goes and gets whatever they can. Now, if we had some sort of very, very basic universal healthcare that covered, basic shit, but there was also private insurance to make sure that you can get the proper treatment that you need, then that works, or that seems like it would work. But that's not what they're asking for, and that's why it will never happen. It will never happen.
To the Hippocratic Oath, and leads literally to the suicide of the whole country. Furthermore, though, you see a major rationing of care. So women who are under the age of 50 have a reasonable chance of getting breast cancer procedures in Canada. Women who are over the age of 70 basically do not. Something like 80% of women who are waiting for breast cancer surgeries over that age just did not get the procedures because the government said they were old enough and they would rather ration the care and let the older women die. That's a ghastly kind of system. Furthermore, you have Canadians waiting months and months, years and years for procedures. And
yeah, exactly, Box. It's just a handout to the insurance company. So the whole system has to be rearranged before anything like that. What the hell? What the hell, YouTube? You bugging out. Like I said, I have a nurse friend in Canada. Burnout and brain drain is a real thing. Long lines and overworked doctors. Are you guys watching the fucking pit yet? Are you watching the pit? Are you watching the pit? Are you watching the pit? Why the fuck not? If you care about this isn't the main reason to watch the show, but if you care about the healthcare system, and you're not watching the pit, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Go watch the pit. Lomo, so can anyone provide me evidence of the government managing money very well? Nope. Why let them run healthcare too? Every country with socialized healthcare complains about it. That is why it needs to be just very basic, and the majority of care that is ever going to be given has to be under private. But I am what's the word? Like I understand, like the that was with Obamacare, what the fuck is it called? The pre-existing conditions. Like that was pretty fucked up. That like, oh, you didn't know that you were gonna get cancer and you've had it, it's been in your body since you were 7. So sorry, no care for you. Yeah, I think that's fucked up. But it can't be just a blanket statement because of how bad the government is with money. Yep, tons of burnout. So I want to help people that need helping, and I think we can do it, but we instead are just getting robbed. And that is not a bug, it's a feature. It's not, it's absolute cinema. But yeah, bro, it's so the whole season is one shift. So like season 2 is July 4th. So episode 1 is 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Episode 2 is 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. So it's not perfectly in real time, but essentially is a dramatized documentary. Everybody should be watching the pit.
Many of whom will die because of that. You hear stories coming out of Canada, coming out of the United Kingdom, of people who have cancer in particular, who simply will not be given chemotherapy by the horrific regimes that have a monopoly on healthcare up there. And so what are they offered instead? They're offered the privilege of killing themselves. This is completely contrary.
I'm not familiar. You call the tribes in Oklahoma, ask them about their healthcare, and they get through the tribes. What is that like? Is that I'm assuming if you're bringing it up, that means it's probably not a good thing. But what do they say? Almost in the beginning of Obamacare, they charged American citizens at the end of the year for being too poor to afford health care. How does that help? It doesn't. Did I say that that's what helped? Or did I specifically point out a specific thing?
To any sense of moral goodness. It's totally inhuman. It is as tyrannical as any government policy could be. I've long observed that Canada is America's evil top hat. George Washington did not conquer it for a reason, and I think we should leave them be and not adopt their terrible practices.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. Knowles. Big fan of your show. I'm a very devout Catholic.
Yeah, I totally agree that the system is fucked. I just don't think that, and I don't think you're saying this either, but a lot of people are just like, well, just universal health care, that's it. You can't do that. You can't, it doesn't work like that. And then, whether we're talking about Canada or we're talking about the Indian tribes, they're paid like socialized, and it's terrible. So I think conceptually there is a way that it can work. Whether that is practical is a different question. But I don't think it's an impossible thing that by being an American citizen, you are, there's an entitlement to very, very, very basic healthcare. It already is the case that, like, regardless of who you are, a citizen, insurance, or otherwise, if you go to the ER, they can't just be like, you don't have insurance, so fuck you. They can't do that. So we already have a system set up for the very bottom level. But I think if that was legitimized, then it's more. It'll be easier to keep track of it. But again, now we're put in the hands of the government, and that's a whole fucking problem. So I don't know. It's definitely not an easy fix, one way or the other.
Catholic myself. Praise God. My understanding is the only thing I disagree with you on is the one beef that you have with Mr. Walsh is I believe in aliens.
I couldn't hear you. Is what?
I believe in extraterrestrial life, that it is possible.
No, please.
Hear me out.
I know I said ask me anything.
Right, and then that $25,000 it's free to the person taking the Tylenol, but then we all have to pay for it.
They should have said, ask me anything but this ridiculous New Age Gnostic nonsense about the little green man. I'm sorry, go on.
Does anybody care about the little green man, what Knowles has to say? We can skip this one. I personally don't care, but if you guys do, we can watch it.
Go on.
Yeah, so it was Kardashev who basically said that
you never be apologetic for your passion, brother. Never apologize for passion.
It'd be kind of ignorant to say that we are the only sentient terrestrial life out there. I do believe that God created man for one sole purpose, to inhabit the earth and to follow.
How does that even work? Is it like something that you're paying off for like 20 years or something? I mean, no shade, but you don't strike me as the type of dude that's got $2 million just laying around. I mean, neither. But I'm saying, yeah, that's insane. That's insane. To think about how we're all fucking struggling to different levels. We're all struggling. And then just like, well, now you got to pay $2 million. Makes sense. Sorry to hear that, brother. Sorry to hear that. Dilly to you. We care about our veterans. We do. Does the government?
Our Savior Jesus Christ, praise God. But I do think that it is possible within, the 14 billion years that this universe has existed, that there are other forms of life out there. We just will never know. So what is your rhetoric on that?
Do you think it's likely that aliens exist?
I think it's likely. I think it's more like Schrodinger's box, where it's like, until you open the box, you can neither prove nor...
Damn. So I'm actually curious. How much that would be... All right, Google, come through for me. How much would $2 million be? No. So, okay. $2 million in 2001 would be worth how much today? Let's see. $2 million in 2001 would be approximately $3.67 million. That's over 150%. You broke my brain. You broke my brain. That is wild.
Disprove it, and we'll never know the answer.
That's somewhat more reasonable than Walsh.
That's haram.
His view that he's been like beamed up to the little green man, and who knows what procedures has undergone. But no, I just don't buy it, because the argument from the vast age of the universe or the immense size of the universe does very little to me in terms of.
Well, Gamaran said, veterans keep the swamp active. Veterans allow our Senate and Congress to fuck us. Okay, how so? Say more on that.
Ascertaining the probability that little green men exist. Because in order to ascertain the probability of anything, you need to know something about how the phenomenon came to be. And so when we're talking about how life could spring up in a physical sense, how you could go from inorganic matter to organic matter, we have absolutely no idea how that happened. Scientists have posited all sorts of crazy theories over the decades, and none of them have been proven true. There's really no evidence for any of them. I mean, I believe that God made man out of clay and breathed into his nose, and now man had life. And I think that whatever physical precision...
Not just 3.67, 377, just an extra 10K on it. Insane. I mean, and so, like, as much as, you know, I'm a capitalist and commies are bad, socialism is bad, like, this is not sustainable. This is not sustainable. And if we can't acknowledge that, then what are we doing? So Aaron said, veterans keep the swamp active and allow Senate and Congress to fuck us. They would have no power if not for the military. We are taxed because the military can enforce it. PDFs remain free because what can we do against the military equipment and the veterans? I mean, I get what you're saying. I think that's a little simplistic, but I definitely don't think the like I wouldn't blame veterans for that. I would blame the military industrial complex as a whole. I don't think we could put that on individual veterans, but I hear you. David said, I watched a video about a four-legged lady that made $450 a week in 1880. When I looked it up, it said it's about 16K in today's money, and the dollar had lost 97% of its purchasing power since 1880. Yep. There used to be a time. I mean, look at we watch a movie from the 90s, and they're by a gas station, and it's like 87 cents. 87 cents for a gallon? You can't even get a drop for 87 cents these days.
Into his nose, and now man had life. And I think that whatever physical precision that description lacks, that is without question the clearest, most accurate view of how life came to be. So until someone can make a serious argument for abiogenesis, for instance, I see no reason to conclude that...
Well, but okay, so Aaron, would you be in favor of disbanding the military? Because that seems to be the only other option. What would be the other option? So yeah, because it does seem like having a military is a basic necessity for a country, especially one like ours. So how would that work?
Just because the universe is really big, that it...
All right, I'm bored with this. I don't care about this.
Alien.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lorelai. You are awesome.
That's why I'm trying to pin this down, because it doesn't necessarily follow. So I'm in favor. So is that yes, you are in favor of disbanding the military and just having private militias? Again, I'm not challenging. I'm just trying to fully understand.
Hello, my name is Lorelai. You are awesome. On your show, you had said that you don't believe that Christmas decorations should be for all year, and they should only be for around the days of Christmas.
Oh, come on.
And I would like to say that I think...
Come on, can we get real fucking questions here?
P should be... You're the best Obama impersonator on the internet. I'd just like to say that. I also think the GOP should be the party to legalize marijuana federally. What's your position?
Let's go! Now we're talking about the real questions. Let's put that to a poll. Should cannabis be legally or federally legal? Yes or no? Remember, if you are on the vertical stream, check the description. You can get the link to the landscape stream where we have all the good polls. Before we go to that, so again, Aaron said, I'm in favor of militia. I think the civilian population should be required to have military training, and then I think we should be a militia like we already are. We're not. Come on, you apologize for no punctuation. They don't give me any punctuation. Come on, brother. I'm trying. I think we should be a militia like we already are. We're already not being invaded because there are guns. I don't hate it. I think at a certain point there is. I don't think that we could have the strength of the military itself. But I guess then the question becomes: do we need that much strength? Is there another world power that we trust to be the world police? So we're the right militia already. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And I mean, again, plenty of issues with the military-industrial complex. But
I know.
Listen here, I'm a cigar man, so I like combustible leaves. I'm not opposed to smoking generally, but you're not asking me about tobacco, the crop that built our country.
No.
You're asking me about the old sin spinach, the jazz cigarettes, you know what I mean? The Peruvian parsley, the Haitian oregano.
Buddy.
I'm talking about Mary Jane, reefer. I'm talking about pot.
Yes.
Which conservatives have long opposed. Why have we opposed it? Because just as we make distinctions between one nation and another nation, one culture and another culture, one religion and another religion, so too we make distinctions. Just because you roll something up, put it in your mouth, and light it on fire doesn't mean it's the same. So let me ask.
I will say that if this could work out perfectly where we don't have a centralized military, and that there was people who were close enough on their values, then this could work. But if you look at the divide, then people aren't going to be willing to fight for the same thing, and so that's why it seems as of right now we need that centralized power that is giving the orders, because then this town's militia could think that, and that state's militia thinks something differently, and all of that stuff. And so that again, if it could work, then it would be ideal. I don't know if it can. Guys, can we please get Morty a treat?
Before I give you my final anti-pot reefer madness diatribe, why? What is the good that is achieved by legalizing pot?
Well, first, the economic benefits. In Missouri, when we legalized it, immediately we had dispensaries opening when everywhere else was closed. Kind of weird about the COVID stuff, but that's one. And then two, I think that the liberty of it, it's not as bad for society as alcohol is. So I think that we should have it. It's a liberty versus society thing. And I think the down effect on society is oversold. It's not as bad as we think it is.
Notice how all the people who are like, oh, the left, they don't like to debate. We like to debate. And as soon as somebody disagrees, shut up.
Say that last part again. I couldn't hear you over the boos from the crowd.
I think that the effects on society are not as bad as we think they are. I think that for the most part, nobody ever gets aggressive off of marijuana. They tend to keep to themselves, maybe play too much video games or something, but they're not going to go home and kick the dog because they had too much to smoke.
Okay, so to take those in order, the first one says that if you legalize pot, you'll get a new industry, namely selling pot. That's
and I'm good with that.
True, though that argument alone could be used to justify legalizing any manner of vice or deleterious activity. It could be used to defend pornography.
Oh, all right. So let's back up a second. You're saying the Fed military serves its own interests. Totally agree. But what if the Fed's interests actually align with the people's interests? If that is the case, then would it be better for those interests to be carried out by individual private militias or a homogenized military force? And he said, I'm for weed, but anyone thinks the higher use from younger people, but anyone think, is that a question? Anyone think the higher use from younger people is causing their laziness? Nah. I mean, I think I don't think it's completely disconnected, but there's an aspect of it, but no, there's so many other issues. Like we talk about the schooling thing, the culture thing, the entitlement of not having to follow the rules in general. I think that all comes down to, why should I even have to do this? Because it's not benefiting me directly. And maybe that's exacerbated with things like weed and alcohol and video games and OF and stuff like that. But to pin it on weed is stupid.
Industry could be used to defend widespread gambling, could be used to defend prostitution or anything else. So we wouldn't say that just because something might make some money, it is therefore a good idea and even a conservative idea for us to legalize it. Then on the point about alcohol, I would have to push back a little bit. Alcohol can be abused, just like cupcakes can be abused. Anything can be abused. But
I'm about to abuse some cupcakes. Bugs, a member for 15 months. Thank you so very, very much. Here we go for Morty. You eat it, motherfucker. Jesus Christ, why does he just stare at it? Oh my God. Thank you very, very much. 15 months.
Alcohol, when it's used in moderation, has some good effects. It's a social lubricant, so it makes us more sociable. It's a little bit relaxing. It encourages conversation.
You mean like weed?
Sometimes rowdy conversation, as we discovered.
You mean like weed?
Covered last night at the Mayflower party here in TPO.
You guys have all seen. I'm gonna try. This is worth waiting. Hold on. Let me see if I can find what I'm talking about. And this, you tell me that this is. Let's see. Give me a second. Yes.
Hold on.
Come on, what the fuck is going on? Don't play the fucking thing yet. Jesus.
Hold on.
All right. This.
Hold on. This is my favorite. Hold on. Her sister was a witch, right? And what was her sister? A princess. The Wicked Witch of the East, bro.
Come on, dog.
You're looking at me and you're going to tell me that I'm wrong? Am I wrong?
It's my favorite
she
movie.
wore a crown and she came down in a bubble, dog.
I'm not fighting with you.
Grow up, bro. Grow up.
Get educated.
Now, I'm not saying this can't be an alcohol-infused argument. I am saying that is the epitome. The epitome of a pothead conversation. Shout out to Avery. Welcome to the party. What'd you get kicked from the panel? Come to your backup. I'm just kidding. Welcome. Very good to see ya. Dick said the legalization makes a lot of younger people think it's okay to just smoke driving down the street. Why don't we ever apply that logic? Why don't we ever apply the logic to that we use to knock down marijuana to alcohol? I never understand that. It is unquestionably worse for the body, at least. Society, the debate is up there. But nobody wants to act like legalizing alcohol didn't help, kids drunk driving. Yeah, no? I'm getting flashbacks. All right, we don't sit. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Shout out to Alvarez.
Howdy conversation, as we discovered last night.
I missed this one. Before we dive back in, Aaron said I'm fine with military being used, but my problem is they say they fight for our freedoms and then come home and say I can't say what the fuck I want to them, and they allow our politicians to systematically erode our rights year by year, and I'm supposed to stand up and respect the veteran. Again, this scene, like all the stuff that you're talking about, that's way more Congress than any individual veteran. Your issue is with Congress. Even if you want to say it's just a dumb guy who couldn't do anything else with his life, so he signed up with the army and just did whatever. There's still way more blame on the people who actively knew what was going on than to be like, oh, well, you signed up to do what these other horrible people told you to do. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing. What I'm saying is more of the blame for what you're angry about is not on the veteran.
Mayflower Party here in TPUSA, but it inclines us more toward our human nature because man is a social creature, the political animal who is naturally inclined to live in ordered society. Marijuana doesn't really do that. I'll make a little confession here before all of you. I'm a Catholic, so I usually make my confessions in a box to a priest, but I'll make it to this gigantic crowd. I might have tried the old left-hand cigarettes once or twice, okay? I might have tried it.
How dare you?
It's not too bad.
Unlike Bubba, I may have inhaled. I actually have trouble inhaling because I'm a cigar man. But anyway, the thing I've noticed about pot, anecdotally and personally, is that it does not conduce to socializing. Mm-hmm. It makes you more introspective. People say it makes you funnier. It doesn't. It makes you much less funny, but it makes everything seem funnier.
Exactly. Yeah, it makes everything else funny.
So it makes you kind of dumber, makes you kind of slower, makes you hungrier and like fat. And so, I don't see those as being particularly good. And then your point on the social effects of it more broadly. We've been told for years that pot is not addictive. That's obviously ridiculous.
Very ridiculous. What is, sir? What circle are we talking about? Oh, like the smoking circle? Yup. There's a whole list. There's a whole list of people that I've been friends with and tight and like had heart-to-heart, man-to-man conversations with only because we're sitting around smoking a blunt. Tell me it's not a social lubricant. Tell me that it's more addictive than alcohol. It's not.
Because we all know potheads who wake and bake and are vaping all day and who, if they go one day without their drugs, they start freaking out. Even the fact that many people who are into marijuana refer to it as self-medicating tells you that obviously this is a habit-forming addictive substance. Furthermore, though, yes.
Just like alcohol and tobacco and all the other things that you love and actively promote on your channel, right? Just making sure.
You usually don't see fights between potheads at a bar or at a dispensary, but you do sometimes see psychotic breaks. And this is being reported more and more as marijuana is.
So, okay, fine. Absolutely, marijuana can trigger a psychotic break. So let's compare the numbers of people doing property damage, getting in trouble, getting arrested, any type of not good behavior of people who've gotten psychotic breaks from smoking cannabis versus the damage done by people on alcohol. Methinks that alcohol would be worse. So all of these arguments are in favor of alcohol prohibition.
Become more normalized and legalized. You're seeing psychiatrists having to deal with people who have overdosed, not just on
it's a meme at this point. Don't talk to me until I have my coffee.
Few puffs of a joint, but especially on edibles where the doses can be insanely high, where they're very difficult to regulate, to say nothing of car accidents and things like that. So I think the social effects are pretty bad. And then I'll bring it back to both a traditional argument, an argument from tradition, and an argument from religion. From the religious perspective...
Oh, in the Bible, it says don't smoke weed?
Christ's first miracle is turning water into wine for people who have been drinking for like 4 days, okay? So
okay, fine. So just hypothetically, if he turned water into cannabis, then you'd be totally fine with it. Is that the standard that you are putting forth? Just saying things.
That tells you, it's not necessarily a recommendation to drink all day long, but it tells you that wine has an important place even in our faith. That Christ says at the Last Supper, I will not yet again taste of the fruit of the vine.
Yeah, we tried that. about 100 years ago, and didn't really work out that well. They said God created the heavens and the earth. Wouldn't that include everything on it? You know, like the cannabis. We got the burning bush. I mean, where would we be without the burning bush? Now, it does seem more likely that it was actually the acacia tree and that he was tripping on DMT. I've never come up with 10 rules for life while I was high, but hey, you know, Moses was a little bit of a different figure. Either way, Buck said the most I ever ate was a QP or a bit more than 100 grams into a 9x9 Fruity Pebbles bar. I think I ate about 3 grams of dabs that night. I was hallucinating. I like the, I mean, CBN is my new thing. I tried once I found the, from my dispensary, the edibles that are 1 to 1 to 1. So for every milligram of THC, there's a milligram of CBD, and then also a milligram of CBN, which I don't really know too much about, but the N is for nighttime. That's not what it stands for, but I mean, it's a sleepy thing. And game changer. Fucking game changer. I would usually need like, about, not quite, but, 50 to 100 milligrams of an edible to make sure it works. Because, depending on what you ate and all that stuff, it works a little bit differently. You never want to take just under the amount, because then you take more and you go insane. So you always got to take a little bit extra. Oh man, the coffee and weed. Yeah, I don't drink coffee anymore. I do have the every once in a while. I like a what's it called? The instant instant coffee. I miss it so much that sometimes I'll make a little instant coffee, but I don't do caffeine anymore. And coffee and weed is a great way to start the day. What does it stand for? I'm going to say what? What does CBN stand for with cannabis? So it's just cannabinoid, that word. The mildly psychoactive cannabinoid formed when THC breaks down due to age, heat, or light exposure, primarily known for promoting relaxation and sleep, earning the nickname the sleepy cannabinoid. And I have to fucking go to the fucking mailbox. I just ordered 25 grams of pure CBN powder. I'm gonna cook that into some olive oil. Actually, I should have made the fucking coconut oil. But anyway, put that in some olive oil, and I'll be able to just put with imagine this is the thing. Just dip my finger in it, and that should be enough. I'm gonna make it super fucking strong, because why not, right? Why not? All right, guys, we are coming up on the 2.5 hour mark. If you would like to keep the party raging, you know how to do it.
Until all is accomplished. So there's this role, and if you believe in sacramental religion, you believe that actually alcohol is necessary to the proper worship of God. Now, if you look from the traditional perspective, we've had wine forever. We've had wine and beer and mead forever.
We've had weed forever.
Marijuana is only recently introduced to our culture, so it's kind of a foreign thing. I once spoke to a drug czar for a Republican president, and he said, at the bottom of all these kind of libertarian, let's legalize marijuana arguments, my question is, why would, even if you think alcohol is bad, why would we add another bad thing? What's the benefit to that? So to me, the strongest argument for legalizing pot is this libertarian idea that we should all be able to abuse our bodies however we want. But I don't think that's true. I don't think you really own.
We should. Okay, so fine. Make the argument. Why not? Well, because God said.
Your body. I don't think you're chiefly an individual. I think you are a member of a family and a society and a nation. And so I think that argument's bunk. And you got to get off the dope, kids. Not even once. And what you got to do is something much better for you, much more delicious, much more conducive to civilization. You need to smoke a Mayflower cigar.
That's not an argument against anything. That's an argument for, I like tobacco better than marijuana. Good for you, bro.
Thank you.
Hi, Michael.
So you guys on the vertical, how many of you are? There's only one person over there right now, but I'm gonna keep it up for a minute as you're popping through. I'm thinking of ending the vertical stream at the 2-hour mark when we do the streams and pull you guys over, because I really do want you guys to get the full effect. You know, when I'm moving all around like this, you don't really get the full effect on the vertical stream. So we'll see. What we got? Once again, let pineapple sit on the counter too long and it went boozy. It was actually really good fermented for a bit. There you go. Tell us tribes in Africa have been around forever. Yep. Indeed. All right.
I'm Roman Catholic, and I want to make sure that my future husband shares my goals of a strong, faith-filled family that is in communion with God. I know there are challenges in mixed faith relationships. Should I be focusing my prospects on Catholic boys, or should I how should I approach that?
So the question is, you're a serious Catholic, you want to marry a mackerel-snapping papist husband, and you want to know, do you go swimming in the Tiber to find your man, or do you go on missionary dating? Do you go, my advice, obviously, I think it would be wonderful for you to have a good, nice Catholic marriage. You can have a small Catholic family of 12 or 14 kids. That all sounds wonderful. However, when I think about dating, I think I have the least popular take of all. It's a take I don't hear on the right anymore. I certainly don't hear it on the left. I think dating is fun. I think like speaking to members of the opposite sex and flirting with them and getting them to like you and going to dinner is like fun and should be enjoyable. And you can be
It should be enjoyable. It was enjoyable when this was a thing that there was a reasonable expectation that you would both be enjoying things and have an equal exchange. That I'm spending time with you and you're spending time with me. And I'm paying for the meal, but you're, being nice and feminine and all that. Yeah, that was fun. That ain't how it be anymore, Michael.
Guided by attraction, like girls are hot. I know you're. It's like crazy suggestion these days, but you should. You should.
She looks like. Am I wrong? She looks like the type of chick who's been Christian for a year, maybe, and before that was doing drugs and getting ran through. Am I wrong? What does this phone remember? Wow, all of you saying it should be federally illegal. Well, dilly to that. So, yeah, exactly. Great minds think alike. I mean, come on.
Follow that a little bit. Don't make it a chore. Don't make it a job interview. The way that especially the way some Zoomers talk about dating, it's like they're applying to college or something. You don't know. It doesn't have to be that way, man. Girls are fun. And if you're a girl, it's like, I think maybe it's probably less fun to hang out with a guy, but I don't know. Like, girls seem to like it. And so that's what I would do first. I would allow yourself to be legitimately attracted in ways that are not always conscious, that get to the intangible, ineffable aspects of love. Cole Porter did not sing, let's do it, let's find the ideal partner to have a perfectly flourishing life with. No, let's do it, let's fall in love. So, allow that to happen. Now, you're going to have to weed out some losers or some guys who don't necessarily want to go along with, a conducive life. But
Is he married? He's not married, is he? Oh, he's married. Okay, yeah. Since 2018. Yeah, bro, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If you got married in 2018, that probably means that you were together at least somewhere 2015 to 17, which is exactly when the entire dating world exploded into a clusterfuck of dating apps. Do not listen to anyone anyone who has been in a relationship 2017 or prior. If they have not been single since 2017, you don't know jack shit about fuck when it comes to dating.
Find that along the way. I hate to sound like a liberal, but kind of follow your heart a little bit first, and then when he's just mad about you and he says, I love you, you're the only thing I ever think about, you say, that's great.
I don't think that's natural hair color, so she's probably in therapy.
You need to sign on the bishop's line right here. We're raising the kids Catholic, and we're having a lot of them.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, throw the hat up. Look at that.
Yeah.
I need a. Oh no, I have a pen. I stole that pen from whoever it was.
Poor girl. The 3x rule into 10x rule, multiply the number of women
I'm a
tells
lefty,
you.
so don't.
They've just got to the point where like, why are you even asking me? That's weird that you even care. It's 2026.
Don't judge me if this is a bad throw. Yeah, that was a perfect throw. That was. All right, I'll get to the hats after the next question.
All right, is this going to be the last question, guys?
Hey,
99
so I'm
cents
pro
keeps the
H-1B
party
visas,
raging.
pro meritocracy, and it seems like a lot of the right is very against it. You could
Pro H-1B visas. Interesting.
tell me why that is?
Yes, that's true, because that's been a big shift, and I'm not entirely opposed to some version of an H-1B visa program. Obviously, the H-1Bs have been horribly abused, and it's in many ways just a way for corporations to get cheap labor and undercut American workers. But some version of bringing in talent that's difficult to find in America in very small numbers, I'm not totally opposed. I'm a conservative. In practical policy, I generally don't deal in firm absolutes, but it needs to be radically reformed. Your latter point, I think, is more pertinent, which is this belief in meritocracy. Because
meritocracy. Speaking of which, hey, shout out to our boy Bugs, keeping the party raging, and of course, a treat for the Overlord. Bro, eat it. It's the same thing I give you every day. What are you looking at? And again, shout out to Angry Amputee. Very, very, very much appreciated, guys. I don't ask for much. I don't ask for much. Yeah, and of course, we got to make the Overlord's time here the best we can. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Let's keep the party raging.
your latter point, I think, is more pertinent, which is this belief in meritocracy. Because I don't think that meritocracy is a particularly conservative or traditional idea. I believe in rewarding good effort. I believe in justice, giving to people what they deserve. I believe in encouraging people to work hard. I believe in the American tradition of being able to make something of yourself, regardless of your circumstances. But I think that meritocracy takes all of those good virtues totally.
Hey, I specifically said your shit before mine. All right, I would have been happy to be like, okay, I'll take my $8 and go to bed. Do not fucking hold your money over my head. I know you're joking, but just for other people have done that. Other people who are who have been regulars here, who you no longer see, have tried to hold the fact that they gave me less than $1 a stream, as if they owed I was owed something, or they were owed something. Speaking of which, if you know, you know, I did get a text back from the tattoo artist, and guess what? Fake out, she decided to do it. Let's go! If you missed it, one of the stream goals that I did not really expect you guys to hit was if we get, it was like a $50 from where we were at, then you guys could pick my next tattoo. So then we had a community tab post where everybody was giving ideas and whatever. So I picked the best 4, and we did a poll. You guys voted, and Donald Trump head on a Hindu god with all the arms and shit. That was the design that won. So I told the tattoo artist about this. This is my, like, the majority of my tattoos, the last at least 5 or 6 tattoos have been from this chick, because she does a good job on shading on my skin tone. Like this one, you can tell has, it looks a lot better in terms of the shading than this one that's super dark, because it was some white dude that didn't fucking, I was like, hey, you gotta, my skin is what, he's like, oh, whatever. But so I went to her, and she's like, I don't know, man. I think you're going to regret that, and I can see that being a future cover-up, so I'm not comfortable doing it. And I was like, yo, you literally tattooed a giant, literally this size, tie-dye smiley face with the tongue out and an acid tab on the tongue on my thigh. I mean, I wouldn't say no, but she's married, and let's say she's a good tattoo artist. But yeah, she was like, I was thinking, like, you were thinking something with like your whole forearm and doing it upside down and all the kind of things. She's like, if you just want like a little banger, we could definitely do that. I'm like, let's go. So we'll see. A couple months, and we're gonna do it. So if you would like to help,
regardless of your circumstances. But I think that meritocracy takes all of those good virtues totally out of whack, and it makes an idol out of them. That's often what happens with heresies and ideologies, is they take a kernel of a good thing and they take it so far that it becomes a bad thing. Because
so remember, we're talking about H-1B visas, and he's saying that when you bring in too much, you're gonna change everything. And okay, agreed. But that's specifically when it comes to the H-1B visas. These are people that are highly vetted. I'm not saying they should or should not be here, but it's very different than just random illegal immigrants.
in a purely meritocratic country, other virtuous relationships are diminished. If a guy, for instance, has a family business, he's been in business for 100 years, his great-great-grandpa founded it, went to his great-grandpa, his grandpa, his dad, and now it goes to him.
Grandpa.
And he says, you know, I want to hire my kids for this business and keep the business in the family. But they didn't score well enough on the SAT, so you're all out, kids. Bring me the Indians. We're going to have a new business now. You know, that rings unjust for all of us. That seems kind of silly. The reason that universities have had legacy admissions in the past is not just to award some plutocracy. It's because, in many cases, one of the things that people go to universities for is to pal around with, to form relationships with people who are from different stratas of society than they are. That it's a way of...
You mean diversity?
Maintaining traditions even within institutions. And I think that's a good thing. I think continuity within institutions is wonderful and should be encouraged. Even
I don't know if shims are strong enough for him. We need something legit. DMT, salvia, acid, any of those will do. Ayahuasca, shims, he's gonna be like, yeah, I took them and like I saw these things and it was very interesting, but God told me that blah 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 blah.
If it crosses against meritocracy. And taken to the extreme, and this is where it goes back to the H-1Bs, it's one thing for Americans to have to compete with people from their high school, say, or from their hometown or county or state. But in an increasingly global...
I'm not going to suggest that anyone do illegal drugs. I will just say that the first time I did acid, I was like, wow, everybody should definitely try this. After the second time I did acid, I was like, everybody needs... You do not understand what existence is until you've taken acid. And I stand by that. Probably 16, 17 years later. Shrooms are mid to walk them out to the end of the plank. Bingo. Exactly.
People from their high school, say, or from their hometown or county or state. But in an increasingly global...
That's why whenever I get the chance, I just get a shit ton. I have, like, may or may not have some stuff in my house that is, like, probably 5 or 10 years old because I bought, like, 2 strips. And I just had, you know, now I'm a lot more busy between this and my job and Morty and all that stuff. But, ooh, that's another thing I have to, some silver lining. When Morty passes away, I can trip a little bit more easily, you know?
Economy and an increasingly borderless country until President Trump was reelected.
Oh, you are definitely not too old. Nope.
All of a sudden, you're telling American workers that they have to compete against the entire world. And that's not even a level playing field, by the way, because the American workers have regulations imposed upon them that and costs imposed upon them that the workers around the world do not. And so it's, I suppose, in a sense, anti-meritocratic for American policy to favor American citizens and exclude other people. But that's what a country is supposed to do. A country is supposed to conduce to the common good of the people in that country. So I would say...
Okay, real quick. When the last time I tripped, I watched this. Now, I'm going to have to, mute it every once in a while. But I legitimately, I would not do that. I would not trust myself. Maybe on some shrooms, but definitely not acid. But I was on acid. I watched this, and I could not. Me and my friend spent maybe... I mean, time is time, but probably a good 10 minutes trying to decide, is this a video or is this just a picture with the music?
How would you define?
So I'm like, okay, that's definitely moving.
How would you define normal?
So then we go a little while, right? And it kind of settles in.
I think we all know that.
And now, static image.
To normal.
Static image. And we'll do this. We'll do the, because I mean, it's, So that's what I'm listening to, watching this. Genuinely cannot tell. Is this a picture or is this a video? Like the things here, they were all dropping, and these rings were becoming bigger and smaller. All that. Oh my God. Oh my God. And I've just never been able to get something that visceral on shrooms. Like, shrooms are fun. Shrooms are cute. But yeah, I mean, it's scary. It's scary. That's why you do it. You do it because it's scary. There are. I mean, I compare it to a roller coaster. A roller coaster is scary. There's a chance that something goes wrong, but even if it doesn't, you're moving at speeds, and then, but you kind of that there's safety mechanisms in there, and you're probably not going to die. Same kind of thing with acid, where you're experiencing something that is so outside of, like, if you've never done, we'll say psychedelics, you are viewing the world through a tiny little keyhole. And then when you take these things, just it opens up, and you can really see that your brain already has the means to behave very differently. Because drugs don't make your brain do anything that your brain can't already do. It's not like a plugin. It's not like a something that you upload. It's just activating the things in your brain that are already there. So it is definitely it is definitely scary. But I think one of the pivotal moments of my life, really, sorry to sound a little bit anachronistic, is that the word? I don't know, but too big or whatever. But the first time I tripped, I was fucking terrified. Or no, it was the second time. The second time I tripped, I was terrified because it was like my second week at college after I'd moved off campus, and I was living in this frat house with a bunch. I wasn't in the frat, but long story there. But a bunch of people. You do not want to do what we did at the Funny Farm.
How dare you?
Nope, wrong one. The Funny Farm. The Funny Farm, there was like 15 of us all tripping, and people were doing ecstasy as well. Some people were doing coke as well, and it was wild. Each room had a different vibe, different lighting, different music. It was fucking awesome, but it was terrifying. And so I had to go into the basement where nobody was, and I had to call my friend from high school and be like, bro, I think I'm dead. I don't know where I am. I think everybody's a robot. And he's like, yo, shut the fuck up. Go upstairs and dance. I'm like, bro, I don't. Shut up. Go upstairs, find some music, and dance. This is why you took the drugs. I'm like, good point. All right, let's do it. And being able to realize that you can overcome something that is so terrifying that you didn't even know it could exist is a beautiful, beautiful, empowering moment. I know that, usually when we talk about, oh, it's so empowering, it's some feminist bullshit. But like, that gave me so much confidence for everything else in life. Because obviously, once you come down from the drugs, then you're back in a sober mind. But you don't forget what happened, and you certainly don't forget how you feel. And so the fear that I felt, and then overcoming that fear, I'm like, oh, okay, I got a little bit, I got a little bit to it. Hey, shout out to David. Hey, found the Google password. Snacks for Morty. Let's give him a big and there we go. Morty. Say thank you to David. Yummy. Thank you. So, very, very much, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Dick, it absolutely is true about the flashbacks, but it's come on, it's not as scary as it sounds. And so maybe I don't know. Have you Dick, have you ever done coke? Because if so, certain times you just randomly, you're like, did I just smell cocaine? Just like randomly. Same kind of thing where you'll just have like little, you'll have like little, okay, so you know what I'm talking about with like little, and it's just kind of like there and then it's gone. But with acid, then what happens is you get a little bit more of a feeling. You're not really getting the same type of visuals, but you get that feeling, and you might see something in the corner of your eye a little bit more intense than like a floater. And so you're like, you might have something that just goes out there. I think, and it's not super intense. It's really fucking cool, but it's not that intense from what I've experienced. The Molly rollbacks, now those can be dangerous. Those can be dangerous. Because like I'd be shout out to Deadmau5. If you guys don't know the song Strobe, then you don't know life. But that was like the pivotal song that I was listening to the first time I did Ecstasy. I'm only Ecstasy. And so now, that bunch of other songs, I'll hear them and I'll go into a state. Like you guys, it's happened while we were in the after party. I'm listening, I'm going, and I'm vibing, and then that just dissociation comes, and you just kind of fall away, and it's like you're in that memory. It's very, very weird. Very weird, but it's awesome. And you just pat back and you're like, yo, I was just rolling back. That was awesome. It's like a mini roll. Thank you again, David. Very much appreciated. Jago Texas said, taking mushrooms really made me a better, kinder person. Really increased my empathy for others. Bingo. That's one of the biggest things. Yeah, so if you're driving, you're not going to be like, oh! Because one of the biggest things about acid that I found that was a misnomer. In movies, when they depict somebody tripping, typically what they do is, I'm just going to use the thumbnail for an example, but they'll show the person's field of vision, and like it's completely blocked out by shapes and colors and sounds, and that's not really how it works. Maybe for a few minutes at a time, but you're very much aware of certain aspects of like where you are. You're not like, if you're sitting on the couch in your own home, doesn't matter how deep you're tripping, you're not going to not be aware that you're on your couch. And again, maybe for a few seconds, but if someone says, hey, where are you? I'm just tripping balls on my couch. Yeah, bro, I was just about to tell this story. So there was one time, me and my boy were tripping, just me and him at my crib, just, put on some Pixar movies and have a little trip. We're going in, and during the trip, I'm over at the edge of my couch like this. My legs are crossed, and I'm just sitting. My boy's like, yo, you good? I'm like, bro, I'm working over here. I literally said that. I thought I was so fucking into it. I mean, I don't know what I was thinking about, but it was serious. I was like, don't interrupt my philosophizing. It was fun. It was fun. What is life indeed? Shrooms RP? What? Shrooms are a body high. LSD is a head high. DMT will give you the answers to the universe. Oh, how badly I want to do DMT. How badly. And they would be wrong. They would be wrong. That's called utilizing the brain in the way that it can be. Amongst all I'm saying is Knowles needs to chill out. I think we can all agree on that. Yeah, XC is great. Where do you inside? What? Yeah, no. So that is exactly. But salvia is the one where your entire field of vision is just like you have no idea, but it's very quick. So I miss salvia. All right, where are we at? Thank you again, David, our new sponsor of the stream. Let's keep the party raging.
Country is supposed to conduce to the common good of the people in that country. So I would say 2 cheers for meritocracy. Not 3 cheers. I would say 2 cheers for meritocracy. We want our people to be tough, smart, work hard, ambitious, not get lazy, not be on the dole. We want all of those things. But we also have to recognize these are our people, and we have a special obligation to our people that we don't have to people on the other side of the world.
Awesome. Thank you.
So no H-1B visas.
Hi, Michael. My name is Nella. I'm a student at a college in Indiana. I've been listening to you.
What'd that mouth do?
Doing Bench Group for like 5 years now. But I'm a Protestant. I'm like not Calvinist, but I'm Arminian, so I do agree with a lot of like the Catholic traditions. But
wait, where's that from? There's a quote. Oh, fuck. It's a movie, and there's someone making a racist joke, and someone's like, but I'm Arminian. Fuck, where's that from? Oh, if anybody can call that reference, then I will love you forever. But no. The guy goes, my mother's Armenian. I don't know where it is.
Protestant. I'm like not Calvinist, but I'm Armenian, so I do agree with a lot of like the Catholic traditions. But the one thing that like the one thing I disagree with Catholicism is like that you have to be beholden to the Pope, because I just don't think you should do that, because the Pope is a man that's fallible. Like, we're all fallible, and that's like the only thing I have.
Yeah, the Pope was a big stumbling block for a lot of people they're Catholic curious, but that's the one issue that they have trouble. In fact, our friend Charlie, quite openly had issues, especially with the last Pope. Who
shout out to Charlie. Let's do that as another poll. The Pope is good for Christianity as a whole. Christianity as a whole. Agree or disagree? Let me know. Is your mother Anna Kay? My mother's Armenian. I looked it up. No. Sorry.
sometimes made things difficult for for people given some political statements of his. However, the Pope, the office of the papacy, obviously has developed over time, as all things do. But I think you see the papacy going all the way back to the apostolic age. I think really even in Scripture, that's certainly been the defense of it, and the primacy.
Anna's hotter.
Of the Bishop of Rome goes all the way back to those early ages too. So, the scriptural defense is that Christ said.
That's why I said Christianity in general, because I know a bunch of you are like, I don't care, I don't give a fuck, I'm not Catholic. So the Pope is good for Christianity as a whole. An Armenian on stolen ground. Land. Stolen land. Dilly, fucking dilly. Dick said, I'm not Catholic. I don't like all the gay molesting in Catholic Church. I said, shit. Me neither.
As to Peter, Simon, you are now Peter, and on this rock I'll build my church. I give you the keys to the kingdom of heaven. What you bind on earth will be bound in heaven. What you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. This traditionally was understood to be the special appointment of Peter, to have this leading role in the visible physical church on earth. Peter and Paul then go to Rome. And you see this in the writing of the early Christians, the church fathers, going back to the apostolic age and shortly thereafter, that when there were divisions between the churches, they would defer to Rome. Rome was understood to have had a special authority because Peter and Paul went there.
When in Rome.
Furthermore, there's a famous quote from St. Augustine, which is that Rome has spoken, the matter is settled. That when there were disputes, the disputes had to be settled ultimately by someone. And so I think there's a misconception of what the Pope is and does. The Pope is not some like North Korean tyrant who just imposes his will on every matter of life. I think
just a guidebook, just a guide. He just gives us a guide.
Pope arises not only out of Scripture and the acts of Christ, but out of a logical necessity that for an institution to have authority and to carry on, someone has to be the ultimate decider when issues cannot be resolved at lower levels. So when you have an issue with your brother, you try to resolve it amongst yourselves. Then maybe you bring in some of the other believers. Maybe you go to your priests, your presbyters, your elders, your bishops. You bring these people in. When there are battles between the bishops, theological questions that have to be resolved, there can be councils. There have been many, many councils throughout history. We see a council in Scripture. And ultimately, when you need that clarity, when you need to believe, or rather, when the church needs to speak as a divine institution that really has the authority of God, you need someone to settle that. That has been traditionally the office of the Bishop of Rome. I agree, there have been lots of bad popes over the years, some recent, some older, and so, this is very scandalous, but I often go...
Was Pope John Paul III, that was a guy, right? Probably in the late 90s? I seem to remember that was the Pope when I was Catholic. He said the Pope is cool with me. He grew up not far from me. Interesting. So, okay. So most of you are disagreeing that the Pope is good for Christianity as a whole. I'm trying to think about how to ask about the actual position of the Pope. Like, do you Christians see it as a good thing that there is a Pope? I don't know. I'll work on that. John Paul. Yeah, I remember that guy. I used to give a shit. Not anymore. Like I said, man, this one time in like 1403, there was 3 popes at the same time. People were buying their way into heaven. Yup. Oh, definitely. He's the Skittles one, right? The Skittles Pope.
Popes over the years, some recent, some older, and so, this is very scandalous. But I often go back to a line from Hilaire Belloc, who is a great Catholic writer, very pugilistic. And Hilaire Belloc said, look, I have to take...
What does pugilistic mean?
It is a matter...
I've heard it before. I don't really... I know it's like religious-y, but I don't know exactly what it means.
...of faith that the church writer... Very pugilistic.
Yeah, pugilistic.
And Hilaire Belloc said, look, I have to take it as a matter of faith that the church is divinely instituted. But for those who doubt the divine institution, one proof of it is that no other institution conducted with such knavish imbecility would have lasted a fortnight. And I think that is kind of a proof of it.
That guy.
And our Lord, just as St. Paul tells us the civil authority is there for our good, our Lord sends us spiritual authority, and sometimes we get good popes, and sometimes we get bad popes.
Yeah, it does seem to be a confusing thing that it's like, okay, if you're saying Jesus is the savior and all that stuff, and also that it's bad to worship false idols and so on and so forth, then why would you want extra people who have, that level of importance? Pugilism means relating to fighting with fists. Oh, basically boxing or readiness to fight. I don't know why I didn't know that. I definitely heard that. I was a UFC fan for a while. Weird. Sometimes just goes right over your head. All right. Sometimes you get good popes, sometimes you get bad popes.
And maybe the bad popes are there to chastise us. Maybe the good popes are there to, comfort us in a way. And maybe the bad popes are even there to remind us that the Pope is fallible, except when he's infallible.
Thank you so much. It would mean the world to me if I could just get a quick selfie real quick.
A selfie? Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Nihil obstat. I say with authority, you can have that selfie. And I'm not even the Pope.
All right,
we have a very brief hat signing pause. Please ask your question while I gather the hats.
Okay.
Don't throw all the hats. No, I'm going to be buried in hats. That was entirely my fault. I shouldn't have said that.
Yep.
Yes, your question.
Hi.
How are you going to get your hat back? There's, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and probably a couple more. There's 8 hats up there, and they're all MAGA or freedom hats. How the fuck are you going to get your hat back?
Stupid. My name is Levi Blair. I am a junior high school student at Mountain View High School, and I just actually...
He's just a little guy!
Started my own chapter at Mountain View High School. And I agree with you on just about everything I can think of, except for I have nothing against Catholicism or anything, but I personally believe that Catholicism and Christianity are 2 different things and beliefs. I want to know...
I don't disagree. I'm very interested to see where this goes.
What your stance is on that and why.
Well, I would disagree with that, I would say. Though certainly Catholicism and Protestantism, have different views of religion, and Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy to some degree have different views, though it's much, the chasm is much smaller. So if the premise is...
Which, in my opinion, an incorruptible being does not exist. Maybe it does. Probably not, though.
Some degree have different views, though it's much, the chasm is much smaller. So if the premise is that there's Catholicism, which, Catholics are fine, but they're wrong, and, there's true Christianity, which is some version of Protestantism, I guess the first question you would have to answer is, how it is the case that Protestantism only came about beginning in 1517. Because what that would suggest is that Christ was on earth, he picked apostles, he said, go make disciples of all nations.
Did he though?
He says, you're the rock on which I'll build my church, but it's all going to disappear for the next 1,500 years. And
hey, shout out to Kelly Green. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. How have you been?
And in roughly 1,500 years, then the true church will finally emerge. How could that possibly be the case? That would mean that the great saints...
Get in line, buddy. Get in line.
It's the church fathers, the great Christians of history, were all like fake, basically.
Okay. Yeah, I hear the argument that Catholicism like typically came before Christianity and stuff, and or like as it is just defined with Protestant practices. But the reason why I don't believe that, I reject that argument, is because if by that logic, wouldn't Judaism also count as Christianity, and wouldn't we?
That's a good point. That's a good point. I was, though, going to point out how we have this, the Gen Z stare, and Gen Z is so stupid, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Seems to be at least a correlation. The more right-leaning you are, the more like this kid you are. And the more left-leaning you are, the more stupid, retarded you are. Correlation, not causation, but I'm just saying.
We call Judaism Christianity?
You're saying Judaism came from Christianity?
No, I'm saying that Christianity came after Judaism, and many attribute Judaism.
Well, that's also kind of a touchy subject.
It's the same fucking book.
Because that's not really how I see things.
Well, of course you don't. Because if you did, then you wouldn't believe what you did.
The church understands herself to be the new Israel, or the spiritual Israel. That the Old Testament Israelites are a particular nation chosen to be the type of all nations. So there are particular people called out, but they tell us something about all nations. And that the Old Testament prefigures the New Testament. That you can find the New Testament, foreseen in the Old. And
it's almost like they've read the Old Testament and then wrote the New Testament.
Revealed, and the Old Testament is revealed in the New. So
it's almost like, did you guys know? Hold on. I don't know if you guys know, but just to let you... Did you know? Did you know that Avengers actually connects to everything that happened in Iron Man? It's divine.
It would seem to me that, just as St. Paul tells us, previously you had circumcision, now you have baptism. St. Peter says, baptism now saves you. What we see are, hints of the true religion. And it comes out, and the incarnation is the fulfillment that God makes in his promises to Israel. And so it's not that there's a break. We used to have Judaism, and now we have Christianity. It's that there is a fulfillment of God's promises going all the way back to Abraham. In fact, going all the way back to Adam. So I don't really see that as the issue. The other distinction, of course...
I think this is a cultural issue. There is so much about the modern connectivity of what American culture was from like the 60s to the late 2010s was based on the pop culture that we shared. We all had different political opinions and stuff like that, but pop culture was where we all came together. And now people are just like, I have another political show to watch, so I'm just going to skip The Pit. I got another political show to watch, so I'm going to skip Invincible. Like, what? Why? Yeah, like that. I don't. Okay, well, so is DC. So are you going to stop watching political shows too?
Between Judaism and...
My point was, just a type on that, the point was that politics cannot be the connective tissue for all Americans. It is inherently a divisive thing. So unless we all do want to be in a cult, then there needs to be other things to do and think about and see and talk about and all of that. Older movies are good because people watch them, so there was an incentive to make good movies. Now, people don't, so they just spit out whatever bullshit they can. And it's your fault. It's your fucking fault that I don't get good movies now. It's your fault. No, just kidding. But I mean, genuinely, I do think pop culture is very important, especially to a modernized society.
Catholicism, Protestantism, Eastern Orthodoxy, and a few other things in the middle, is that we believe in Christ. So, I don't think it's a totally apt comparison.
Turn off the stream. Go watch The Pit right now. Just kidding, but only kinda.
It just seems to me strange that our Lord would tell us in Scripture, I will be with you always, even until the end of the age. And then he would say, except for the next 1,500 years, when I'm going to totally abandon you. But don't worry, I'm coming.
Who knows where? Obviously, that what I just said is from Hook, with the Rufio. What song is that from?
Back at some point. So I think the historical arguments are kind of difficult for that, to say nothing of the
overrated
theological.
Good, but overrated
arguments. And I would point to someone who was just made a doctor of the church.
Oh, as we are speaking of all this, what do you guys think of this idea? May 4th. I have never seen any Star Wars movies. The only Star Wars content I have ever seen is season 1 of The Mandalorian. So May 4th, I've been trying to figure out a way to do movie nights and stuff. And so what I'm thinking is, I got my little stand here, right? I'll put it where it's gonna be in frame, whatever. So a little frame here, and I put the phone. Can you see it? So essentially, phone right here, or phone over here, or whatever. And I'll do a YouTube stream from my phone, where it's just, it's just like it's just like this, but it's vertical. And just like on the vertical stream right now, I have the link to the landscape stream. Instead of that, I just have in the description of the only YouTube stream a link to Rumble, where we can watch Star Wars. Who's down? I do want to watch X-Files and Star Trek. I definitely want to get into those. I've been working my way through a bunch of movies that I never saw. Like I never saw any of the Scream movies, and I've never seen them. Never seen them. Star Wars making soft. Fair enough. I mean, I'm down to do it all. I'm down to do it all. But it's so difficult to get you guys to be coordinated in any other place than right here. I can't get you in Discord. I can't get you on social media. Can't get you on X or TikTok or any of these things. So I just feel like I'm going to have a stream that's going to do shit and nobody's going to show up to Rumble. So we'll see. So here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. If you guys talk to me, if you guys bring up Star Wars May 4th, if you guys continue to bring that up, then I will absolutely do it. But if you don't, then I will know that you don't care.
St. John Henry Newman, who was Protestant, and he was extremely anti-Catholic, and he wrote anti-Catholic invectives. And then, especially through his acquaintance with the history of the church and church fathers, he became Catholic, and he became a cardinal, and then he became a saint. And so, listen, if Jack Newman can do it, that might be the path ahead of you too. I'm not making any prophecies or predictions, but that might happen to you as well.
Okay, thank you. Also,
Thank you
can you sign my Reagan 80
yeah,
campaign
let's do it. Look at
poster?
this stack of signing things I have.
I'm sorry.
Right, but this is precisely the point, Box. This is precisely the point. We need pop culture so that we don't burn ourselves out just fucking constantly throwing bullshit into our fucking faces that's real life and extremely depressing. That is the entire point. The entire point. You're upset about wars and this and that and that and that. That is precisely why I am proposing to talk about something else. It's almost like I know that the world is shit and I'm trying to do something about it. But I can easily just fucking pull up Star Wars and just watch it on my own. But I don't think that's... for years, literally, I've been waiting because I want somebody who knows Star Wars to watch it with me so I can get the most out of it. Because otherwise, the expectations have been through the roof. There's no possible way that if I sit by myself and watch Star Wars, that I'm be like, wow, that was amazing. There's absolutely no way that is going to happen. But if I have you guys, like, oh, you see when he did that, that comes back later, or, oh, the way that he did that, whatever it is, that is what's going to keep me interested. If you guys aren't there, then I'll just wait until there's people who care enough, and then I'll watch Star Wars with them. Shout out to Colby. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Let's see what we got here. Who's up next?
If I fall off this stage signing a poster, that will be that's the only clip that's going to go viral from AmFest.
If you say anything weird about this little girl, you are banned forever.
Do you think?
Oh, great catch. Okay, next question.
Hi, I'm Phoebe Linney. I was wondering, do you think you would be Matt Walsh in a fight?
Oh, yo. Dilly dilly to this little girl. Let's go. Let's go. Who would win? So actually, let's put that to a poll. Who would win in a fight? Knowles or Walsh? What do you think? Calgary said, I used to dislike pop culture, thinking it kind of brainwashed me, but now I view it as a very nice, contextually relevant, distilled version of reality that I enjoy watching because it is artistic and gives me creative abilities when I watch it. Bingo! Exactly. And there is an aspect of, what you guys were saying before, about I didn't think you would last long, Avery. There is a point to be made about how Hollywood is fucking bullshit, but the culture and political aspect of this is precisely how we fight against that. What's the guy who basically took over Paramount Plus with the Kevin Costner show? The Taylor Sheridan or something like that. There are people trying to push back. But if you all are like, well, Hollywood's gay, so I don't watch anything ever, then who the fuck do you think they're going to appeal to? The people who are watching. And so if you're just, like, well, I don't care about that. Okay, fair. You don't have to care about anything. But then there will be nothing else to care about than politics. If that's the world you want to live in, go for it. Okay? And what does that have to do with what I just said? Do you think anything that you're watching in the political realm is not propaganda? Are you under the impression that I don't have an agenda? Are you under the impression that I'm not trying to push a message? And so maybe instead of, no, propaganda, I'm scared. Just fucking watch it, understand the relevance, and then we can talk about, well, that was gay, that was this, and that was cool. Like we used to before politics took over every aspect of our lives. Are you happier now? Are you happier now that there's nothing to discuss besides politics? Exactly. Didn't think so.
Do I think I could beat Matt Walsh in what?
A fight.
In a fight?
What did you think she said?
Fight. Are you a Walsh plant? Are you a Walsh child? Hold on. What is your...
Yeah.
Hold on. How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
10.
Unbelievable. I love 10 years old. That's so great. The future.
The innocence of youth.
The future is great because you ask a very important question. At DW, I don't know, we're all kind of like moderately sized fellas with one exception. Matt Walsh, that giant tree. He's like 6'11". He's a lumberjack of a man. In between shows, he just chops down oak trees. So what you would suspect is that I, of a moderate Sicilian stature, would be defeated in a physical battle by Matt Walsh. But you would be wrong. And let me tell you why you would be wrong.
So he's 5'10", and Matt Walsh is, 6 foot, 5'10". Like, Yep. No. Women are adults. This is a 10-year-old girl. I'm telling you, do not be weird. Do not fucking be weird. I will not stand for that shit. I don't know where this is going. This is a wholesome interaction. And if you make it different, I will not be happy.
defeated in a physical battle by Matt Walsh. But you would be wrong.
That's
And
what
let
I'm
me tell you why you would be wrong. Because I live, as I alluded to earlier, on a steady diet of caffeine, nicotine, vim, and vigor.
Yeah, all things that are vices that are way better than marijuana, right?
We are a clever, crafty people, we children of the Mezzogiorno. The Princess Bride tells us never to go up against a Sicilian when death is on the line. And I am reminded...
Dick, just curious, did you vote on that vertical poll or no?
I am reminded that the tall trees fall the hardest. I would, in fact, defeat Matt Walsh in a battle of brute strength. Very good question.
So the poll disagrees. 62% of you said Matt Walsh would win. I tend to agree. I agree. I didn't know how tall they were, but like it seems a little bit like fucking Walsh is a little bit more of a man, and Michael Knowles is a little bit more of a socialite, if I may say so. Bro, you're so weird. It obviously is a tongue-in-cheek question because they work together. Didn't I specifically ask you not to make it weird? What does this have to do with their parents? Why is this poor parenting? Please explain. Please explain why going to a TPUSA event and asking a silly, fun question about a coworker is poor parenting. No, on the vertical one about if I enter the vertical stream, because it's 50-50 and there's only one person over there, or I don't know, it keeps, it's the fucking short thing. So I'm just wondering if it's actually 50-50 or if you, as I know you would. That's just what I'm saying. Angry amputees, I'm sure he does coke or Adderall, liking all those uppers. I wouldn't be surprised. Probably not coke, but definitely Adderall. They are too connected to not be able to get Adderall, and they are too much of they're too much of squares to do blow. Like I'm not saying that about like the right wing in general or right wing influencers in general, but I think those two specifically, they're kind of, as we've seen their discussions on drugs, they don't get it. Where we at? If Knowles knocked Walsh's glasses off, he might win. Good point. Because I have a friend growing up that was shorter than everybody, and he would beat up big, huge guys. Yeah, that was me. We are all bad parents on stolen land. There we go, baby. There we go. I think not what you say. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Wait, okay. So who takes their 10-year-old daughter to a bar fight? So first of all, this isn't the bar fight. This is a TPUSA event. The bar fight was earlier. You missed that. So this is not a bar fight. This is a general political rally. Yeah, you're being weird. You're being weird, dude. You're being weird. I'm just letting you know.
Matt Walsh in a battle of brute strength. Very good question.
What did you say at the last part? Sorry, I missed it.
What did I say? Yes, I would beat him. That's what I'm saying. I would totally beat him.
Okay. I forgot what I was
follow up.
But yeah, can I have my pen back after you're done?
So,
Can I have the marker back after you're done?
can someone yell that at me? That's your pen that I've stolen? That's why you had that feisty question. I think Matt Walsh would come beat you in a fight. Michael, you pen thief. Yes, I can give you this back. Hold on.
This will be the last question.
Last question.
The last
At least you have a beautiful
question.
sweater for your last question.
Thank you. Hi, Michael.
So I do have some stuff on other platforms if you would like to keep the party raging. But if we do not hit the goal, or at least get a little bit closer, this will be the end.
Well, I'm Emma, and my question is that people love to say that America has no culture. How do we combat the diversity is our strength message and put the focus back on making American values and American traditions back in the mainstream and worthy of our protection again?
Pop culture! Pop culture! I bet absolutely none of you have watched the Ranch, right? I bet none of you have watched The Ranch. I bet you all love That 70s Show. Put a one in the chat if you've never seen or do not like That 70s Show. Nobody? Didn't think so. The next project that they did was a Netflix original called The Ranch. Let's get a Ranch. And it's a show with all of the people from That 70s Show, and the Marlboro Man is the father. Ashton Kutcher and Danny Masterson are the sons. They work on a ranch in Colorado, and they're fucking based. They make fun of Democrats. It's so exactly what we want. The frustration is that, of course, Danny Masterson turned out to be a fucking a rapist. So, they had to rejigger the show, and they brought Dax Shepard in, and yeah, right. Was it pedo stuff? I don't remember if it was pedo stuff specifically or just adult rape. But either way, he is. Yeah. Let's. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna try something. I wanted to try using some other ways. The Ranch best highlight. Let's go. Yeah. All right. Mama. Let's see. All right. I'm gonna play some music in the background. Hopefully it'll. All right. Hopefully that helps. Don't let your babies grow up. Come on.
Just have me one of them peas is better than sex. Pegasm. It's possible you're not having sex right. But it's also possible you're not peeing right. How much you get? How much you get? Oh, maybe more than you. Wow, we're partners. Yeah, but dude, I'm a 15-year partner. You're like a, Aquaman with the Justice League kind of partner. Like when the shit goes down and they're like, whoa, somebody's got to stay back here and watch the headquarters, Aquaman. Well, I guess Daddy disagrees. There's no way you got as much as me.
Yeah, it's called the Ranch. So, I guess this isn't really going to give us, the most based moments, but, trust me, it is the most based show. It's not overtly political as a premise, but it is overtly anti-democrat, anti-liberal, and pro. They don't specifically say pro-Trump, but they are pro-Trump. Let's shout out Box. Say kids in politics feels icky. Thank you so very, very much. I just saw a video on TikTok, of course, of a black father sitting down with, I wasn't sure if it was a son and daughter or two sons, talking about the basic aspects of politics. Do I think that we should be saddling, kids under 10 with the full weight of the political landscape? No. But introducing your children to the values that you live by, I would say, is the definition of good parenting. Tell me how not spreading the values that you believe in to your children is good parenting, or the other way around, how spreading your values to your children is bad parenting. as you said. I don't know, maybe, but you know, the fucking show is great. He was. We're all based on stolen land. I wish that was true. I wish it was true. I would not be okay with a monarchy. Kids are kids, indeed. Kids are great, but they can be soldiers, and I don't like it. You're comparing going to a TPUSA event and asking a question to being a child soldier? This, ladies and gentlemen, is why we don't base our politics on when we feel icky. We go based on facts and logic, not your feelings. Because you say retarded shit like asking a question is being a child soldier. What? You're out to lunch, bruh. You're out to lunch. Well, if you, that's very obviously a bad thing because of the ideology. But if you are a parent who believes in jihad, then yes, you would want to spread that ideology to your child. Which part of this is, just tell me the part that's bad. Instead of asking vague questions, tell me why it is bad. It is bad to spread your values to your children because. Can you finish that sentence? It is bad to spread your values to your children because. Obviously, if your values are you should kill everybody, then in that instance, it is bad. But I'm speaking generally. And in America, it's icky. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Indie Film. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Almost 3 fucking years. My boy. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much for being here. Miss you, brother. We miss you. Angry. He said, teaching kid politics makes a good voting adult. Bingo. Now, I think there is an aspect of we need to make sure that we're not saddling kids with things that are above their head. And so it is a level of like, okay, we got to, introduce at this level. And then as they get older, you introduce that level. But that goes for everything. If you're talking about sex ed, I'm pretty sure you're in favor of good sex ed, right, Box? But I also think that you can understand the difference between, well, maybe the 13-year-old, the 12-year-old does not need to know about streetwalkers and lot lizards. Maybe they just need to know the biology. And then when they get a little older, then you introduce more. So again, I ask you, Box, how would you feel if you didn't eat yesterday? Oh, I got one. Wait. Did I please tell me I put it on X? Please tell me I put it. Did I do it? Fuck. Well, no, I didn't put it up here. There was somebody commenting on, I don't even remember, something that I posted on TikTok. And they were doing, well, what about this? And what about that? And what about this? And what about that? How would you feel if you didn't eat yesterday, Box? So it's 2 questions that I would like you to answer. 1, it is bad parenting to share your values because. That's the first one. I don't remember the second one. What the fuck did I just say? Let's stick with the fucking first one. Oh, and the second one is, how would you feel if you didn't eat yesterday? This is why we can't have nice things. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Indie Film. The big $10. Thank you. So very, very much. And I believe that makes you the new co-sponsor of the stream. Indeed. Thank you. So very, very much. Indie Film coming in clutch. Indeed. Shout out to Indie Film. Buck said the mixture of children, religion, and politics is a bad idea. It poisons. You're vague maxing, bro. You're vague maxing. So again, here's the sentence. It is bad to spread your values to your children because please finish this sentence. Please finish this sentence. Are we going that? It poisons the well or it steals innocence? That's called growing up. So so you want a sheltered child who is going to be smacked in the face with real life because you wanted to shelter them. That sounds like bad parenting. Kelly Grant said, I'm pretty sure indie film is my favorite black person I've ever met. This is empty. Hold on. That needs a real dilly-dilly. That needs a real dilly-dilly. Because, I mean, shout out to Trey, but indie film is the real blackest person I've ever met. All right. Now we're set.
Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly
Yep. Yeah, that's what he thinks is I'm vague maxing because I'm applying to all the stupid religions. I might, but you need to make an argument so that we can figure it out. So you said it poisons the well and it robs them of their innocence. It steals their innocence. So then, how then are you proposing that we have kids understand the world? You just want to smack them in the face when they have no idea? Or would you like to prepare them? Here, I'm going to drop the link because I would like to have a discussion about this. We'll finish up this question, but I'm going to drop the link. You come on up and tell me how having this girl here is bad parenting.
And put the focus back on making American values and American traditions back in the mainstream and worthy of our protection again.
That America has no culture? Yeah, well, I guess that would explain why the entire world is trying to come here, actually. Because if you claim that America's a vacuum, perhaps that's why we're sucking up everybody from all around the world. That's one explanation. I think the other one is we obviously have a culture, and the culture is the envy of the world. And everyone wants, at the very least, to experience the fruits of that culture and benefit from them, even if they don't want to participate in that culture or sacrifice for that culture. So it's totally ridiculous. One way to combat...
Oh, Indie Film said, I am the sponsor now. Thank you. So, very, very much. Oh, he's loving it. Shout out to our new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
Culture or sacrifice for that culture. So it's totally ridiculous.
And that, of course, is over the halfway mark. Guys, that is 7 out of 15 super chats. Or super stickers or whatever. 99 cents counts. We are almost there.
One way to combat the idea that America has no culture, no identity, it's just an idea or any idea or nothing at all. Come on in, Ilhan Omar. The one way to combat that is to travel anywhere else in the world. Especially because a lot of us have some immigrant background, maybe a quarter this or half that. And when you go, well, I'll speak from my own experience because, you know, a quarter of my family is from England. Some of them came over on the Mayflower, which is a
indeed he is.
Great cigar brand, by the way. And then a quarter of them are, did I mention that? And then a quarter of...
Hey, shout out to me. Hey, welcome to the party. I said I think I'd speak in parables to my future kids, then ask them questions on how they feel about the story. I said, shit, me too. So you're saying that maybe it's a matter of slowly introducing the harsh reality of the world to your kids in a way that makes them prepared, but doesn't steal their innocence before the world does it. Sounds about right to me. Where are we? There you go. And so Trey is saying, I teach my child morals, not really my politics. And I would say that is the right approach because your politics come from your morals. And so in the same way that I'm saying you start slow and you start with your morals, you start with what is good and bad. Then you can get into, okay, why is this good or bad? And whether that goes in, there's a huge overlap with philosophy, religion, politics, whatever your beliefs are. That's going to be a triple Venn diagram where that stuff comes together. Is Buck's not coming up?
Some of them came over on the Mayflower, which is a great cigar brand, by the way. And then a quarter of them are, did I mention that? And then a quarter of them are Irish. I don't really look at. And then the other, a quarter Italian and a quarter Sicilian. So I remember I was a teenager. The first time I went to Italy, I said, I'm going to be coming home. You know, this will be like visiting my people. And then I go there and I think, wait, there's a bunch of foreigners. What are you talking about, my people? I don't know. And I speak Italian, by the way. But I said, this is crazy. I went to a sandwich shop. It was the most famous sandwich shop in Siena. I go there to get a sandwich at lunchtime. It's closed. I wait there 45 minutes. The guy rolls up this Italian.
I don't know who Demo Ranch is. But let's just say it's someone bad. Okay, imagine Demo Ranch out here with his 10-year-old daughter on a stage parroting his talking points. That is I understand that you are trying to take the individual example. This is like saying we shouldn't drive because sometimes people crash. Do you understand why those are the same things? And do you understand why just because people crash doesn't mean that we shouldn't teach our kids to drive? I mean, he is a lefty, but, you know. Still should teach kids what Democrats and Republicans are, what voting is like, and how election works. And yeah, I'm not saying your 3-year-old. I'm not saying give your 3-year-old fucking homework to learn, every single thing that can be learned. But to say that it's bad parenting to introduce your children, I just put it together. The reason Box thinks that it's icky. You ready? Are you listening? The reason Box thinks that it's icky is because his positions are icky. If you had wholesome fucking opinions, then there would be no issue telling them to children, now would there? When your ideology is saying we can chop up little children, when we can force people to do this and that, and judge people based on their skin color, yeah, I agree with you. That is not something that should be taught. So then the question doesn't become, should we express our values to our children, is, okay, maybe we need to make sure that our ideology is based on more than, it's icky, and then it is responsible. If you don't, and you just go off, it's icky, then I agree with you. It makes sense why you would think that we shouldn't say, just go based on what feels icky. I agree with that. Makes perfect sense. Oh my goodness. Indie film again. Said I can't afford Mayflower cigars, but I can support the Indian Jesus. Thank you. So very, very much out sponsoring yourself. Very, very, very much appreciated. So that's yeah, and I'm okay. I'll keep it there. That's what I'm getting from this. That you are projecting that, oh, my ideas are degenerate, so they shouldn't be taught to children, whereas our ideals are not degenerate and therefore are family friendly. Yeah. All right. Where are we at?
I speak Italian, by the way. I said, this is crazy. I went to a sandwich shop. It was the most famous sandwich shop in Siena. I go there to get a sandwich at lunchtime. It's closed. I wait there 45 minutes. The guy rolls up, this Italian. He finally opens it. I say, can I buy a sandwich here? He said,
all right, let's just finish. There's a minute and a half left of this. So welcome, Box. Let's finish this up, and then we'll get into it.
And no, there's no bread. I said, what do you mean there's no bread? He said, I don't have bread. I got to go get a bread. I said, well, I wait. I go. He goes, I don't care what you do. You wait. You go. I said, why don't you have capitalism in this country? Why do I have to explain to you? And I realized in that moment, if not earlier, I'm an American. You're all Americans. You are USA.
USA, USA, USA,
Let's
USA, USA. Woo!
You're in Switzerland. And he went to Switzerland.
All right, he's just rambling. He's just rambling. So, Boxy Boy, welcome to the party. So, the initial...
Little kids. Very, very, very simple point, man. Look, kids in politics is icky, dude. Like, let's not do it. You're not seeing Ben Shapiro's kids out there, 10 years old on the stage. You're not seeing Michael Knowles' kids out there on the stage at 10 years old giving their point of view. You're not seeing Matt Walsh's kids out there on the stage doing the. Why do you think they're not doing that? Why do you think they're not?
They are public figures. They are public figures, and so if you're a public figure. Can I talk?
Oh, so it changes. So the thing changes.
Yes.
No.
So,
no.
Yes.
Throwing your 10-year-old daughter on the stage.
Can I explain?
Throwing your 10-year-old
This is what they do when they know they're wrong. They just yell over you. I'm going to keep talking because, Lutch, if you say anything that you want to say, then you're going to make me look stupid. So again, yes, it is different because if you're a public figure, then you are inviting infinitely more into your child's life. What was that? That girl gave her first and last name. What was it?
Does that point not apply to
what was her first and last name, Box?
I don't even know. I'm not quite sure.
Me neither. Me neither. So it's very likely that this girl. Hold on. It's very likely that this girl asked this question. Everybody there had a good chuckle. She went home and nobody fucking cared.
Yeah. That's true.
So then it comes down to the issue of, well, why would you not want to spread your ideals to your children? The only rational thing that I can come up with is that you don't even trust that your ideas are appropriate for children.
No, you can and you should, but it shouldn't be so explicit that they could go on a stage with Knowles and articulate it at 10 years old. That just seems creepy to me. That seems like she's not.
She wasn't on stage. She was in line with a bunch of other people.
She's 10. She's 10.
She was asking about who would beat each other up. She didn't ask, when it comes to Iran, do you think that the Islamic Caliphate is doing this, that, maybe then I'd be like, yo, what is this girl? What's going on with this girl at home? Fair enough. But she asked, who would beat you up? Which is exactly what the fuck I would think. And also in a tongue-in-cheek manner.
That's fair. That's all fair. That's all fair game.
Okay, so then let's go back and say, okay, I'm agree.
Just saying like the kids, because the kids pull at the heartstrings too. Like it's emotional warfare to some degree, right? Like you're throwing a kid up there. Like what am I supposed to, like what are we doing now? Like what boat are we in? Were we out there like?
Thank you, Any Film. Any Film says I was done super chatting, but damn, look at that beard, bro. Russ, so backed. I don't even think mine would grow that far. I just shaved it because I fucking pick it out when it gets too long. But okay, getting back to the point at hand, because I think you're making an interesting point that there is definitely a limit to.
Yeah, there's a line.
Yeah, there's definitely a line. But you were presenting it as that talking to a 10-year-old about politics at all is inherently wrong.
Yeah.
So do you want to walk that back?
Well, no, I mean, it's like you're going to try to talk to your kids about the birds and the bees. Like we're going to couch all of this in some.
Okay, so what would you say is the appropriate way, as father of five? What is the appropriate way to introduce sexual education to a child? What age and
man, why would we jump straight off that? Like
you brought it up.
I didn't bring up sexual education. I'm just saying that we're talking about politics in general. The idea of like politics, money, and religion is what I'm concerned about, right? Like if you bring up your kid,
so you're worried about politics, religion, and money, but not.
If you're a Muslim,
I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to understand, Box. Hold on, before we argue about it, I just want to understand what it is that you're saying.
Here, it's more or less. I don't like the idea that she's being brought up in like this Christian ideology that she's going to be eventually able to pair it off, like Ben Shapiro could pair it off Jewish talking points. Like it's absurd to me. Like, sure, yeah, you can bring your kids up like that in whatever religion you want, but I feel like if you bring your kids up in a religion versus just letting them figure it out for themselves, you're doing them a disservice for their own.
That's what I'm trying to nail down. What is the disservice? If we agree,
the disservice here, I got it exactly.
Wait. If we agree that there is in fact a line, and that you and I both agree that when it comes to politics, religion, and all those things, that there is a line, that above that line or beyond that line, that's not appropriate for children.
Yeah.
But that implies that before you get to the line, that it is appropriate for children. Otherwise, what is the line? What is the line denoting? If it's all bad, then what is the line denoting?
I guess the line denotes whenever they figure it out for themselves without you. Right? The idea is that you don't taint, like I said, you don't taint the source of their knowledge, basically. You just let them grow. What are the chances that if you let a kid just grow up by themselves, that they'll end up picking one of the three Abrahamic religions? It's almost zero. It's almost zero. It's only if you're indoctrinated into these things that you do these things and that you stay in these things and you participate in them.
Okay.
Right? And these things, I find these things to be caustic to humanity.
Okay.
Right? So I would like to see them diminished. And the idea that we get a girl up on a stage at 10 years old that's basically just parroting what she has heard because she can't articulate it any better.
What was the question again, Box? What was she parroting?
She wasn't parroting anything. She's about
okay. So you just said she was parroting, and then you walked that back again. So now you said she's out there parroting. What did she parrot? She asked who would win in a fight.
We are one video away from watching an articulate 12-year-old figure this the fuck out.
Oh no! Oh no! Articulate 12-year-olds understanding society! Oh! Please no! Do you understand my issue? That you're making this claim that it is a bad thing for these kids to understand things. I am trying to nail down. Okay, we both agree that there is a line. There are things where it's not appropriate for children to understand. Hold on. There is a line. So that's why I'm trying to establish, do we agree that beyond the line is inappropriate for children and that before that line is appropriate for children?
It's not about the understanding.
Yes or no? Wait. Yes or no, please. Do we agree that the line that we just agreed that there is a line, if we go beyond the line, that is inappropriate for children, which implies if we do not go beyond the line, that is appropriate for children? Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I know. I don't really agree with that at all.
Okay, then what is the line? What is the line?
You can't place the line.
Fair enough.
You can't because the kids. So
then why? What is the line? What is the line?
Sex at 5 years old, right? They'll figure it out before you're.
I agree with you.
There is no line.
Okay.
The line is
now you're walking that back now too.
Well, no, I'm just
you agreed with me that there's a line.
My problem is putting the 10-year-old on the stage. Icky. That feels icky to me.
I get your feelings. I'm trying to understand your thoughts.
Really, that's the underlying issue.
Why is it icky? Do you disagree with Individuum, saying it's a parent's job to guide their children to some sort of moral structure so they can participate in society? Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I agree. They absolutely should, yes.
Okay, so then what about what we saw with a 10-year-old girl asking who would win in a fight between two coworkers, obviously a joke? What part of that is icky to you?
What does she know about combat between men?
What does
a 10-year-old girl understand about actual combat between two men? Like if me and you got into a fight and we wanted to kill each other and she watched us murder each other like gladiators on a stage, right? Why is she asking about a fight to begin with? She's a 10-year-old girl.
Okay, so she, her parents. So if her parents are not talking to her about values, about politics, about any of these things, then she's going to be searching.
What 10-year-old girl
Hold
thinks about?
on, Box. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking, please. If the parents are not teaching this girl anything, it's 2026, baby. She is going online. So you think that it's better for online and the kids at school to teach her than her own parents? Because those are the options. Those are the options. So, okay, fine. Then I'll pose it to you as a question. A, her parents teach her the values that have allowed them to create a life, like a life to live, and literally a life.
You can only do that
versus the internet. Which is a better teacher?
You can only do that through censorship. If you want a parent like that, you can only do it.
Which one is better, Box? Which one is better? Yes. If you have the choice.
I feel icky about assigning a value judgment, a better judgment to that.
Fair enough. Why then? So that's what I'm trying to get to the why. I understand
your
feeling.
No better. It's just better or worse, and then like the outcomes, right? So like if you have a kid that watched porn from 3 years old because his parents were always watching porn from 3 years old up, and he just becomes a productive member of society, that's one thing, right? And if you have a rich kid that grew up in a nice house and did everything was going well for him, and he murdered 5 people, that's another thing, right? And like, how did you learn these things? When did you learn these things? Where is the line? What is acceptable? Like, this is all irrelevant. Like, what can you do as a parent? Like, get the fuck out of here. They do have
some values to combat the wrong and bad information that is making them think things that don't either align with the reality or align with her best interest. So we come back again to the question. We come back again to the question. Something is going to raise this girl. Something is going to give this girl her worldview. Is it better on a balance of probabilities? Because of course we can have individual bad parents. We can have individual, whatever. So on a balance of probabilities, is it better that a child, not this child specifically, but we're just talking about a child in general, is it better that a child is taught by their parents, or is it better that a child is learning about the world through the internet and their friends?
Hopefully a mix of both, like Medicare.
All else being equal, and you have to pick one.
The internet. I would pick the internet.
And this is why the left is what it is.
Well, I mean, really, they're going to pick their own shit anyways. Well, kids often rebel. Kids rebel against their parents. Kids rebel against the establishment. We've all been rebelling this whole time. Like, rebellion is nothing new to any of us. Like, we've all done it. Right? Your parents say do this and you do that and you know better and you don't want to and blah, 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 blah is a story as old as time. The idea that you put her on the stage, this little 10-year-old girl
on a stage.
This little girl's one of her core memories.
You don't need to make it worse than it is.
Stop.
She was not on the stage.
One of her core memories now is her being on stage. Nothing is ever going to compare to that highlight reel at 10-year-old for a little girl in a world where girls are already just hyped up to the max.
So tell me how
this is not going to be. Tell me how this shot exists. I don't think for her.
Tell me how this shot exists. If she's on the stage,
10 years old, she's on the stage.
You can see the picture on the screen, right? Can we go here? Tell me how this is a girl being on the stage. He is clearly on a stage. He is looking down, and she is in the crowd. So how is this her being on stage?
How many views does this video have?
I don't know why that matters, but I'll answer your question if you'll answer mine. It has 62,000 views.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, this is
so how is this on stage? You keep bringing up that she was on stage. I'm going to hold you to that. How is it possible that she is on stage when we are looking at this right now?
All I'm saying is this healthy for her? Is this a good thing?
How is she on stage, Box? You made a claim. I'm asking you to back up that claim.
I mean, okay. It's not. She's on the microphone.
Okay, so claim number 4 being walked back. Fair enough. Okay, so she's not on stage. So when you say her memory of being on stage is going to be so central, it won't be because she was never on the stage.
No, hold on. It is a stage. The camera is pointed right there. The microphone is set up right there. That is a stage where people walk up to and participate in the conversation. It's a stage.
Okay,
it's
so
then
you want to use a stage as a stand-in for like the limelight. Is that what you're saying?
She's being recorded at 10 years old.
I'm not being antagonistic, Box. I'm just trying to understand. The question was, so you are saying, even though she was not physically on a stage, what you are saying by on stage means that she's in the limelight. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it is a stage. Well, yes, and it is a stage. It definitely is a stage, though.
So
like I said, they've got the camera pointed there, the microphone is there, everything's set up. That is a stage.
Agreed. Fair enough. So we can go on that. So Glowing Dog is asking, what's wrong with her being on the stage? And I'm going to specifically tweak this to not on the stage with Michael Knowles, but what we are seeing here. What is wrong with this image?
There's nothing wrong with it. She's a brave little girl.
No. You just said this was bad, and this is going to be a formative.
I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good.
Okay, that's what I'm asking you, and you just said it's not bad. So why is it not good? Because you feel icky. Because you feel icky.
Because kids at 10 years old shouldn't be concerning themselves with such matters.
Why? You keep just saying things. I'm asking for the explanation. Why do you think that is bad?
I don't know why. I don't know. Am I wrong? Somebody in chat
yes, you are. Let's bring in CT.
I'll have to dig deeper on this, honestly. Like, I wasn't prepared to go that deep on it, and I'll think about that and figure it out. But it doesn't feel right to me that you put a 10-year-old on a stage and tell her to say the thing.
Can I jump in, Box? I just want to clarify, because we've had this issue with you in the past where you like to make the devil's advocate argument just because you feel like you have to be that guy.
I really do feel icky about this, though.
Okay, so
good catch, CT.
So is it something that personally, I think that we've been talking about this for 30 minutes. I think there's more important stuff that they may have covered than you being upset that the girl asked the question.
I'm very specific. I think it is a huge issue to have this
down here, and I don't know where I sit.
I think it's a huge issue.
Right question.
I think
it's a huge. Good, by the way.
I think it's a huge issue to have the opinion that we should not be exposing our children to these ideas.
Yeah, and kind of to that point too is I think it's a huge issue where you saying that like a 10-year-old person, whether it's a girl or boy or whoever, a 10-year-old person shouldn't be put in that scenario. I think that's what kids have done forever. Kids, that you need the kid to ask kind of that. It's fun. It's goofy. If anything, sheltering children from this type of content or sheltering them from asking a question to adults
later.
Well, no, but I'm saying if you don't teach them it's okay to express their ideas young, then that's what creates the inner conflict later on in life where they never express their ideas because they've never been put. I think it's healthy parenting to put a child in that scenario. And yeah, it might not have been like the most creative question. She asked who would win in a fight. That's a whole other thing.
Almost seems like she doesn't have a huge understanding of politics. Right? It's almost
she
like
has
no understand. So
she has no understanding of the idea of combat, actual combat between real men.
So you have an issue with cartoons then? You have an issue with cartoons that depict violence? Did you have an issue with Power Rangers when you were a kid?
No, I hated Power Rangers. They were gay as fuck.
That's not what I asked you. Did you have a principled issue with the violence? Why not?
Not at all.
Why not? Why not? Violence is violence is violence is violence.
It's a cartoon level of understanding of violence.
Oh, so you don't think this was a cartoon level question?
Yeah. Do you think this was serious? It was a cartoonish question.
So let's go with what Indie Film is saying here. Which is worse, Box. I like if we could. I prefer a either or, an A or B. A. We have this girl doing what she's doing, as we saw. This is A. Or option B. Physically trans. Which one's worse?
Yeah, no. Let her ask all the questions, dude. She can have all the questions, dude. Let's not trans the kids.
Okay,
Come on, man. Come on, man. That's not even a question.
Hold on. This isn't a dunk. The point is very clearly that this type of ideology of trans and kids comes from people who did not instill proper values in their children. So
No,
you
it
and I
comes from
agree
the
that that's
same
bad.
No, stop. Hold on. It comes from the same vein of people that instill their values into their children. If you're trans, then you'll trans your kid. If you're gay, you'll gay your kid. If you're Christian, you'll Christian your kid. If you're Jew, you'll Jew your kid. If you're Muslim, you'll Muslim your kid. None of these things are good. None of these things are good. None of these things are
All right,
good.
but Box. It's not necessarily the point that is made. And I also asked earlier kind of a which is worse question, and I'll try to phrase it in a clean manner. But on one hand, we've got this young girl who's brought to AmFest by her parents, and she asked Knowles a question. On the other side of that coin, though, if you want to take the more liberal coded side, there's a lot of kids that were not brought to AmFest and that probably were taught that that meetings like AmFest or Turning Point USA or Charlie Kirk were bad, and that's
also icky.
In that Charlie Kirk probably, depending on the parents, there's a lot of kids that probably think Charlie Kirk was a bad guy that deserved to be assassinated.
Yep.
So which is worse? Is you?
They're both bad. It's all icky. This is all bad. Let kids be kids. Can we let kids be kids where we don't talk to them like adults?
No.
No, but
unfortunately not. Unfortunately not, because we don't live in the world that you and I and the three of us grew up.
Like I say, there's a sliding level to this. Like,
okay, I'm answering your question, Box. I'm answering your question, Box. You asked, can we let kids be kids? No, we cannot, because there are people who are explicitly trying to give all the worst ideas to the children. It is not a basis where kids are just gonna think about lollipops and candies or the politics that you tell them. It's either your politics or somebody else's politics.
Well, one point I also don't understand, Box, is I don't see why you think that this girl is if she didn't ask this question about Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles getting in a fight, that she wouldn't, just because she doesn't understand combat sports, that like do you know how kids play? Kids are violent.
Yeah.
Even
Wait.
So,
absolutely.
Box,
No, like I said, I don't.
Hold on. No. I got a different question. So, 10 years old. Again, we're talking about this girl here. How do we know that she's not a BJJ blue belt?
We don't. We do not. She might be able to.
So you're
fuck me up.
assuming.
I have
You're
no
assuming.
idea. I have no idea.
Exactly.
You're
assuming
way more
that a little girl
than
went to a political event and asked about combat, and you assumed that she knows nothing about combat.
More competent than all of us here. Everyone in the chat and everyone that will ever see this in the future, she may be more competent than all of us. But she's a 10-year-old girl, dude. I doubt
you're
it.
The
and
only
it's just like,
yes.
But you're the only
man.
one that's taking this angle that's saying that like just because she's a 10-year-old girl, she shouldn't have an opinion. It's not a fair. You're actually the one assuming. No, but like that you're actually the one assuming, and you're actually the one applying prejudice because she's a 10-year-old girl. You are white.
Yeah, 10-year-olds can't consent to shit. They don't know what's happening.
That's not the question. You're white knighting for a girl that you know nothing about.
If it was a little boy or anyone else at this age parroting their parents' talking points, I would say the same thing.
All right, so what if she came on stage and asked a very punching question? Oh, on Box. What if she came on stage and instead of asking a playful question about getting in a fake fight, she asked, "Does Michael Knowles support Donald Trump's war with Iran?" Is that better?
Yeah, that
Because it's a
would
pungent
be
question?
fucking wildly inappropriate. That would be wildly inappropriate. Yeah,
Inappropriate or appropriate? I didn't hear you.
Inappropriate. It would
Why
be wildly
why is that
inappropriate.
inappropriate? So kids aren't allowed to have an opinion on a fight because they're not combat sports experts, and they're not allowed to have an opinion on politics.
To fucking say it on social media at 10 years old to the internet and God and everyone.
So you think because someone's 10 years old, they should just be silent?
I think 10-year-olds shouldn't be on social media at all.
Who said
That's a
see how
pretty
you're-
conservative take. Like, your fucking kid shouldn't be on YouTube. Your kid shouldn't be on Roblox. They shouldn't be on Steam. They shouldn't be interacting with Michael Knowles.
Why not?
Asking about a fight at a TP USA event.
Why not? Why not? If the parents aren't teaching, why is that bad?
You're moving the goalpost. You're moving the goalpost. You keep moving the goalpost.
You kidding me?
No, you just I asked one question.
How.
You just
yeah.
You just
Explain
said
what the
kids should
goalpost
be
was and how it was moved.
Because I asked if a kid should have a rightful opinion, and Box is saying just listed off
Kids
5
should be
different
seen
social
but not
medias that
heard.
kids shouldn't be on.
Kids should be seen but not heard. Remember? Kids should be
To what
seen
age?
and not
I
heard.
was joking when I said that, Box. Do you realize that
To
that
what
was
age?
what the greatest generation did to the boomers and fucked up our entire fucking country?
When are kids allowed to have an opinion, Box? When are kids allowed to have an opinion?
We set the arbitrary line at 18. Ask Jeffrey Epstein about it.
Wait, real quick, Trey. Give me wait. Real quick, Trey. Give me a just say something so I know it's you.
Yo, can you hear me?
So
yes, sir.
So Box. You think the line is 18? Do you think that a high school student that is taking cultural sciences, social sciences, psychology, sociology, they shouldn't have opinions?
Should they be allowed to vote on those opinions?
That's not the question.
Don't answer a question with a question. The question was.
That's not the question I just asked.
Oh, sure, they can
You
have
said-
opinions. They could
you said
even
no.
YouTube those opinions,
Fox,
honestly.
can you repeat the question? Fox, can you repeat the question? What was the question that
he's saying
what was the
if we have a kid and he's brilliant and he's done all these classes.
No, not
and
even
he's
brilliant,
like
just
16 or
average kid.
17. Can he not have an opinion? Can an average kid not
Okay,
have an
what's the
opinion?
answer?
At a
Correct.
certain
No.
age. 10
But see-
years old is not appropriate.
Okay, wait. So
But Bucks,
CT,
you just
did he
said
misunderstand
brilliant,
your
though.
question?
I never said brilliant. You just said brilliant as a caveat.
Okay, so
Average
let's go
kid.
back
I'm
to the
not talking
question
about
again.
brilliant.
So CT, if we could, can you reiterate the question, please? And Box, please listen, so we don't have to go
I
around in
get
circles
what
and
you're
circles.
saying.
The question is, I don't know. So the question is,
So-
CT, please, and then we'll get
originally,
Box, and then we'll bring Trey in.
Originally, I'd asked what age we should, and Box said we've set an arbitrary age at 18. So my
At 18.
second question was, what do we do with a 15, 16, 17-year-old person who is educated? They're not brilliant. They're not like some genius, but they're educated and they see the world around them, and they're on TikTok, they're on YouTube, they're on social media. Are they not allowed to have opinions?
They totally can. This little girl is 10 years old.
So where's your line?
And the relevance?
So where's your line? Is it 10, 11, 12, 13? What's your line?
I don't know where that line is. but
Just
10 years
wherever I
old
don't
seems-
feel icky. It's
Yeah,
okay
you're
as long as I
making the
don't
point.
feel icky.
I was
Fox,
about
you're
to
making the
defend
point.
with Icky again. I was about to defend with Icky again, to be fair.
All right, so let's bring
But
Trey in. Let's
10
bring Trey in.
You're saying...
We
no,
get it.
no,
We
I
get it.
agree-
We
I
get it. We
agree
get
with
it. We get it. Box. You
I
think
agree
it's
with
icky
you, by
and you
the
don't know why, so therefore it is what you feel. Trey,
Agree with
how
you.
you doing, brother?
What's
up, Trey?
How y'all doing? I couldn't keep watching this handicap man.
Yeah, no. You gotta jump in.
This is getting out of here.
I mean, help this
I mean-
motherfucker, please.
No,
We
so
didn't talk. It's been on this topic for like 45 minutes.
So, as I agree in, I guess slow walking the dog when it comes to giving like your ideology to your children, not necessarily your morals. I think everybody kind of has, for the most part, the universal morals: treat others how you want to be treated. You know, the basics. I think everybody, for the most part, has the basic moral compass of just be nice. And I think from there you kind of just slow walk the dog of actually giving your own ideology stuff. I do think I thought it was a little crazy. I mean, I didn't think the question was crazy that she asked or nothing, but I also was like, why is she up there? It wasn't like a I feel icky thing, but I was just like, that was just random as hell to me. But I mean, for some people, I guess like in Bach's case, he's saying that like at 10, why are you being exposed to such I guess um strong opinionated ideology like that early, as far as um they already have like a set kind of thinking to it. Whereas you being 10 and you're hearing these things, you're liable to not necessarily catch the nuances of them and just take them straight at their word. I mean, that's about as best as I could give to it.
So, can I ask? I guess, do you or Box view that bringing your kids to AmFest is like a form of like brainwashing? Is that why you're against it? It's like
No. I would have got a babysitter. Honestly, it's a babysitter situation. It's not that
wouldn't
deep.
go as
That's
I mean, I guess I mean I wouldn't. Well, yeah. You know what? Yeah, I guess I would say yeah to that. To be straight up.
okay. So hold on. First, hold on. First, let's shout out our boy TV Viewerski with a big $10 PayPal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. Very much appreciated. So, Trey, I think it would behoove us to kind of find some common ground here. So let's go back to some of the questions that we were asking Box. Do you agree that that it is better for the internet to raise your child than for you to distill your values onto them?
Oh no, definitely my value.
Okay, and so then if your values, like if you happen to be a political person, or at least somebody who very much cares about what your kids are thinking, then you would want to instill that with them, and that doesn't change just because people have different opinions, right?
Yeah, for sure. I that's why I said I think probably slow walking the dog. Like right now, he just finished like my son. He's turning 13. I just had him finish reading the autobiography of Malcolm X. And then we're about to get into a few more other books. So I mean, at the end of the day, I am going to teach him my ideologies. I think something like that, where the little girl was, I to CT's question, I would to a degree say, yeah, that was brainwashing, almost like if whatever the liberal version of that would be, you taking your child to that, to a degree, just because I mean, at the end of the day, as a parent, it's up to me to give you the nuances of those things, but also just sometimes you get so I think people get a little too spirited at those type of things, and they can get a little wild with necessarily the ideology that they give off, or necessarily not necessarily the ideology, but how they give it off. And if you're not a parent that's necessarily equipped to give the nuances of it, then you could definitely be leading your child down a fucked up path, depending on how it goes.
Okay, so to that though, let's break down what this event was. It's called AmFest. It's ran by Turning Point USA. You can obviously assume Am is short for America. So this event's called America Fest.
Fuck yeah!
By that nature, you're saying that bringing your child and you keep in mind, you also just said that you're going to teach your own child about your own values. So why is it when these parents want to bring their child to America Fest to teach them about American values, that is not okay, but to teach your child to read the Malcolm X biography is okay?
So where I would say,
do you see that contradiction?
No, I don't see it. And I would say here's why. Because again, as I was explaining, that when you're in those type of things, a lot of people get
what types of
spirited
things? What types of things, please?
at America Fest or whatever the fuck it is.
AmFest, yeah, okay.
When they're at those type of things, those people get real spirited, and they don't necessarily, they get a little too, I guess, riled up, or they get real lax with how they necessarily give off their ideology.
Okay.
And if you're not a parent that is equipped to give that nuance to your child in hearing those things, then yeah, I would argue that those aren't the best places to have your children if you can't explain to them certain nuances of what's being said there.
No, but see,
make no mistake.
The only reason you say that though is because you.
All right, so wait. Let's let CT answer, and then we'll go to box. Oh, did we lose him? 5, 4.
And the little girl asked the question.
Wait, CT, we lost. Wait, CT, we lost you.
Start over. Yeah, start over. Yeah, we lost you.
Oh, I think we lost him again. God damn it! 5, 4, 3.
Hold on. Am I here? Hold on.
Oh, you are now. We're going to start talking.
Yeah,
Make sure that Wi-Fi is on. All right, go ahead.
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Go
All
ahead.
right. So, in my opinion, Trey, the only reason you're saying what you just said is because you disagree with the concept of Michael Knowles or AmFest. But if it was Malcolm Fest, and hold on,
I literally
if it was Malcolm
said,
Fest, hold on there, Trey. If the young girl came on and asked, who do you think would win in a fight between Malcolm X or Martin Luther King? That
would be fucked up.
That's a funny fucking question.
That's the same thing you're saying.
But that's not what I'm saying. Because I literally said, I literally said it would be the same as whatever the left wing thing of. I didn't even know what this was called. I was like, it would be the same for whatever the left wing thing of this was, because at the end of the day, it's up to the parents to deliver that nuance of the ideology that they're giving to their child. You go into AmFest and a motherfucker just getting up there and saying illegal's bad in crazy ways. I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying that's what they said. I'm just giving an example.
That's something you would hear at that type of rally. Fair enough.
And you're not necessarily there to give your child the nuances of this is why we think this is bad. This is why this and that. And you just keep hearing illegal's bad. They're rapists. They're killers. Da da da. Like, as a 10-year-old child, and you keep hearing that over and over, you don't think your child's going to go to school and whatever Mexican person they see call them a rapist or a killer? So at the end of the day,
politics works both ways.
Hold on, no, that's a huge
I say
thing.
no.
And
I say no.
If anything, kids usually revolt from their parents when they hit puberty. So if you're raising your kid to be liberal, that's the ebb and flow of politics. Is the parents are liberal, they raise their kid, the kids become right wing, and then they grow up, and then they raise their kids right wing, and then the kids revolt and they grow up to be liberal. It goes back and forth. That's part of it. You're just because you raise your kids a certain way or you tell them to read a certain book does not mean they're gonna agree with you throughout their life. And that's why it's important though to have them have this conversation.
But again, you're missing my point. You're talking past my point. So my point is, if you aren't able to actually explain to your child, because I'm pretty sure your child is going to hear whatever that person is saying up on stage, and then they're going to ask you questions about that. If you aren't necessarily equipped to give your child the nuances of these things, or exactly why they feel this way, or exactly why you feel this way in that ideology on that, then you can be leading your child down a fucked up path.
So then you would. So if the parents are equipped to say, we go to this rally and they're like, oh, these fucking illegals are, and you are able to explain in a maybe any other person wouldn't necessarily agree, but you can explain the reason that people are saying legal is bad is not because they're bad people, but because they have done something that they're not supposed to do.
I would just like to point out that all your kids are being raised on AI right now. All of your kids are being raised on AI.
Does it need to go further than that? Or is that in the same way we're talking about dog walking, the ideas that, like, okay, you are dispelling the simplicity of illegal bad into, well, here's what we're talking. If the parent is equipped, then is there an issue with the kid going to the rally?
So I would say still yes, only because I personally believe. Shut up and listen, CT.
I'm listening.
Only
You're
because
biased. You're biased.
Now hold on.
Only because I believe that as a parent, you should be able to feed those things to your child, on that scale. If you think your child's ready at 10 years old for those things, then who am I to tell you what to do as a parent? But I'm just saying, me as a parent, I'm not taking my child to know Black Panther rallies or things of that nature at his age now.
So would you be willing to condemn other Black parents who do?
Oh no, I didn't say it was anything wrong with them doing it. I just said that was a little weird.
You just did.
Okay, wait.
No,
So then why?
that's not what I
Wait. Okay, so where you're not saying there's something wrong with it. You're just saying you wouldn't do it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you explain why?
And
No,
I
it's not a
explained
bad
why.
thing that you personally wouldn't do it.
Yes, and my thought process of it is because you're letting your child hear perhaps some not AmFest for you, CT, not AmFest, but whatever rallies or whatever political conferences you take your children to, you're perhaps letting them hear the most idiotic parts or the most riled up parts of that ideology that they don't necessarily know how to compartmentalize yet. And if you're not equipped to handle those issues, or if you're not equipped to necessarily explain those issues to your child, then that's you leading them in a fucked up way.
So
that's my position of it.
So with all that being said, would you concede the point that you're biased?
No,
you just
I'm
said
not
this
biased.
but you just said this is your opinion. This is how you would do it. This is how you would parent. So that's your inherent bias.
But you're saying I'm biased to it because it's
no.
right.
I'm just saying.
And it's not.
Okay, wait.
It's
Let's clear that up. So, CT, your question is, what bias are you asking that Trey has? We are all biased.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That was more vague.
Yeah, what bias are you saying that Trey may or may not have? What are you?
I'm saying he has a bias towards his own beliefs, and he just said no, and then I specified, well, you just clarified you do. That's the point of the bias.
What you're saying is that you've encountered somebody that can't get over the fact that they've never heard an argument against their position before. He doesn't strike me that way.
Box. That
I don't think that was at all.
Yeah, I don't know what all I'm saying is that
no. So initially,
I'm not saying you're wrong to believe that. As a parent, you can raise your kids any way you want, but I'm saying you do have a bias.
TT. The initial bias you claimed I had was because it was AmFest.
No. I'm saying in general.
But that's initially what you said is because it was AmFest. And I had literally said that it would be whatever left-wing thing it was too. That was the initial bias you said I had, and now you're changing it to a different.
So I think, hold on, just to clear things up. I think that from what I'm understanding, CT, it sounds like you were saying, well, you're biased because it's AmFest and not, Malcolm X or Black Lives Matter or whatever. And Trey was saying no, that it's not about the ideology that I agree with. It's about the principle itself. So whether it agrees with me or it's completely against me, I still think it is. I don't want to place wrong in there for a placeholder. But what's a wait, real quick. Trey, what's a better word? A, am I representing what you're saying correctly? And B, I don't think you would say wrong, but to do this if they're not prepared, regardless of the ideology, it's wrong or irresponsible or what? Am I right?
It's wrong and irresponsible regardless of the ideology.
All right, so I want to circle back to what I was asking Box right before you came up, then Trey.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Whoa, wait,
No,
wait.
This is all part of the same conversation.
Okay, all right, because I just want to make sure we're addressing that you are accusing Trey of being biased on the ideology, and he's cleared up that it's not about.
The original question I posed was that it seemed like it was just because it was AmFest, and he specified that no, it's in general because they're young, that he doesn't think kids should be there. So I was going to pose the second question that I was asking Box was, at what age do you think they should? Because you just said your son just is getting into reading, and he's reading his own topics. So at what age do you think you should?
It depends on what we're doing and
Box,
why we're doing it.
Box, you don't have kids. I'm asking Trey.
So
I have
Box doesn't.
kids.
Yeah, the parents are on the bottom.
I'm
parents
sorry,
are on the
Box.
bottom.
I didn't know that.
So yeah, let's go to Box and then back to Trey.
It's really age dependent, basically. It really depends on the age. Like I say, throwing the 10-year-old girl up there felt icky to me. And you're like, oh, what age do your kids get to have knowledge? And that's why I said earlier, like, all of your kids are learning off of AI right now. They're all on AI. All of your kids are learning off of AI more than they will ever learn off of you. You know, so like you can impart your values much to your dismay, because you will find out that kids like to be renegades and won't stick to it. And we're raising an AI generation right now. So
okay,
I don't know.
So Trey, at what age, if you think in general, I'm not biased to one side or the other.
No, so
what age should kids be allowed? Like,
so I've already started in, like, my son is he'll be 13 in about another month. So I've started introducing him to my ideology, or at least my thinking of the ideology. I would say, as far as taking him to like AmFest and stuff like that, I would argue that once he has a comprehension of the ideology to a degree, whereas like I can ask him things about why he feels a way about this ideology or why he feels this, and he's actually able to give me answers. But that'll know him. I mean, if I'm doing it right by my child, that'll be about 16, 17. I think.
No, I mean, I don't think you're doing wrong. I mean, I think it's great for. You said he's about to turn 13. He's already getting into reading like biographies and historical texts. I think all that's great. I think you and Bob, and I think the point that me and Lutch are trying to argue is that you're underselling how smart these kids already are.
I'm not underselling.
Yeah, no, that's not happening at all. No, the kids are the future. The kids are the future.
But Box, to the point you're making of like they're raised by that, you're not wrong. These kids have had the internet since they were 4. Like since they could use their thumbs, they were using iPads. So
I remember a time before the internet.
Yeah, we're all in a similar age range where we all came up. So, but yeah, I think that's where I think you are underselling of like these kids shouldn't have opinions because they're 10. Like that's just wrong. And what I will say too is the girl didn't even have an opinion. She asked a very playful question about who would win in a fight.
But again, so we'll throw it back to Trey, because remember, he did say it's not specifically about. It's not specifically about what she said. Trey's issue is with her being there in general, and Box's issue is her being on camera. Am I correct about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I feel like she was a prop.
Oh, that's different. So,
yeah, you guys have different issues, but Trey's saying that regardless of what she specifically asked, the fact that you go to AmFest, there could be big ideas that as an adult you understand the nuance of some kind of rally cry, whether it's lock her up or Black Lives Matter, this, that, the other, and a child may not understand that. Box is having a different issue, saying that children shouldn't be featured on things like this, regardless of the politics. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So let's take one at a time then. So I think I think Trey has a much stronger argument. I don't think that I think that is up to the parent and the we're talking about the ability to equip their children with the nuance of what they might hear at these rallies. And so I don't think it's an inherent thing that we could say, oh, that's bad parenting because a child is there. Hold on. We would have to say that being at the rally, we would have to know that the parents are not distilling down what they hear. And we don't have that information. And so to assume that that's the case is just not there.
And that's fair. That's very fair.
Fair. So now we move on to Box. And I personally don't...
to a large degree, like if we thought about this in terms of like, you're going to go take piano lessons, you're going to go take public speaking lessons or whatever, then maybe this is a lesson for a kid. But like to do it for any prolonged period of time would just be torture.
But that wasn't a prolonged period of time, bro. That was like
It wasn't. You're right. And there are levels to these things, and it's not like, oh, she's
right. So you're claiming there's levels to this. You're claiming there's levels to this, and this is too far.
Saying, like, where do we draw that line for who and at what age?
Before you said the line didn't exist, so we are back to there is a line.
It doesn't exist.
So then what line were you just referencing?
I was referencing the line that you were talking about that doesn't exist.
So what about
But if it doesn't exist, why are you referencing it?
Because it actually does exist.
Okay.
It's just... It's
okay.
not
Wait. Everybody stop. The line.
We're like 4 levels deep at this point.
Box.
Yep.
Is there a line to where there are certain political, religious, social, socio-political, whatever ideas that are too mature for a child and other ideas within that same category that are not inappropriate for children?
Yes.
So there is a line. Some things are okay, some things are not okay. So we agree there is, in fact, a line.
And we all kind of pick it ourselves, which is the hard part.
So I'm trying to ask you how you personally, not the devil's advocate, how you, Box, determine where that line is, by what metric, other than your feelings.
There is no other metric. Stop. You already answered your own question. What other metric other than your own feeling? There is no other metric. This isn't right. Throwing her up on stage like that doesn't feel right to me. I don't know why it doesn't feel right to me. Because I'll take some time, I'll examine it myself. I haven't had much time to examine it myself, but it's not right. I know it's not right.
No, you feel like it's not right. You don't know anything because I've been trying to get you to articulate what it is that you know about why this is not right, and you've been unable to do so with just like with every other thing that you said was icky.
Girl on YouTube. No one's putting their 10-year-old daughter on YouTube.
That's not true.
Who's putting their 10-year-old daughter on YouTube?
A lot of people.
For whatever reason. Who does this?
Do you
Have
know
you ever
who
heard
the
of the
largest
family blog?
Yeah. Do you know who the largest grossing YouTube account is? It was this like 8-year-old kid that reviewed toys.
Ryan's Toys or something like that. Ryan's Games
or something like that.
He made this 8-year-old kid made so much goddamn money opening toys and reviewing them because toys are like the largest CPM for advertising. So it's like if you can get the kids to buy the toy, if you can get the kids to want the toy, the parents will buy the toy.
Exactly.
Was that a good thing for him? Was it good for him?
He's
Ryan's World. There you go.
He's gonna have $40 million when he turns 18. So hopefully,
you're gonna see him in like 3 years on the streets doing heroin.
No, that's true.
So okay,
Ryan Toys. He's gonna be like,
Okay, so then you must have a bigger issue with child actors then, like in Hollywood.
Yeah, child actors are too.
So there should be no movies that involve any minors ever. Is that your position?
No, not at all.
We have yet another line. Okay, so what's the line? What's the line to determine whether or not a child should be in a movie?
Again, there is no line, but you have to know that if you send your kid off to be a child actor, they're going to come back a Greta Thunberg.
It's not always true. Have you seen Harry Potter?
You can go to hell. I love Little Giants.
Greatest one of the greatest movie series of all time.
Annexation of Puerto Rico.
I mean, it's
I think I mean fair enough. We've definitely established that box.
Mary
You
Potter
just
fell
go
out.
based on your feelings, and I don't you know, as Kelly is saying, like it's awesome that your feelings drive
Hermione
you.
fell out. Hermione fell out.
Box have since we're talking about Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh, are you familiar with the famous line that Ben Shapiro said?
Wet ass P
Which
word.
one?
Your facts?
Yeah, what ass put?
No, not
Yeah.
that.
Wet ass pussy.
The facts
I
don't
watch
care
a lot of
about
Ben
your
Shapiro.
feelings.
I am familiar with them.
The facts don't care about your feelings, and I feel like you come in, at least for the last 30 minutes.
Piers
You're only talking
Morgan.
about your feelings.
So this is perfect. Hold on. Let's let Indie Film's giving a great example here.
sorry.
Here's a
Yeah.
line: sending third graders out to protest ICE, grabbing illegals
the
and detaining
feelings
and
are
sending them back to their country. I agree that even though I am in favor of ICE grabbing illegals and sending them back to their country, that third graders should not be out protesting this. Does anybody disagree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of do.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Absolutely.
Wait. CT, wait. You're stepping on my shit. It is okay it's not okay to do this, but it is okay to go and protest ICE as a third grader. And again, we're talking about a 10-year-old who is likely closer to 5th grade. So explain the difference and why.
Are they going to be home alone? Like, are you going to go do this and leave them home alone? Like,
no, the children. We're talking about the children protesting at school. Children go to school, and now led by school officials.
Sorry, I heard that wrong. Could you say that one more time? Say it one more time.
So
sorry, I heard that completely wrong.
Sending third graders by the school, not necessarily. I mean, I'm sure a lot of the parents care, but this teachers and administrators sending third graders out to protest ICE, grabbing illegals and detaining and sending them back to their country. Is that too adult or too mature for a third grader?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So Trey said no.
Here's another example of
No,
this that everyone
I agree.
can latch onto.
I agree with you. So let's go to Trey. Trey said no.
Oh no, I was only saying no because it made me think of well, now that I'm saying it, I don't really know how true that story was.
Yeah,
but it was a few times where hold on. I was only saying that because I've been hearing the stories of like ICE taking the grade school kids like from the school. And so at that point, if you're protesting at the school, it is what it is. Now you niggas leaving school to go protest in the large protest, where are your parents? You need your ass whooped. But like
we do need some more.
Jesus Christ. So what I'm trying to find is the line. How do we determine that this is okay and this is not okay? What is the metric? What is the criteria? Or is it just what box is? Is it just like how I personally feel about it?
Yep,
Which
it's
is
the bad
fine if
idea.
that's your position.
Yep.
I'm not saying you're not allowed to have that position. I personally think it's silly and ridiculous. But if that's your position, fair enough.
No, so I will say the line, regardless of what all of us are saying, the line definitely comes down to your feelings. Like, at the end of the day,
are your feelings backed up by facts? Are your feelings backed up by facts? And Kelly Green,
Has
you're absolutely
anyone
wrong.
here
There's
been
plenty of
wrong
videos.
about anything ever. If you've ever been wrong about anything ever, and then you think about the idea of teaching your children while you might be wrong about a thing that you'll realize you're wrong about in the future, is infuriating. And it's a part of life. And your kids never, ever, ever learn everything from you. They pick it up themselves. They will inevitably pick it up themselves. When is the right time? When they're ready to accept that kind of information and understand it, right? There is no line. 10-year-old girl goes on stage, parrots her parents' talking points, not impressed.
So it doesn't happen, Kelly? This ain't happening? Go ahead, Trey.
oh no, I mean, I was just saying that I was thinking, I wasn't thinking like kids were actually leaving school to go protest. I thought it was just like some at school, we hate you guys type of shit. But, so I'll shut the fuck up on that part. But in general, like I was saying, I mean, well, I wanted to ask you when you saying, are your feelings backed up by the facts? Like, give me necessarily like a example of what you're saying.
So she's saying that at 10 years old, I do actually believe, or I do actually feel like it's unfair that people come into this country illegally. If she has a understanding of why that is the case, that aligns with the reality that it is that there are people waiting, that we have borders, that we have laws, and they have broken those. What is the issue with a child understanding that?
Oh, absolutely no issue.
Okay, so then
absolutely no issue. So yeah, I get what you're saying on that part. I was just saying because when I was like, at the end of the day, the line is connected to our feelings, and you was like, oh, so well then I'll shut up. Okay. So I was saying when I said the line is connected to our feelings, you was like, yeah, but it's that feelings backed up by fact. That's why I was saying. That's why I asked you like, what was that too? Because at the end of the day, like I truly believe that you have a certain line, and it is backed up to your feelings, and you know it all comes down to what each person deems acceptable or not. Like I mean, in my own personal life, I've had to have the trans talk with my son because he has an uncle that is trans. His uncle is his auntie. And so, you know, when he was about 11, he noticed that his uncle shaved his beard and not comb. So, you know, we had to have that conversation with him.
Right.
And he understood it, but it was at the point where I couldn't push that conversation off no further. So when we had the conversation, it was a very drawn out conversation. And throughout that, I would ask him, so what do you think of that? How is that? Like, what are your feelings to that? What are you understanding from us that we're telling you? Because you are getting to the age where now you're seeing the differences between your father and your uncle being trying to be a woman and, you know, me still being a natural man. And so, you know, I think now that we've had that talk and he understands those things, I was like, okay, I think he's ready to actually start hearing about my ideology and things of that nature.
Right. So I think that's a really good example, right, of how life forces this stuff on children. Like there's no avoiding auntie, uncle, whatever it is. That is going to. So if you are like that stuff exists, whether it's specifically in your family or your best, their best friend's dad's, their best friend's cousin, their whatever people at school, that is going to be forced to into their life. And so if we take boxes away. Saying we shouldn't talk to our children about this, then they're just going to gather what they can gather. Versus versus when we have the conversations at the appropriate time with the appropriate level of detail, so that when it comes to when they encounter it in the real world, they have an understanding of what it is that they're dealing with, so that they don't become either, ooh, I want to be a girl too, if it's a boy or whatever. Or, well, no, you're a man, so you're a bad person, or some random shit like that. We all want our kids to be, I mean, obviously, I don't have kids, but you know what I mean. The youth of the nation. We all want our kids.
You have to understand when you say, like, you want to raise your kids to your moral standards, that your moral standards are often just absolutely fucking flawed and actually worth less than the paper you could print them on.
I don't disagree, Box, but that is still superior to just letting a child figure it the fuck out based on what they see in school, in the world, on TV, and on the internet.
The best way, in my opinion.
That's a good way to describe it, by the way.
That's a good way to describe it.
So again, Trey, that's why I don't respect your opinion on this. So Trey, I'll go back to you. Do you think it is better that your kids learn about the reality of their auntie, uncle, based on just whatever they figure out, or is it better that, you know, once the beard is shaved, you're like, okay, your uncle is your auntie now, and just the bare minimum of what they need to be able to interact appropriately, and then as they get older, and they're like, wait a minute, biology, this, that, then you have those types of conversation. Is that a better a way to go, or do we just let them figure it out?
Definitely have the conversation with them, and I think it's a little bit different because so I think what makes it different for me as far as is from the day he was born, they called him aunt. So he grew up calling her aunt. That's how the family's always addressed her, all of that. So as he gets older and he's noticing certain things, noticing the man features, then that's when it kind of turned into, all right, we're going to have this conversation. And to her credit, she was like, I want you to have that conversation with him. Like, I don't
Totally fair.
necessarily want to. And she was like, I want you to have that conversation with him because I mean, you know me, I don't give a fuck. Do what you want to do. And so when it was time to have that conversation with him, I just broke it down. Biologically, this is what your aunt really is. At the end of the day, your family addresses her as that. That's what she is. You don't have to be rude or disrespectful because she's been nothing but great to you from the moment you popped out. So, and as I'm talking to him, I'm asking, do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand the differences of what's going on? And he was able to articulate it back to me. So I was like, at that point, my son gets it. I don't have to, I don't have to just sugarcoat it so far to him.
Agreed. And so then we would say that likely, C2, you good? What's going on here? Would we say then that it is a possible reality that just like your kids have this this hot button issue forced on them, forcing you to then have these conversations? You know what I mean? Is it impossible that, let's say, this young girl's parents, she was, in case you're just joining us, we're talking about this 10-year-old girl at AmFest talking to Michael Knowles. How do we know that her dad wasn't attacked by an illegal immigrant, and also that her mom was a nurse that got COVID and didn't want to get the jab and then got fired, and also, and going down the list, and these were the things that were forced, just like your children were forced to to be able to understand this before maybe you would have preferred. Exactly. I'll take that as a W. Point being, we are assuming from a solipsistic, or you guys are assuming from a solipsistic point of view that there is something wrong with why this conversation or this situation that came up, why that is inherently bad. I'm not even arguing that there are things that might happen at AmFest that could be something that I wouldn't want to show to my child if I had one. But I don't know this girl, and I don't know her parents, so to assume that she did something wrong is silly to me. Does that make sense, Box?
Oh, she didn't do anything wrong. She didn't do anything wrong. She's innocent.
Correct. Yeah, right. I'm talking about her parents.
Yeah, her parents are a little unhinged, honestly. Like, I wouldn't do it.
What was the question?
I don't remember.
Then why are you answering a question that you don't remember? Why are you just saying things if you don't know what? I don't know either.
I'm sorry, my phone froze up. I'm sorry. No, you were asking me a question, so I didn't get a chance to really hear.
I was saying how to, in the same way that your kids are quote unquote forced to deal with the trans thing because of their uncle, then how do we know that this girl, her father wasn't killed by an illegal immigrant, and her mother was an ER nurse or something that got COVID and had immunity but was fired because she didn't want to get the jab, and that her uncle or that her sister transitioned and said that they're all horrible people because they don't agree with the fact that the transition is what it is. How do we know that that's not the case, and that the same types of conversations that you've had?
So So at that point, I have no qualms with them having their child there. If they felt like their child was ready for that, she's been able to, soak in the information that they gave her, then I mean, like I said at the beginning, it came down to, are you actually able to give your child the nuances of what they're going to hear there? So if they were actually able to do that and their child understood that, then I ain't got no issue with it. At the end of the day,
Agreed.
that's kind of how it was for me.
So then would we assume that if there is a 10-year-old girl at AmFest, that is more or less likely that it is the case that her parents have given her a framing for what she's seeing? I'm not saying I know that. None of us know. But is it impossible that it's not a bad thing?
It's nowhere near impossible. I would almost give it 50-50 that she knows what's going on, or that y'all couldn't find a babysitter.
There
you go.
So you're
if CC's talking, he's muted. Or at least I can't.
We're just not getting any sound. Oh wait, I don't need to do that.
But no, I definitely get what you guys are saying. Like I don't. So okay, I hope my point came across clear that if you aren't necessarily giving your kid the the whole totality of why you, not the totality, but if you're not giving your kid the nuances of certain things that they hear,
you never argue against your
doing
position.
your kid a disservice bringing them to those type of conferences, those type of fests where they're going to hear some wild stuff to a degree, depending on who the person is speaking in. And I err on the side of, it's best you teach them that at home instead of them hearing it in something like that. That's just where I err on it at. But
enough.
at the end of the day, if you think your child's ready for that type of stuff, you think your child's ready for that type of stuff, and I can't say shit about it.
Agreed.
Who here has ever argued against
I was
their
just tired of looking
position
at
to their
box get
kid?
jumped. Y'all whooping the shit out of Box, and I.
Because he's saying stupid shit. Like, I mean, you've been in the after party. Box knows how to argue certain things, but when it gets in his feels, then it just.
Do you ever tell your kid how to argue against you? Has anyone here ever told their kid how to argue against their position?
Yeah, let's go back. Hold on. Yeah, hold on to that question, Box. We'll end on that. But I want to give CT the floor.
Thanks. Yeah. Sorry. Audio issues, but I just wanted to. We've been talking about this for at this point almost an hour, and Lutch asked Box, if he could repeat the question, and Box said no. I don't know what the question is, and then we asked Trey if he agrees with it, and you laid out that if it was that scenario, then it's fine if they bring their kids to AmFest in that specific scenario. So my question is, what the fuck are we talking about? Because Box for the last hour forgot the question, and Trey for the last, and then Trey just conceded the point and said,
I didn't concede the point. I made my point very clear.
No, you
asked me.
Let's
Why?
just laid out the specific scenario about why they brought the girl to AmFest.
But even before,
even
before he asked that,
you agreed with
even because that was what I literally said. When I said I wouldn't take my child there, or I don't think you should take your child there, because if you're not giving your child the nuances of the ideology, then you're doing
when
them
he specified, you just agreed.
But when exactly because.
And
because he gave
the
that scenario.
So
but CT, he gave in his
when one side concedes and one side
at the end of the day, CT, at the end of the day, he gave an exact scenario of what I would agree with.
That's the scenario that happened.
We don't know that. I'm saying
we don't know that.
We don't know that. However, because we don't know that, it doesn't make sense to claim that that's what it is. And so until
And
we
I
have
never
more information,
claimed that's what it was either.
so until we have more information on, which we're not going to get, unless we have more information about how much this girl knows and how much her parents have properly prepared her for this, then we are left at the information that we have, that she is here. She asked a funny, reasonable question that didn't really have a lot of weight to it. And to Trey's point, I think the strongest argument that's been made is it's not just about what she is saying; it's about what she's seeing and hearing.
But
without any more information.
But like,
it does. I
I
absolutely agree that whether it's right wing or left wing, if you are not able to break down these things with a child who's not mentally mature enough to understand this on their own, then they shouldn't be in this environment. I agree with that. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna take this
The
part a little
assumption,
bit more,
Occam's razor would tell us that if she is there, then it is likely that her parents are not, just throwing her out there. How many 10 years old?
How would we feel if she was like a special needs person?
But
If
it's
she
not,
was
Box.
special.
That's moving the goalpost. That's when I tell you. When I
Hold on.
accuse you of moving the goalpost,
hold
that's
on.
moving the goalpost.
It is.
Okay, yeah.
But I kind of want to know what people think about, like, if she was
So
handicapped.
are you?
wouldn't think any.
Are you saying that?
Would this be different?
I'm sorry.
or
Are you
would it
saying
be
that
the
I
same
moved the
for people?
goalpost?
No, Box. So,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
So,
Well, I'm
different
just wondering,
question. Would it
it's
be
not a
okay?
It's just
Would it
a
be
question off to the side?
right? Different
It's
question.
not-
Would it
I'm
be
not-
okay if she was special needs? I say yes.
Yeah. Okay. And yeah, I'm just
Does
wondering
anybody
if
say
she
no?
was like handicapped. Would we be feeling the same way about this? A 10-year-old handicapped
I
girl
don't-
getting up there?
I'm
It
kinda
changes
different on
my
that
perspective a
Like-
little. I would be more
Box.
inclined to be like, yeah, okay, this is fine.
Why
You know?
is that
So,
Box?
it-
Box,
it's-
hold on. Why does that change your mind? Why does that make it better? If anything, I agree with Letcham saying that
Yeah,
it
I don't
shouldn't
know
matter.
why.
But why is that? You're taking the opposite spectrum where you're saying
yeah, that's what I was thinking. I
Okay,
was
so if
trying
you
to-
don't know,
I'm
let's walk through it in real time, Box. Let's talk about it. So you feel that there's a difference between a neurotypical 10-year-old and a special needs 10-year-old. So before we even say better, worst, what in the context
I don't want
of
to assign judgment like that.
We're not.
You already did. You already
Yeah.
did. You already did. So we're
you
here now.
assigned it. We're not.
So the question is, if a 10-year-old special needs girl goes up and asks this question, it's different than if the specific 10-year-old girl that we saw does the same thing. Agreed?
Yep.
In your opinion?
Yep, because for some
Why?
reason I think she's more capable is what I think it boils down to.
Whoa, no, hold on. You just said because she's hold on, Box, stop.
There's like a level of potentiality that
Stop. You just said because she's 10 years old, you don't think she's capable. That's been your whole
But
argument.
if she's
for the
10
last
years old
hour.
and special needs, then she's got it.
Honestly, I'm not going to come up with the answer for this tonight. I'm going to think on this for a little while before I actually know how I feel about this. But I figured I'd just throw that into the mix because it's a feeling. That's a feeling. That's a real feeling I have. That's a real thing.
Please stop playing devil. We've been arguing about this for the last
It's
hour.
not devil's advocate. This is actually a
Then
real
why do
problem
you
for
keep
me.
arguing? Then why
Somebody
do you
else
keep-
explain. Somebody else explain it to me.
We've been trying for the last hour.
I think this is perfectly exemplified by the most recent thing we have here. That Box says if it's a 10-year-old special needs child, then that special needs child is going to be more equipped than a non-special needs child.
Wait,
Can you tell me why? Can you tell me why you feel that way, Box?
I think it's because they're retarded. They don't actually get the full gravity of the social situations they put
Right.
themselves.
So that would be less equipped than someone
Yep,
who understands
I know,
the
and it makes
nuances,
it
right?
feel worse. Now you're making me feel worse. You're
because
right.
you're saying
You're
stupid
right.
shit.
I said the thing,
Hey, brother,
and I feel
I ain't got
the
nothing to do
thing,
with you on
and
that
now I'm
one.
seeing the downside of
You
it
on
all
your
in
own.
real time.
So are you willing now
and
to walk
I'm
that back?
feeling bad about it.
You don't need to feel bad. We're just having a
No,
conversation. You
there
can
is
be
a
right
bad,
or wrong.
there's a bad feeling about it.
Hold on.
It's not
So
icky.
hold on. So do you walk back saying that it would be more appropriate for a special needs child to be right here than for this girl?
No, we press on through until they're 20 years old.
Do you walk that back,
and
or
we
do you
see
still?
how
Do you
they end
walk
up
that
like
back?
Britney Spears.
Do you walk that back, or do you still agree?
No, I'm going to push forward. I'm going to keep pushing forward.
So again,
And
you're
it's not
saying this
even
is a
devil's
worse
advocate thing. It's a
situation.
really-
This is a worse situation than having a 10-year-old special needs child do exactly the same thing. That's your opinion, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So what?
Yep.
Before we say better or worse or why, what things are even different about that in the first place?
Aside from a chromosome.
Well, no. What?
Does she have Tourette?
I'll take whatever I can get. I'll take whatever I can get. What is a
There's
difference?
There's no consent. They can't do consent. They can't reason their way into this. They can't
why
sign
can
anything. They can't.
No.
So they're,
Hold on.
What did he say? What did he say?
They're equal, but it feels different.
Let him cook.
So you're saying that you don't want you feel icky about not letting a special needs person say what they want to say, even if they are not equipped to say it and are going to go on YouTube to the entire world and say something that they don't understand, and that's better than a 10-year-old girl who is neurotypical.
It's not better. It's not better. Better is a poor word.
Okay, so
then what is it? Okay, fine. Wait. Okay, it's not better. It's
on par with. It's equal to.
So it's not different.
That's not what you said.
You said it was different. So are you now yet again walking back a claim that you've made?
It's not the same. Equality is
so
not.
how is it different? How is it different, Box?
Same.
So we agree that it's different. Box. It is different.
It's definitely different.
Okay, it is different. So now we have established that there is a difference between a neurotypical 10-year-old and a special needs 10-year-old. What is different about that? Whether it's better or worse or anything else, what is different about the situation?
The level of shame they will personally feel when they look back on their life.
So it's okay to make fun of people if they won't remember it, or they don't understand that you're making fun of them. Is that what you're saying?
Or if they can't comprehend. No. You just said something really like pungent.
Hold on. I'm asking a question. I'm not straw manning anyone. I'm asking a genuine question based on what you just said, Box. It is my understanding that you think as long as somebody doesn't understand that they're being made fun of, it's okay to make fun of them. Do you?
No, it's not okay.
So that's what you just said. So I know that you don't think that. So let's go back to the beginning. So you agree that it's different. What is different?
I don't know. I'm gonna think about this for a while.
Okay, so then why did you say
I felt it because I felt it and I felt the urge to say it and I fucking said it out loud. Now here we are.
Are we seeing a pattern? Are we seeing a pattern?
You're setting me up with like a lifetime's worth of homework right now. I'm gonna think about this.
I'm just
for the rest
asking
of my
basic
life.
fucking
I'm gonna
questions.
have to balance the scale.
I'm asking basic fucking questions that you very clearly are just going off of your emotions, and so we are seeing a pattern here. We are seeing a pattern that every time
little girl on the stage, not cool.
Every time,
Fox, that's not the point.
Every time we see something that doesn't align with the feelings of someone on the left, it is bad. But if I don't feel on the left and I don't feel that it's bad, then it's not bad. Do you understand how this is not?
Yeah, I see what you're
good.
It's bad. It's a bad.
No, we're not
argument.
trying to get at you. That's what you did.
You're right. You're right. It is a bad argument. It's a bad argument. It's a fucking bad argument.
You're not making an argument.
No,
Your only argument is I don't like it. The question is why, and you haven't given an answer.
The argument of I don't like it is because I'm a sovereign human being. And I'm an American.
As am I, but I feel differently. So am I not a sovereign human being?
No, this is
okay. So then what does that have to do with the opinion?
I don't know my own opinions. That's the terrifying part.
I'm glad
I
we
don't know my own
agree.
opinions.
That is what I needed to hear. That is what we need to nail down.
Yes.
This is the product of the left.
Yeah.
The cultural
I've been here
left.
for 15
You
months.
may be.
I'm going to stay here and we'll work through this.
Trey,
No,
I'm not saying everyone on the left. I'm saying this is a trait of the left. That I feel this, therefore.
Yeah.
No explanation necessary. He is right. That for all of us, it comes down to I feel this, therefore. But for people like yourself, Trey, and people like the average person on the right, who's under 65, is going to have my preferences are this, because of reason.
Can y'all hear me? Has my audio fallen
I
out?
can hear you.
Yeah, that's
I hear you.
Box. I just wanted to like drill home what Let's just said, but I don't know if you realize, but would you try to make these arguments for things that you haven't fully like
fleshed out,
delved out yourself?
Yeah.
You actually end up hurting those groups of saying like when you just said that you
giving
think
people
that,
the question instead of the answer is a problem.
No, I'm saying that you haven't fleshed out either one. So you're hurting the groups when you try to argue for them, because you just said that a retarded girl has more credibility than a 10-year-old who is brought there for the same option. So you're actually hurting the retarded girl because you think she is eligible for a higher meaning, and then you're hurting the 10-year-old because you think she shouldn't be there.
Especially because you don't feel that way.
You're hurting both parties.
It was all very poorly laid out, honestly.
Right, but that's Box. The point is, it's always going to be poorly laid out if you base everything merely on how you feel. That is the point here. 6, 7 different claims that you've made since you've been up here, and all of them you had to walk back because it was what you felt. But then when I laid it out logically, you're like, I don't think that.
No.
So why did you say it? Because you're just saying what you feel instead of thinking about what you feel and then saying what you think. You're not thinking. You're just speaking your feelings. So you and the sycophants on the right and I'll say the average person on the left needs to think about why they feel a certain way. It's not enough. You can like or dislike anything that you want, but in terms of
giving people the question, not the answer.
You are giving an answer that doesn't
mean nothing.
You said a special needs 10-year-old would be more appropriate because they wouldn't be able to understand the shame. That's what you said. You made that claim.
I did,
and I know that you don't feel that way. I know that you don't feel that way.
I don't, and I actually don't really stand by that argument. But I did make the argument, and given even just a modicum of reflection while I was uttering the words was enough for me to know that I was going down the wrong path. But I dug my heels in and I made the fucking argument, and now here we are. And I don't agree with that argument, and it's a bad argument.
Fair enough.
All right, I'll say that out loud. Like, you ran me right into a dead end. I saw the dead end, and I'm not just gonna bring head on first into a dead end because that's not that's not what I do.
Okay, so then
you find out new information, and then I pivot and I learn.
Fair enough. So then, can I make a request as a friend?
But the 10-year-old girl thing is still icky. That
is not a fucking thing, dog.
Stop jumping on the bullshit. So, Box, can I ask
articulate
Box, can I ask for a favor as a friend?
Yeah.
That the next time it comes into your mind, this is straight up Sam Harris mindfulness. The next time the thought, ooh, that's icky, or the feeling rather, that's icky, comes into your mind.
Yeah.
Stop thinking about, stop typing, stop talking, stop listening to whatever you're listening. Just stop. Like, that's icky. Write it out on paper if you need to. I think this is icky because. Beautiful. Just that sentence. I think this is icky because. That will change your fucking life, my friend.
Yeah. No, we're all muddling through these questions. Like I say, I don't mean to be so terse to everyone or anything, but we're all like, no one has a real answer to any of this, and we're just, I love all of you. I love you guys. I love everyone here.
Fair enough.
This is
all right.
The conversation is what it's about.
Fair enough. Kelly said, I'm still with Box on the thing on the side of being conservative and being careful with kids in these situations. Yeah, I think we all agree. That was the whole point of there being a line as to what is appropriate and what is inappropriate. This is what it's just about, having these discussions and everybody coming to a conclusion and being badass. This is fucking sick. Then fucking give me money. Let's go. So we'll get one more, and then let's close this down. Lone Wolf and Cub said, that's why I said it's ignorant from the get-go. He doesn't think he is wrong. He thinks he needs to say it better. That's why I said the left is disingenuous and disgusting. And I mean, I see it on the right as well, but I see it significantly more on the left. So let's go in order. Bucks, we're going to give you the floor. You can say whatever it is that you would like. If you'd like to clean up some of the stuff that you've said, if you'd like to straighten out, if you'd like to talk about something else, give it 30 seconds to a minute. Sir, the floor is yours.
10 years old on that kind of platform. Like I'm not feeling it. That's all I'm saying. There is a value judgment going on there. I'll try to hash that out myself here. I haven't really figured it out myself. Just be kind to everyone. Stay well, and just, love your neighbor. Love you guys. Be kind.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so very, very much. Trey, you were up next. Any closing thoughts? Anything you want to clear up at all? I'm gonna keep you here since you don't have since you're not on camera. But the floor is yours, sir.
At the end of the day, let's all treat each other with respect. That's pretty much all I gotta say. And,
I was gonna press the gay button, but I stopped myself.
Into CT. Let me tell you something, brother.
Oh,
we're going to take you to AA, so I can give you some real understanding of what's going on here, brother. What? And
what do you mean?
I just like fucking with CT. That's my favorite person to fuck with.
I always like talking with you, Trey, too. Yeah.
But so at the end of the day, happy Melanated March. We're doing this Black History thing 365 days of the year. So I holla at y'all. And to Kelly Green, you on this devil's app, you are Amish and you know better. You guys have a good night.
Rue. Thank you. CT, sir, the floor is yours.
Hey, shout out to the Indian Jesus YouTube channel. Thanks for letting us all come up and, I guess, banter, argue, whatever you want to call it. I do always like my arguments with Box because he always changes his mind every 5 minutes, which just makes it fun. It took us an hour to get to where we are now. If you want to keep chatting, come to the Indian Jesus Discord. The link's at the top of the channel. It's free if you join right now before the stream ends. And we'll see you in the after party.
Shit. Hold on. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I forgot to pin it, but I just dropped the link in the chat. Come on through. CT, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I appreciate your addition to the conversation, and I will see you next time. Peace out. All right. So, I mean, clearly, this is, I did not expect this to be the heart of the conversation. But the importance of having our the nation's children understand what's going on is important, and I agree that there's a line of what is appropriate for children. I think this is best exemplified with sex ed. I think that sex ed is a very, very important thing for younger children, not young children, but younger children to learn. Because I mean, I lost my virginity at 15 years old. My girlfriend at the time was 14 years old. So kids be fucking. All right? And they need to know what is good. But that doesn't mean that they need to learn about kink and using dildos and all this gross shit that you see in genderqueer and what is it? Every boy is blue. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. I used to have the 5 books. Just boom, 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 boom. The gay BCs. I don't even remember them all. So we're making progress, but clearly it's not done. This emotional basis for political ideas is scary. You can see where we are, and that is because of people whether it's right or left, are going based on, well, I want this thing, regardless of how it actually, affects America, how it actually affects our citizens. And that's not okay. That needs to be an important part of why we talk about this. We don't talk about that. We wait until this age to do that, so on and so on and so on. We don't want to let we don't want to let the world, the internet, the fucking whatever is out there, be the guide for your children. I mean, I don't have any children, so I definitely could be way off here. I just don't think I am. I just don't think I am. So, I mean, you guys let me know. I think that, we have a lot of issues where, it is clear that people have bad ideas. And I don't necessarily want people who have, parents who have ideas that I don't agree with. It's not necessarily ideal for me. It's not ideal for America that they're spreading their ideology. But the marketplace of ideas is always the foundation for all of this. That propaganda, dogma, indoctrination, those things can only work when you're ignorant. If you have information, you can fight bad information. And that counts as, let's say you're like was brought up many times. Let's say that you have shitty parents and they're trying to pass down racist or bigoted ideas, or whatever it is. Having a foundation of this is what I grew up with, and then going out into the world and then having a frame of reference to compare that to is infinitely, infinitely better for that child than just being a blank slate and going out into the world. And especially in this day and age, when out into the world means at 6 months old and iPad's in front of your face, we don't have the luxury of being as ignorant as we were as children. We don't have that luxury anymore. The world where you could let kids not know shit about Jack is gone. We live in a much, much more dangerous and visceral world of what we talk about. And so if you don't do it, the rest of the world will. Regardless of who you are and what you believe, the amalgamation of all the stuff you do like and all the stuff you don't like, the chances of your child being somebody that you want your child to be, if you just let the world shape them, is not very high. Not very high at all. Any film say, can we all agree that anyone 18 doesn't need to be exploited for clicks and likes? Oh, under 18. Yes. Agreed. Agreed. Was that what I think this is? No, but agreed with that. They say my son's been pretty impulsive, and one of the hardest lessons to teach him is if a thought pops into your head, you don't have to act on it, and you better be able to explain it. Explain the reason for actions. Bingo. Yeah, I'm very impulsive. I'm very impulsive. I've had to learn how, between being impulsive and just being a small, shy kid. Like, I know you guys know me now, but like this is a skill that I've built up to be able to talk. Like, even still, there's what do they call it? I don't remember what they call it, but there's a thing where like you revert to a younger state. And I was just talking to you guys about how I was watching The Pit over the phone with my dad, and my mom takes the phone, and I don't remember what the fuck she said, some bullshit about some bullshit. But like I revert, and I don't like, no, that's totally fine. Oh wow, yeah, okay, yeah, I'll see you later. Like that's my natural speaking voice. Between that and the impulsivity. When I was a kid, I was desperate for positive attention from, kids that I wanted to be friends with and girls. And maybe I didn't have a red pill manosphere understanding of what being short does. But I could feel that there was like, I needed to prove myself in order to be accepted by these people, which I now don't understand that I didn't need to be accepted by those people in the first place. But the point is that kids who don't have a strong basis can go anywhere. Even me, the fucking atheist heathen, oh my God. Because I have the foundation in Christianity, I'm not one of the leftist freakazoids. I don't know what is a better example of making sure that, like, I mean, yeah, that with things like TikTok and YouTube and all of these and fucking sports betting, so many fucking things, not to mention P-Hub content, all that shit is out there. So again, the option is, the option's very gay. The option is either they tried, but they failed. Why? Because I had a good foundation of my values, my beliefs, and my understanding of the world. And I think that's the best thing that you can give to your children. I'm just some schmuck. I don't got no girl. I don't got no kids. So maybe I'm talking shit. But you tell me where I'm wrong. So what I'm going to ask for you guys, as soon as the stream is over, we're about to end up. As soon as the stream is over, reload the page, and in the comments section, not the chat, in the comment section of the stream, like the replay, you tell me, am I missing something from not having children? Meaning to this conclusion, or am I on point? You can come join the Discord. I see Box, Kelly, and Trey in there already. So I'm going to go join them. But of course, first we have to give a big shout out to all of the donations. Sam got us started. We had Angry Amputee with the cash app. Not letting you two take shit. Box a member for 15 months. We had the $1 make you holla. So you guys kept that party around. We are about to end. You doubled the length of this stream with these $1. And then David came in. We have Box again. We have Mr. Indie Film. Again. Had our boy TV Viewski with the PayPal. And again, our boy Box. Guys, thank you so very, very much. No push-ups for me. And I will see you in the after party. Angry's ready. Nope. You guys could have got it with $4.99, or you could have got it with a $15 super chat, but you missed it. And time is up. Thank you guys so very, very much for your time, for your money. No, I know that you could be doing anything else in the world. And whether or not we're spending money or any of that stuff, the conversation, the community is what really, really matters to me. So thank you. Thank you for being here. I know that there's a million other things that you could be doing. I know there's other channels that you could be watching. And here you are. And that means the world to me and to Morty. And like I say all the time, we are so much closer to the beginning than we are to the end. So if you have not subscribed, please do hit that subscribe. And of course, ring the bell. You know that I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. This, guys, is the Overlord and my co-host, Morty. And once again, I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Oh, wait. We got Beth and Tay with a Big 10 right at the last minute. Thank you. Let's give it just an extra, because I'm feeling spicy, and you guys were awesome tonight. Thank you. So very, very much. Guys, come and join the Discord here. I'll drop the link one more time. If you join before I end the stream, then you can come join the after party. And like I said, I see, who is it, Kelly? Indie Film, Box, and Trey in there already. Guys, thank you so very, very much. I don't have the words. And I know you guys don't like when I get mushy, so I won't get mushy. But thank you so much. We are on a journey. We have a mission. Well, I have a mission. And if you're on board, then we going places. Guys, thank you again. We have our boy Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.